It's an awesome name.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. This video has been removed. Oh, that's Tim's video. Where's this video? It's here. Right. Good evening. Oops, shit, better turn it down. Right, so what are we talking about?
It's a good question.
It's been an eventful week.
I just got banned off Dreads.
Yeah, we heard that.
I got to say he was ass backwards, I hope, before he cut off. But
I mean, that guy is just the epitome of willful ignorance, isn't he? I mean,
he cut me off, man. He didn't even let me talk for like
I know.
10 seconds. He cuts me off and says I'm not addressing his question. Well, no shit. Like, let me say things for 30 seconds and you might hear me address your stuff.
It's because you use the word hypothesis and he obviously doesn't know what that means and it frightened him. And he even referred to it after you'd left. So I think that was your problem. When you said hypothesis, he hasn't got a clue what that is. That could be a type of spaghetti sauce for all he knows.
He's like, fuck these $5 words. Who do you think you are?
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on the week's events then, Tim?
Just very telling, I guess, really. Like, them just continuing to fall for my traps and shooting themselves in the foot and not understanding. You know? It's crazy.
Yeah. They seem very, very certain they'd got the right bloke. And as from how I understand it, this is based on the testimony of Martin Leaker, who is going, a short-sighted man who is going on a 2-year-old memory of a glimpse in a mirror. Is that correct?
Supposedly, but I never talked to him. I never had my camera on talking to him ever.
Right.
So I don't know why he would make that up. Truthfully.
Right.
So, I seen one of them, I can't remember, maybe Chris was saying, yeah, that's his Steam name. You can't lie on your Steam name.
Yeah. And that Carl guy said, oh, I went on Twitter. Oh, yeah, it was going to be that easy. Just search for a name on Twitter.
Dude, there's been so much stuff going on. Like, Carl had a meltdown, too, over Candy or something. I don't know what happened between them, but he kept acting really strange, going into Flat Earth chats, hangouts, asking to be banned and saying odd stuff.
Yeah, I saw that.
At one point, like, Antonio Subarats was, like, accusing Carl of throwing a pity party. And I was just like, holy shit, dude. Antonio Subarats is accusing you of a pity party. Like, where are you in your life?
Well, he's cropped up a lot this week, hasn't he? And he doesn't seem to have talked about anything apart from Patricia and how awful she is. And, you know, he's sort of doing that whole she's a psychopath thing again, just like he was in, you know, the first few days after it had all gone wrong.
Yeah.
Plus, of course, he's added the classic, she's really a man.
Right. And, of course, he has no evidence to back any of this up. And
he's going like apparently off the shape of her hips.
He always does this, like, he goes into these, like, twisted logic stories whenever he's trying to, like, he has no evidence, and he's just like, well, why would, if Tim's selling weed, why would people come out of state to get the weed? Why wouldn't they get the weed in their own state?
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, I don't know why he wants to pontificate on issues like drugs dealing in America when he doesn't even smoke weed in the UK. Like, why don't you just shut up if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? He just makes himself look stupid on every fucking hangout.
I know, but the thing is, no flat earther ever seems to call him out on any of it. And they do call flat earthers out, don't they, from time to time?
Well, I think flat earthers have called him out, but they get banned and shunned the cult.
I don't think I've ever noticed anyone do it. You know, it's just.
I talked to a girl this week because I think she said she was questioning him on the circle map being bullshit because they pushed the circle map as a way to debunk that we can circumnavigate the globe, right? Because you can circle map, but when like Tim brings up the South Celestial Pole, the circle map is totally easily, you can see it's bullshit because, you know, Australia, South America, and Africa would all look at different stars and they look at the same sky. So debunked right there, but they still sell the fucking map.
I think he's still denying the Southern Celestial Pole, though, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
But yeah, and I noticed he cropped up on You've Been Exposed with David Weiss, and I noticed Arwen was in there a few days as well. It seems to be, you know, like that's the place you go to bully Globers, you know, because that's how it seems to be set up there. I don't think I've seen any of us go in there and come off well, you know what I mean?
They had a 15-year-old in there and they were trying to bully him and he was just wrecking their ass. It was awesome.
Yeah, he did keep that Nia, they call him, don't they?
Yeah.
I think he's too nice to them and he lets them get away with too much.
No, he is too nice to them. And then like if he tries to, like, they're completely disrespecting him and patronizing him the entire time. And if he does it at all, they're all over his ass. Oh, why are you just mocking us?
Yeah.
Because you think the earth is flat. They don't want to argue with us. They just want to call us stupid flat earthers because they can't debate with us. We're so smart.
We know more about their model than they do.
Yeah.
Even though we can't explain how the phases of the fucking moon work.
You always said that. He's like, ball earthers only know one model. Flat earthers know both. Flat earth wins. He used to spam that all the time. Fucking psycho.
Oh, Tim, could you add my other account, please?
I think I did already.
Oh, cool. Have you added some people?
Yeah, I added some of the Troll Team 6.
Cool.
Yeah. Just load me up something to smoke on. See if I can get in a better mood here. I don't know. Should be in a victory mood, but not really.
Oh, I've had a stressful day. I have just unnecessarily stressful.
Yeah, I played some games and made a video and ate some shit. That's about it.
I've done a bit of work on my moon video, but it's been such a distraction this week. I've hardly got anything done. Because it's just been...
Do you use exclusively After Effects?
Yeah, I do. I do tend to, which...
Oh, that's awesome.
It's just with something like this, you know, when you're throwing a lot of graphics on and off screen, it's kind of, you know, ultimately, I think you get a better result than I would if I did it in Premiere.
Yeah, I agree.
Easy to be more accurate, and it's just better set up for that. But I think Premiere normally I would use for, you know, something, you know, if I was doing a lengthy thing like this, you know, because it is, it's about to go over an hour long, so.
Well, I like to animate, obviously, in After Effects, but then bring it over to Premiere to do like more simple things, you know.
Right.
Yeah, they work pretty well together.
Yeah, I mean, you can move graphics about in Premiere, but it's just not as accurate, you know. It's just not as easy to do, I find, to do it as well, and I don't know.
See, at the moment, I'm more used to Premiere, so I feel like it's more easy. But
yeah, well, that used to be the case for me, but I've just had so many years now on After Effects. I just kind of tend to do everything in there.
Nice. Yeah, God, it's an amazing program.
Just
Super
goes
much.
on and on and on, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
have you seen the video Copilot stuff?
No.
It's like a whole series of plugins for After Effects. It's really cool.
Nice.
They've got loads of stuff. They've got like a 3D manipulator now that you can use. It's really good. Can't remember what it's called.
Those are cool. 3D stuff. There's a bunch of obviously a bunch of flat Earth cult meetings right now. So
Yeah, I notice there's a lot going on, isn't there?
yeah, and you can kind of notice that like if there would be only one of them right now, there would be just about the same amount of people in that one. But if there's two, there's still, you know, like IPS and Dell.
Right.
If they're going, like, the chat trolls will be fucking in both of them. And, you know, listen to which one, whatever, you know, tickles their fancy, I guess.
I only caught some of Dell's tonight, but it was all a bit bad-tempered. You know, I don't know if you saw it, but Pissy Pete went in, and Dell told him to get to the point. So nice. Pete took the hump. Said, "Oh, are you bored of me, Dell? Oh, I'll leave it then," and went rage quit.
Nice. God, he's such a muffin-looking dude, isn't he? Just a clown. He makes all conspiracy theorists look bad.
I like the Bruce Lee troll in Dell's. He's like, water is everything.
Oh, you know what I was thinking, dude? We should start making accounts, and you know how he reads those comments? Like I literally, he was reading one today or yesterday or something where I thought that it was a troll, like trolling him to make him think that it was like flat Earth related, but it was really terrible because it was like, you know, like going over his arguments. Oh, that water argument is just so good, and
right.
You know, I think we should do that, man. Just completely flood his fucking comments with a bunch of things that he loves, dude, and then he'll start reading it out, and there's underhanded things in them. It'd be great.
Oh, well, I sent texts in to his phone, and he reads them out. It's great. The first one I sent was I said a large Hawaiian with extra pineapple and garlic bread, please. like I was ordering a pizza.
Nice.
And then tonight we have this thing on called the Eurovision Song Contest. Right, I won't bother trying to explain it to you because you'll never understand it. but anyway, basically, countries around Europe vote for these songs, and you have to give your points. So tonight I sent him a text that said, Sweden 12 points, Ireland 10 points. He just reads it out. He just sits there and reads it out. It's awesome.
Did he read it out, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He actually laughs at it. He seems to find, just find it funny.
Nice. At least he's got some humor left.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. I guess he wouldn't laugh if he knew it's from me. Oh, he probably will do now.
Nice.
We've got 20 people watching.
I know he listens, but the thing about Dell is the whole premise of the show is just an absolute joke. Because the guy already has his presuppositional, like literally inductive arguments or reasoning for why he thinks what he thinks. And there's no evidence, and he calls it proof, but there's no evidence that anybody could bring because it's all been brought before.
Right.
And basically what we have is just denial. So
right
now we have the Denial Dell show that, I mean, even Exposed, man, I'm not going on any of those shows anymore because they're getting like $1,000 in the fucking chat and stuff, dude. Super chat. That's, we're giving them content to deny, and I think we should not even go over there because.
Right. I agree. I've not done it. I listen, but I'm not going on it. There's no point. Twice I've gone on it, and he's just ended it. just started a new one. I mean, I don't know why he does that. Hi, Icy. Do you want to come in?
I added Icy.
Oh, cool.
Yes, yeah, he just did that to me. I barely got to say anything for 5 seconds. It was insane.
Yeah, just so
It's
annoying.
because you came at him wrong, dude. You can't come at him like that. You insulted him to begin with, and then started to try to talk, and it was like, no, you should have tried to talk, addressed his whole, because still, I mean, they've been told even this whole scientific.
No, I did. Did you hear everything I said? Because I was doing that, but he kept interrupting me and shit. So then I was just like, "Fuck it," and I called him ass backwards.
Yep.
Well, he was ass backwards.
He's not though. I mean, he is in a sense, like as far as the objective truth of our reality. But if he's making that kind of money doing this, just having live hangouts, denying people, and agreeing with flat earthers, then shit, man. I mean, maybe he's smart. You know?
Yeah, that's what I was saying to someone last night. Like, I'm an idiot for. Oh, that's what I was saying to Snake Conda yesterday morning. Actually, I was saying, yeah, I'm stupid for trying to tell people the objective reality. I should just sit here and fucking say the Earth is flat and stick my head in the sand and make money. It's stupid for me to do this shit for free.
Hey,
what's funny is the truth isn't sexy. Like, to go watch Jim Panda videos that actually show you more evidence, at least the official story,
Right.
And you go and watch, just like I remember those videos. I don't know who did them, but about the first person in a spacewalk, basically, where they said that the astronaut's head couldn't swivel or whatever.
Right.
And it's just like they do such cursory research, and then they just fucking. And the beauty of it to the whole flat Earth sophism side meme is that they just gish gallop, and if it was like if people were putting out 20-minute videos, then we could put out 20-minute videos of countering or whatever. But if they're gonna do 5-hour shows, 5 of them a day, like there's no way that we can get to all the gish gallop that goes on. So.
Right. Yes, Curved. I always have problems finding you, don't I?
Yeah, me too.
Have we got an email?
Do you know why? Because there's no such thing as curved water.
Oh, Mark will sort it. And pure. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the problem. I mean, when I'm making my videos, I mean, especially with this one that's got to a stupid length. I know there's hardly any danger of any flat earther watching it all. It just isn't. But it makes me happy that it's there, because a lot of the time now, there's been a few occasions, especially with, blue marble type stuff and those sort of arguments. I can just say, well, there's a video on my channel about that. And that really shuts people down quite quickly, because, well, these guys get
very nice. Because a lot of times they come with absolutely no evidence.
Right.
They literally are saying like a Eric Dubé video that they watched like a year and a half ago.
Right.
So yeah, I do find that important. I think that Red's rhetoric, that old chat that happened the other day, yesterday or something, was a clear example of that, where somebody like Spurskimo just has assertions,
right,
and he's got actual evidence that he's taken himself. So
right. And I think, like I say, it's as much for me as it is for the audience, really. I mean, it wouldn't really matter that much if there was no audience at all, as far as I'm concerned. It's just the fact that I feel that I've answered questions and put information there. Do you know what I mean? And I think that gives me some sort of weird satisfaction somehow.
Yeah, and really, I guess the question is, how many people are we actually even talking about in this whole thing? I mean, Sometimes I feel like it feels like it's bigger with the religious people, then you get new people and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I mean, these views on Glowbusters and stuff are still not too crazy. You know, if it was like 100,000, 150,000, I'd be like, damn, dude, this is just going ridiculous.
Right.
But it's still, you know, it's still like 10K, and they have 1,000 watching, and they got trolls that give them views all the time. So yeah, I don't know.
Right. There must be a good proportion of trolls in that 1,000. But I mean,
Yeah,
I guess, I guess if we said 10%, I think that would be quite optimistic on the troll side. So I don't know. So there is probably, I don't know, there is maybe 900 people watching. But if there is, I bet you there isn't many more flat earthers than that.
I honestly think it's like half and half troll to flat earther ratio.
Really?
I believe it. Yeah.
Well, because there's people like me and Gem Panda. I mean, I don't really watch many anymore, but there are people that are debunkers and globers that do watch that show.
Right.
So
I think
there's even that.
a lot of people on this side of the fence do, I think, because, you know, we want to hear the stupid shit that everyone's going to be coming out with for the next week, you know? Because that's one of the main sources of it, isn't it? They're bullshit.
That's the mecca of flat earth fucking word salad Gish Gallop from
Right.
fucking, you know,
You guys
Bob.
must be talking about Globebusters.
Oh,
Yeah, we are, yeah.
I can't watch that show. I'd never have more than, I think I watched it once, like for a minute.
Which is absolutely crazy.
Morgau's the worst.
I didn't watch it.
He's bad, and honestly, the sound of Jeranism's voice and the way he talks and how utter full of fucking shit he is, or whatever, if he believes it, just the way his whole delivery makes me want to fucking smash things.
Yeah,
I can't take it.
I think the thing is with his delivery is that it's always sort of laced. It's with these sort of thinly veiled mockery. You know, he'll say things like, if you want to believe that, well, that's up to you. You know, or you know, he's sort of saying, you know,
it's like passive aggressive condescension, you know,
Yes.
and it's smug at the same time. Like
Right.
he knows better than you, and fuck if you do, you know, fuck you.
Right? Yeah, yeah. And he'll say things like, I mean, he was talking about the distances to stars the other week, and he said, you know, and this nearest star, it's, you know, I don't know, 3 billion light years or 3 million light years away or whatever. I can't remember what it was, but and he says that is a joke, and then moved on to another star and its distance and how that's a joke, and it's like, what? So what was the problem? It was just, you know, you just don't like large numbers, you know. Numbers are believable as long as they're below a certain size. It's, you know, you add too many zeros on the end, and then they just become a joke. You know, it's
yeah, it's
Well,
funny.
no, any number larger than his IQ, Jeremy, he is afraid of.
yeah. And you know, I hear them say, well, Bob will say, and I heard Jibby saying this as well the other day, that oh, if the Earth's moving around the sun, and we should see movement in the stars. And I think, you know, it's, you know, these aren't stupid people. They know that this is a thing. You know, that movement, it can be calculated. We can figure out how, you know, if we know how far we move according to the model, and we know how far the stars are away according to the model, we can calculate how much they should move. So sitting there making the baseless assertion, we should see all this movement, well, you know, why is there no maths? You know what I mean? You should be saying, we should see movement, and here's the calculations I did. Here's the measurements I made. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I don't know. It seems to me they're intelligent enough to realize they're making a totally baseless assertion, but they still make it anyway. Anyway, I'm talking too much. Please.
Nah, you're fine, Jeremy. Shit, that's why a lot of us come here, because you speak intelligently, you have a message, and you know, it's something that a lot of us come to listen to.
I like your accent.
Yeah, it's hot. But the other day when who was it? M dot. Jeremy,
yeah.
before everybody else jumped on M dots and it just turned into a fucking
Yeah.
turned into a blender fest. But while you were on there, I saw you were posting some pictures, right, of how they always pull up the blue marble, and you gave some examples with a globe. You need to link me wherever you gave me that, or let me get that JPEG or whatever the fuck that was, because that was awesome.
Yeah, we'll do that. It's a good one, isn't it? Although they still.
Oh man, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
because it just shows them right there. I mean, they can't deny it. It's like, okay, dude, look, here it is.
Well, on You've Been Exposed, I went on there and I showed them that, and they said, "Oh,
really?
We've seen that. We've debunked that."
Oh, how?
I said, "Oh, I'd like to know how you debunked it." They said, "Oh, they're different globes."
Oh man,
that's like the last thing I expected them to say. I was like, "What?"
They'll do their mental gymnastics are just limitless. Literally, they got to join the fucking Olympics or something, because Special Olympics, of course. But
I'll root that picture out for you.
Well, while you're on Big Dread, the funny thing is, for somebody that's supposed to be a photographer, doesn't know that digital cameras now, each pixel is, basically sewn together to make a complete image.
Right.
I gave an image of the curve to a flat earther the other day, and they said to me, there should be more curve than that.
See, it's always something. It's always something.
Well, flat earthers always had a problem with scale.
Just let me do a quick shout out to the chat, because
go for it.
I must do. There is Isa and Curved and Super Apes. And shout out to Basvic Matt, Termin, Captain Bullshit, of course. Welcome. Jovan, Test, Rebel, aka Yvette, aka the Queen of Troll Team 6, Validation Boy. Ooh, we could get ourselves a proper flat earther, guys. Coming at you, VB. Did someone add VB?
Oh man, he's always wanting to get into panels with me. That guy's got the hots for me, I swear.
Well, the self-proclaimed fucking best flat earther, that can argue. I would love I got one simple question for him. So if he wants to come in and answer this one, I would love to hear this.
Great, I will add him. But be nice to him, because I like.
Oh, I will.
He's always big cool with me, and not many flat earthers are. So we've got to make the most of them.
Oh no, you Jeremy, you've always showed me respect, and I will always have the utmost respect on your panel.
Yeah, I know, you're a good lad. Yeah.
You gotta give him validation. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've sent him a link. I guess I can add him as well, can't I? Now I'm in it. Now I'm in it myself. Anyway, sorry to interrupt, chaps. Please carry on. Sorry.
I heard just now, right before I jumped in, I was listening to Dreads, and then I had to quit out of it. But he said I could make a more realistic picture of Earth than NASA can. And I'm just thinking, if I was on that panel, I'd be like, show me.
Right. Yeah.
Show me that picture. In fact, forget NASA. Let's bring JAXA into it, and I want you to show me a 75 megabyte image. I want you to see you produce that every 10 minutes and make it look better.
Yeah.
A 75 megabyte image. Pump it out, dude. Do it. Let me see it, and then you might have some, credibility with me. Otherwise, you're full of shit, and shut the fuck up.
Actually, it would be a good challenge, wouldn't it, to put to flat earthers just to create an image of the globe. A realistic image of the globe from space. Can you do a better job than NASA?
Yeah, make it flat. I don't give a fuck. Just show me it looking better than NASA.
Yeah. I would like to see. I mean, because it's fairly easy to do, isn't it? I mean, you just just slap a Mercator on a sphere in Max or something like that, and then do a bit of post or whatever on it to make it add some realism. So for someone with a bit of 3D skill, it shouldn't be that difficult. I mean, I don't believe they'd ever make one that looked totally real, but
no, not better than NASA images.
No, no way.
One video that a Glober video, I think Mick West put it out quite a while ago, right? And nobody brings up the stuff that's in that, and that's such a great one. It's the one that's 16 minutes long. I forget if I don't know if everybody remembers that video. It's such a great one. He shows all kinds of different examples, like completely, going against this claim of theirs that Hollywood can put out these graphics. Well, he shows Gemini footage, and Apollo footage of going around the moon and the Earth, and showing the shuttle footage and stuff like that.
Right.
The stuff is done in the 60s, and so he jumps ahead, to like Star Wars voted, got an Academy Award for special effects in '79.
Right.
This stuff was done 16 years earlier, and it looks real. And Star Wars looks like a fucking joke compared to it. It's fake. And
right.
then they show another one from like 80 something, Moonraker, and how ridiculously stupid it looks,
right,
compared to real footage that's done in the 60s.
It just never ever. I mean, I've heard. I mean, Cathexis, I used to sort of grill him on this, and he said kind of essentially almost what you've just said, in that when he sees the NASA footage, that's how he thinks of it. The way you've just described these sort of older movies, but I just don't see that. I just don't. It's the nature of the footage rather than the actual quality of it. It's the fact that it all comes from one camera usually, or one position. It's we never see this in a movie.
You'd think with all the footage that's out there, if they're going to fake it, wouldn't they show something spectacular and not just some one little kind of limited frame or something like that? If they were trying to fake it and they were going to do it, they'd do it in a grandiose way that would be so convincing.
Right, I think so. And I think that also the spacecraft themselves, everyone goes on about the homeless tweakers shelter or whatever of the lunar module. But, if you look at sort of artist concepts of spacecraft at that time, they don't look anything like the lunar module.
Nope.
The lunar module didn't even look like the lunar module in its planning stage,
It looks like something practical and functional.
Right.
Everything on it is necessary to be on it, nothing more.
The original design had sort of like a big glass dome that they were like a front, sort of a dome, like a helicopter almost.
Sure, and then the engineers get a hold of it and they're like, yeah, that's not going to fly.
Yeah, because to get, obviously you have to have very, very thick glass for the pressure, and the weight would be crazy. So they ended up with two little triangular windows and no seats because they needed to stand close to them, So yeah,
also,
I think if they were making it up, they would have
right?
just made it look nicer,
Mm-hmm. But I think, to counter something like what Cathexis said to that I'm assuming he said that, all the NASA footage from back then just looks like a joke.
Right.
Well, I would ask him, I would want to watch a video with him and say, what jumps out at you right now about this that looks unreal?
Right.
Like, look at it objectively, because we're
doing, and that was all he could come up with. Well, I get this feeling like you get when you watch these old movies,
all about their feelings. Like, seriously, we are hardwired to pick up visually bullshit, right? We spot bullshit. If somebody's like has tries a dumb prosthetic on their nose, we can spot it from hella far away.
Right. Or even a dodgy wig or anything.
Yeah, it jumps out at the brain, I mean, your mind's like, whoa, that's wrong. You spot it instantly, right? So what is it in those videos that's jumping out at you? Point it out to me. Let me see,
Right. sometimes they'll go for the they'll say, I come across this a lot. Dredd does this. Oh, well, I'm a Photoshop expert. They sort of invoke Photoshop superpowers. I know Photoshop, so I'm seeing something that you can't. Even though I've worked with Photoshop for about 30 years or something. Maybe 20. It's a long time anyway.
Yeah, what up, guys?
Hey, awesome, man.
Nice. What's good, Jim?
I'm good, thank you, mate.
Nice. Yeah, just had my dinner, so I'm about ready to sit down. Jim's dinner party. I love these. I always imagined you would have like the best, like you could like sit down, like even though you hate like like certain flat earthers, like they'd come to your house and you're like, here, put this on.
The idea
you're
of
kind of like a jacket,
like
you have like a jacket and a tie that you're like, yeah, no, it's okay. There's here.
When you said put this on, I imagined a clown suit, but that's just
well, no, well, maybe for you, I don't know.
What up, brother?
The idea of the dinner party was that people would, I had this idea sort of many months ago that people would be respectful, and if they behaved as if they'd been invited to a dinner party,
silly Jim.
Because even if you at a dinner party, you might get in a conversation with someone you don't agree with, and you might express, differing opinions.
Yep.
But you would keep it on a level where you didn't sort of fall out with them. Do you know what I mean? It
Yes,
was,
yes.
Polite dinner conversation.
Well, no,
but I kind of gave up on that idea because shouting and swearing at people is more entertaining.
Well, also too, when you get, most definitely, I think though, when you get into someone's presence, there's a certain different element of respect. You're sharing a bottle of wine or whatever the case may be, because and you also have other things to talk about. You know what I mean? It could be like, you can kind of diverge, but here, yeah, good luck. Yeah, I started thinking, yeah, we got to carry it outside. Gems after the dinner party's been disrupted. Out to the streets.
Yeah, I agree. I think a real life kind of scenario, two guys, just chopping it up. They're like, okay, let's take a look at this shit. I think it'd get a lot farther than anything ever. When you got the power of a mighty keyboard in front of you.
Right.
Well, yeah, definitely. It changes, like, especially like when you find yourself outside, like actually looking at the stars with somebody. You can kind of like it puts a little bit of reverence to the conversation, I think.
Yeah.
As opposed to like being just online, talking smack.
Who wants to MMA fight me?
I don't think anyone does, P. No one wants to touch you, bro.
Will there be baby oil involved?
They have good discernment, Isa.
Yes, I'm sure you're a master of something.
I stuck that webpage with all it's got that photo on and a load of others actually. It's a Metabunk
I see
thread.
I see it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll stick it in the YouTube chat as well, just in case anyone wants to look. Look at why North America is big. Good.
It's a good thing that that showed the United States, because it's pretty much the most important country. Everybody knows that. So
yeah,
atmospheric lensing, Jim.
Yeah, they put a Fresnel lens in between the camera and the globe. So
yes. It was particularly humid that day. So, hey, real quick, if I could, Isa, what I wanted to talk to you for was last time we were here, we were talking about you taking some pictures of the moon so that you could, as a way to measure it. Again, if you were ever able to do that, and what did you find out if you did?
I've yet to do it. I've yet to have the time, because I really would want to spend. I'm going to need the night really to do it. Try to capture it from. So I just haven't had that allotted time yet. But plus, also I find that where I was just going to say where I've been, it's kind of a lot of obstruction, like trees and this, that, the other thing. So I'm trying to figure that out actually. But yeah, man, I'm totally looking into that.
Well, another quick thing you can do without going through all the formalities with the camera and all that, just to get a good idea, take your arm out, hold it, extend it out, hold up your thumb, block the moon with your thumb, compare the size of the moon to your thumb when it's down near the horizon versus when it's way up high in the sky. I've done that on occasion myself, just because I was struck by how large the freaking moon looked on the horizon. I just stick my thumb out there and, bam, there it is. The same size compared to my thumbs extended like that as it is when it's way up high in the sky looking all small. So I'd encourage you to do that. It would be good information for you to have, and something for you to consider when it comes to do things really get smaller and larger as they move away and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's interesting too, because we're kind of I feel like as a flat earther, right? It's like everyone pigeonholes that map with the moon and the sun circling around it. They kind of like everyone's trying to make that point, right? Usually, like out here when it comes to angular diameter, all this kind of conversation. And I'm still trying to make that point, like to a certain, to look at it to see what's up. But I don't know, I'm at that stage where I'm willing to say I just don't even know right now. I don't know what because there's so many implications, but they're out in very eccentric theories that don't make sense in regards to without proof. So that's actually something I'm looking to do, man. Is the angular diameter test. So
that's
I appreciate
cool.
that. Yeah.
And then the looking at that model, which some form of that is going to have to occur for the flat Earth to be represented. Right. You basically have to have the sun and moon up overhead somehow, circling above like that. And there's plenty of things available to you, to observe throughout the course of the day yourself, and compare to different times of the year when the latitude of the sun is vastly different, when it should be much larger than it is, say, 6 months earlier when it's close to you, like solstice to solstice at some solar noon. These things, the flat Earth model would absolutely require these kinds of things. And without an explanation for that, I would question why anybody would want to hang on to it. And then, of course, I could go on and on with equinox and straight line path of the sun over the equator. How would you possibly see that on a circular, modeled Earth like that with the sun hovering up above?
Well, it's kind of weird.
All kinds of angular measurements you can take too that you just can't add up to a flat Earth.
Well, it's interesting because I don't rule out anything at this point, but I've tended to think of the sun and the moon almost like trying to measure them or trying to pinpoint them is almost like trying to catch a fish with your bare hands in the water. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of like there's some kind of a disconnect between being able to get the thing and where you're looking at, like where it looks versus where it is. I feel like there's some kind of play like that with the nature of atmosphere, possibly the whatever is the separating the alleged vacuum from the Earth or the pressure system here, like whatever that is, maybe is creating an effect. I don't know.
Well, Issa, don't forget that the sky is intangible, and no one's ever touched any of those objects, so we don't even know what they're comprised of. So we can't really even use any of them to judge anything about the surface that we're actually on. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, we can.
Yep.
He's proud of himself for saying that too.
No, but it's true though. We haven't. It's like when somebody tries to tell me that they can tell me the density of a star. It's like
we're not getting to that level though.
Well,
this is pretty simple math
and
and geometry.
In here, no. In here, and I'm not going to go there and disrupt this conversation by taking it there. What I'm just saying to confirm what VB's saying, we can't touch this stuff, but we can measure it with our equipment, and that's what we're talking about. So I appreciate that.
We can bounce a laser off of that intangible quote unquote moon.
I heard about that. I think it was Grimm was talking to me about that. He did that with like a radar or something. But I gotta say, it just seems seems like it's asking too much of me to believe that we could shoot a radar up without especially if the moon is a sphere, let's say like it's proposed, then wouldn't that that ray or whatever it is would be shot off in another direction? It'd be almost impossible to get a reading back.
Well, the laser beam, by the time it hits the moon is, at last I remember, it was something around 7 miles wide in diameter. That's more than large enough to catch that retroreflector and have enough photons reflected back.
Right, but do you think that could be done with radar, like in your own
right now I'm discussing laser.
Oh, forgive me.
They do. You can see it done on MythBusters, for example.
Oh, come on! So a 7 mile wide laser.
Hold on, couldn't you see also this curve? I just want to propose this real quick. Is the idea of what if instead of all that though, let's say this is something to the flat Earth notion? Is the idea that let's say if there was something like a firmament or something where you're really just shooting up and catching whatever's coming back down that thing.
Well, why would the distance read differently at different times of the year, like to the moon, as the moon changes in its orbit and all?
It could be maybe a different way that
2.5 seconds to come back.
Maybe the firmament is shaped differently and it moves. I'm just saying, that's an alternative option. Is all I'm saying. It's just I'm not trying to go down that that's what I believe, but
right. But is it an alternative option? Is it a viable alternative? And when I hear a bunch of maybes and mights and things like that, and I'm not trying to be a jerk when I say that, but I hear a lot of this is just it almost sounds like desperation.
Well, it gets back. How about this? It gets back to what VB said, though. We can't touch these things. That's the thing we can't.
You can't touch what?
We kind of just did.
Well, I'm saying we can say that we did.
You can't see through the moon.
Right. Well, it's not that.
Light
I'm not
reflects
proposing
off
that.
the moon.
I'm not.
And the laser does reflect off of the retroreflector and come back to the observatory where the laser was fired from. And it does detect the photons that were fired.
Can I show you a couple of quick images of what that readout looks like? Because it's quite interesting to see. Hold on a minute. Let me.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, Jem. Much love, brother.
No worries. Thank you for coming, mate. I'm trying to make this thing work.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was out the way.
Welcome, Spurs.
Jeremy Oyster. Pure cyanide validation boy. How's it going?
Yo.
Good to see you, man.
Yo.
Yo, Curved Water. That's the best flat Earth troll name I've ever heard in my life. It's Curved
I'm not
Water.
particularly fond of flat water myself.
I love it.
I did that wrong.
Dude, it's so funny to me. I was looking at you in chat earlier, and it just kind of really hit home how awesome it is. Curved Water, it's such a trigger.
Well, truth triggers sometimes, I guess.
It's so funny to me, dude.
Anyway, can you guys see this? I hope.
Yes.
That's fake.
That
Okay,
laser doesn't
so
look
on
like
the left here, this is a retro reflector on the moon, and it's basically
Oh hell no!
in here. Hold on. In here are a load of prisms, basically, that reflect the light back in a given direction, so that it reflects the maximum light as it hits it. That's obviously a laser pointing at the moon. But this, I think, is quite revealing. This is what you get back from it. So here, you could see this area here. This is what the photons look like when they're just reflected off the lunar surface. And then here, they get a whole load of them all back within a very close time to each other. And that,
they say they do. Say they do.
And that well, hold on, let me get to that. And that shows them that they're hitting something small and highly reflective, which is
what agency? What agency?
Right. Well, that's the thing. These laser range finding tests are done all over the world by a number of different observatories. The Chinese do it. The Russians do it. Quite interestingly, let me show you this. This is Lunar Card 1, it's got, that's a solar panel, but this has got a retro reflector on it, and it went missing. They lost it, and then this was rediscovered on this is from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and they rediscovered it, and they managed to get one of the clearest return signals, like we've just seen, from this thing that was had been missing since the early 70s.
Reminds me like live from New York. It's Saturday night.
Yeah. Well, no, all they're doing is getting that, that similar feedback to that graph I just showed you. But I think the fact that, it's even clear for us to see as laymen. And I think the fact that these experiments are done, in a number of different places and have been for decades. So by now must have been performed by thousands of people.
Flat water over here was saying a minute ago that the laser is 7 miles wide. I've never seen a 7 mile wide laser.
Well, it's 7 miles wide by the time it hits the moon. As a light beam gets further away, it gets wider and wider. So as you've just seen,
is that true for lasers too?
It starts off like you imagine a very big laser might be. But by the time it hits the moon, nearly 250,000 miles away, that by the time it hits there, then it's I think I heard 6 kilometers, but 7 miles, whatever. It's similar enough distance. It's a big beam that hits the moon.
Okay, so with the amount of speed that the Earth is traveling at and the amount of speed that the moon is supposed to be traveling at on a regular basis, that means that their window of opportunity for reflection is like millionths of a second then, right?
Well, I mean, those returns that you get are going to be in, I don't know whether it's millionths of a second, but it's certainly going to be in very short time frames like that. And that readout that I showed you there was probably over I'm not sure how long, but I imagine a very, very short space of time, a few seconds, I'd have thought, or something like that.
I didn't think lasers...
They wouldn't keep aimed at it for very long, But having said that, it is 6 kilometers wide, so it's going to be there a little while.
You didn't think lasers what?
I didn't think lasers expanded out like that.
Yeah, it's called divergence.
Yeah, they do. You could see. I used to operate a laser in a nightclub. You could see that there, really.
Right. If a laser's spreading out that far, hitting that little signal, and then sending stuff back, doesn't that? It just seems a little preposterous that you would get a reading like that you showed.
We would have to get a reading. We would have to get our reading back.
The beam from the laser from the Earth to the moon, full return trip happens in 0.372 seconds.
Right.
Okay, so the receiver that they receive this back is not at the same place that they're sending the signal from, then, obviously, because there is motion, there is time passing, right?
With 6 kilometers divergent, or what do you call it when the laser beam spreads out?
Divergence.
Divergence. Okay, so 6 kilometers divergence one way. We got 12 kilometers on the return trip. Well,
no, check it out. That's impossible, man.
In 0.372 seconds, I don't think either of the two are going to move out of a 12-kilometer kind of reception zone. You know what I'm saying?
Check this out.
Where does that math come from, son?
My calculator right now.
That's not right.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, because you'd think the beam coming back is probably only coming off maybe one of those lenses or something like that, or maybe a few of them.
You're going to almost 500,000 miles.
Yeah,
I put 186,000 miles per second.
Right.
500,000 miles.
Plus, if there's alleged curvature. If there's alleged curvature of the Earth and alleged curvature of the Moon, the distances are also going to exponentiate too.
That's like nothing. And remember, these are done from observatories where they have telescopes that are set up to deal with the rotation of the Earth and things like that. So,
and Invalidation Boy, if you have any math to support what you just dirt, by all means, please display it.
No, I'm just going off basic logic. You're the one shooting out theoretical numbers on pieces of paper that don't actually match up to reality.
All right. So, what is the laser? What is the laser?
How did that fall out of his ass?
You want to go there, bro?
You've already gone there.
Anyway, so
talking about theoretical numbers on pieces of paper and not reality.
What is the laser, and what is the laser?
We're talking about
any laser, or is it a particular laser?
No.
That has a particular divergence.
No, I think you just need a powerful
Just
laser.
your standard laser.
Yeah,
just a bog standard laser you can get off the shelf. You know,
Jim got his from the package down the block. He's fucking.
Yeah, you can get them at the 99-cent store.
Right?
Well,
It's
I
not going
operate
to be
a
what
100 watt
Jism uses
palm laser.
to
It's quite a big
make up.
thing.
And what light is it? Are they using? Is it visible light?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lasers are visible light.
Okay.
Right, but wouldn't there be diffraction in that one little proton that finally hits that little receptor and gets sent back?
Isn't it?
Like, how's that little proton gonna make that trip and not like diverge into like nothing?
It does. That was the scattering all over the
I know, but it's like
all the
look,
fuzz that you saw all over that image.
your reading, right? But your reading would implicate that there was like multiple protons. That thing, like, how big is your receptor again?
Not protons, first of all.
Photons.
Well, photons. Forgive me, guys. What's the how big is the receptor that's on the moon? I mean, it just sounds ludicrous. Think about it, guys.
I think there's several.
Right, but it's only catching one.
Well, how big does
are
it?
they?
How big does the thing need to be? How big is a photon? Photons are awfully small, so if you had something really small, it's still
No,
got a
but
chance
but
to
you're talking about
reflect a photon.
right, but you're talking about a 7-mile divergence. You're talking about like a thin layer of the photons that are getting there, and then you're saying that a thin layer coming back is going to get read the way that you're
That's what I was going to go on. I was going to go on. How intense is that beam on the way back? How intense is that beam?
gotta
And do
diverge.
lasers,
Much
do lasers,
less intense, but it
dissipate
doesn't
the
mean
same-
that it doesn't come back because we've got the measurements.
So what's the difference between a light bulb in my house and a laser beam? And the light
got
that's
big-
on
they got
the
big
difference
difference.
between
Big
the light?
difference.
They got
Big
different
Okay, so
footprints, too,
so lasers can shoot out, and the intensity would have to get thinned out, wouldn't it? It would have to get
Oh my
really
God.
thinned out by the time it was going 6 there and then 12 back, right? Or is there an intensity discrepancy here of the light or not?
Yeah, of course.
Is there a photon
Jim, my
amount
experiment's going to have
discrepancy or
to
not?
wait.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna be able to hold it together right now to try my new approach. Validation boy, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the intensity of the amount of photons that are contained in that beam that is returned.
Okay, do you understand
so
what
fucking
any of
hard
that
to
even
understand?
means to begin with? Of course, a laser's more fucking intense than a goddamn light bulb.
Yeah, okay,
The
yeah, it
fuck
can
is wrong
dissipate
with
out
you?
and diverge out. So it can diverge out, right?
It's fucking focused. It's collimated.
But it
does not
diverges,
work
right?
like light from a light bulb going out all over in 360 degrees. Of course. What's your
But
point?
it still diverges by the time it hits the moon. It has 7
Of course
miles.
it does. That's
right?
why it's 7 miles wide or so,
Okay.
6 kilometers,
no-
whatever it is.
No beam intensity is lost in that divergence.
We're not trying to melt a hole through the fucking moon. We're just trying to
No,
get
I'm
a
talking about
reflection.
getting a reading. The amount of matter that's being sent. That
He's
light
got
that's
you,
being sent,
Curve.
that
That's
energy
why you're
that's-
getting aggressive.
Oh, fuck yourself, Spurs.
It's true.
Goddamn
I'm
moronic
right.
retard.
I'm sure.
Now-
I've no doubt the equipment
Nowadays-
involved is extremely sensitive.
You can't answer the question, Flatwater. You can't answer the question, Flatwater.
You don't need its intensity, fat boy, to get a reflection. You don't even need to fucking see it. It doesn't even have to be visible at that point.
Right.
Now,
And they,
say my name
I thought
correctly.
lasers were light that were visible.
How does that work?
They are.
They don't
It doesn't
necessarily
mean
need
that
to be.
it's going- Jesus Christ. Do you think that the people on the ISS could see a little dollar store laser light from the Earth?
well, Jaren did.
Well, no.
No, that was
sure.
fake footage, man. That's fake.
The test that they did from Texas,
We
where
want
they were
we want
shining
Jim on our side.
spotlights and I don't remember the wattage of the laser, but they were able to see the laser.
All right.
It wasn't
All right, so-
like burning holes in their eyes or anything, or blinding them like it would maybe an airline pilot that was, only a few miles away as opposed to 250 miles or more away.
How do you decide that you can trust the readings when they're so diverged out, they're so thinned out by the time they
Why
get
don't
all the
you
way back here?
fucking debunk it? Come back.
I just
with some
did.
facts
I just
instead of-
did.
no, you
Wait,
have
what?
nothing but
Ooh, how about
incredulity.
this one though? How about this one curved? What about this? How could they tell the difference between that and moonlight photons?
I don't
Well,
know the
it's
answer
called
to
a-
that question. There are signatures involved.
I can tell you. One is that, as we saw in that graph, we know that it's hit something highly reflective because of the concentration of the photons, but also because it's basically because it's a green laser and they're detecting a green wavelength coming back.
Yeah.
And it's not cold. It's not cold light either.
Isa, I could make a simple like electronic device, like a circuit, a fucking nothing complicated, to flip on a LED when a green laser and only a green laser hits it. It's really not that complicated.
Right. I know. I understand. I'm just. It just sounds. It's just hard to believe that they got a thing on the moon that they're hitting.
It's not hard. It's just very skeptical. One's very skeptical.
Look at this. How about this?
Yeah, I can understand skepticism, but like like I'm telling you, I can buy the shit at Radio Shack and detect green alone or red alone if I wanted it to. I just tweak the fucking resistors.
Check this out though. Why is the reflector for whatever that signal is? It looks like it's like facing like a 90-degree, like it's like facing the horizon, right? Why would that be facing the horizon and not 90 degrees away from the moon's surface?
Well, because we're pointing the laser at that surface, aren't we?
I know, but if you were going to try to hit that, and then it would be like you would have to have the reflector facing the like capturing whatever was 90 degrees above it, or you know what I mean? So whatever was above it is what it would be trying to capture, and that picture you showed me earlier, it looked like it was facing in the direction of the horizon.
No, let me show you.
If it's in a tidal lock, then there would have ever been only one position to put it in, right?
Let me show you again. Hold on.
I wonder if they thought about that when they placed it.
Yeah. Right, so I mean, this is the reflective surface. Let me just. I need to give mods really. Hang on, I'm going to just stop sharing. I keep sharing the bloody link. Hang on. Oh, I can't do it, can I? Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, guys. I'm being a knob. I'll just do it the hard way.
So are we questioning whether lasers work?
No, we're not questioning that. We're questioning why they positioned the thing to capture the laser light, not 90
reflector.
Or reflect. Forgive me. Yes, thank you. The reflector at 90 degrees above the moon's surface when it would be in a tidal lock, so there would be no real reason to put it anything but 90, especially if you were trying to capture the moment when the light got there and it was.
So are you saying that this should be like this?
Oh, let me see the picture. Where are you at? Hold on.
This is a reflective surface.
Right. You see the
and in relation to this picture, Earth is say there.
Okay. Let me. Okay, gotcha. I was looking at it as though it was. I can't see it maybe good enough. I'm on my phone. It just looked like it looked like no. It's all good. It looked like it was facing the horizon to me, but maybe I'm looking at it. I was looking at it wrong.
Anyway, let me show Spurs this. I don't know. Have you seen this Matrix Decode video of the ship going over the horizon? Anyone?
Recently? Or?
I haven't.
Yeah. Sorry.
I get to see it now.
Right. Let me show you this then. Let me just find the bloody thing. Won't be a second. Sorry about. Yeah, here we are. Right, because it's a great ship over the horizon video.
Is this in reference to my absolute annihilation of Red yesterday? With the
that'd be it. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure if the absolute annihilation is a good way to.
Well, yeah, let's try again. Because I think everybody understood the whole horizon point with that episode yesterday.
Everybody.
How does anybody take you seriously, Spurs? Anybody take you seriously? Like seriously.
Well, here's some details about what we're about to see. Here is a ship. And we get a very nice, clear image on this one, and there doesn't seem to be really any.
How do we know that's not a projection?
How did we get from lasers to the moon to boats?
Well, I
on
kind
the
of felt we'd
horizon?
done that one to death. I thought we'd probably.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was
I
one.
was anxious to
first.
show
Okay.
this to Spurs. Look, he's showing the waves. Look, moderate waves. He's saying.
Fuck Spurs.
Right, so
It
we
was
see
just
the
a
ship now, don't we?
deflection.
And basically, we watched this ship for an amount. Oh, just let me see what the next title is. Hang on.
It's a nice boat, by the way. That's a nice boat. Whoever owns that boat, that's a nice boat. Very nice.
Clear horizon with no mirage. He's saying.
I think we're going to need to call the Coast Guard here pretty soon.
Now then,
This
let's
is-
just. I
this
mean,
gets
basically, he zooms in and out a few times, but he essentially stays on the ship. So let me just move on a little bit.
Oh, it's sinking.
Oh yeah, so this is a flat earther, right? So is he
Yes,
trying to
Matrix Decode made this.
So hold on. What's the issue? What's the problem? What are you showing us? Why are you
I'm
showing
showing
us?
you a
And what
ship going beyond the horizons.
Wait a minute. Where's that boat going?
You see
What's
how
going
this
on?
one is much higher than this one?
Why is that boat shifting to the left? What's going on?
What are your thoughts, Spurs? Oh, look, it's gone even further.
Did this guy rebel against flat Earth or what?
It's
No,
sinking.
it's atmospheric conditioning, man. In my
He
opinion.
Atmospheric
thinks he has
sinking.
an explanation
Yeah.
for it.
Atmospheric
What?
curvature.
How come
Yeah.
nothing else about it changes? Except that it disappears from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Because-
Absolutely
It's-
nothing else changes.
Atmospheric Titanic, I think you call it.
Well, no, actually, I
It's one of
caught
the-
some of this. I've shown my footage on this repeatedly, but there's like before and after the fact. Like,
What
I
does
mean-
that even mean, though?
Well,
Anyway,
no,
let
what
me
I'm
just
saying
shoot
is-
to the end
okay,
and show you his conclusion, which I think is quite interesting.
My bad.
And he said, oh, sorry, Kurt. He said, the container ship disappeared behind the horizon. At 5 feet camera height, visibility was very good with minimal haze or distortion. The horizon was clear with no inferior mirage. Fishing boats appeared to be higher than the distant ship. Light refraction might be an explanation. However, various elements of this observational experiment do appear to be consistent with the Earth's curvature.
Matrix Decode said that?
no shit.
Yeah, Matrix Decode said that. I smell a fence jumper, guys.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, if the thing is that you can't, I always bring it back to this. I actually brought this up last night. If you're out on the deep seas, even like if you're out on the deep seas, like I don't know if you guys have been out there, but it's like it looks like it's a curve, like it really does, because it just feels that way.
I didn't present that.
All right,
But at
Jem,
the same
go
time,
back again to the
if
beginning.
you could,
I
well,
wasn't
hold on,
looking.
hold on.
I'm going to
If
give a
you
few
can't
mods out.
But I'm gonna bring it back home real quick. If you can't see the curve at 100,000 feet, there's no curve.
Well, you realize you're talking about two completely different things there.
Well,
I mean, standing there like on a boat or on the beach and looking out straight ahead at the horizon, at the water, that is a different thing than what you're trying to see when you're looking down at the horizon from a height like what you're talking about. What you just saw of the curvature and what it does to the bottom of the boat, how it is
Well,
lower.
I have an alternative explanation for that.
Well, is it a good one?
I mean, I have footage of an example of it happening as it happened, as it disappears a boat right behind
Okay,
it.
so
That's all I'm saying. It keeps me from buying.
Jem, show us the video again. I wasn't really looking at it. I'm paying attention now.
All right. At some point, do you have this anomalous footage available for us to?
Yes, I do. Actually, maybe Jem could show it.
Okay.
Yeah, we could show
All
it.
right.
I'll do this because I forgot to present last time anyway, so it's probably better if I do it again.
And tell us what the issue is and all these things.
Right. Shit, I'm trying to play the video from inside the Hangout now. I'm a confused old man.
I was
Right.
gonna say you sounded gone.
So here's our ship. Look, we're right at the start. I think this filming takes place over about half an hour or something like that. It's not that long.
Can Spurs point out the mirrored reflection line that he so fervently worships?
Oh yes, I did see that.
Yeah,
bit.
but hold on.
Oh,
I
I can
don't
point that
know
out.
what you're saying the issue is. This looks like it's supporting flat Earth to me. So what's the problem?
Why does it?
your mirrored reflection layer is not like something that's in every picture. Can you point it at in this photograph, please, or in this frame? Reflection layer. Without that, what else do you have to derp about?
Right, I'm going to move it on a little bit then. Let's see. So we're zooming in again, look. Notice how as you zoom in, you don't see more of it as you guys claim you should.
That's freaky.
Okay. So
hang on, let's get a bit further. Let me just get back in close. You see now?
Yeah.
We can
Final nail in the coffin, guys. Final nail in the coffin.
Hardly, gentlemen. Hardly.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
that
bring it
Vlad is
back, man.
lovely.
Bring it back.
look.
Bring it back.
Yeah, you can't
I
bring
think-
any of it back.
Bring it back, baby. Fuck.
The
So what do
wake-
you say first? Look how high this boat is compared with this boat. Why is this boat apparently a submarine now? Why is that happening?
So did you what you
So
obviously
shit.
you watched? Yes. Did you see when we did the warehouse experiment?
Forget the
Did
warehouse
you see
experiments.
this
Answer the
video?
question here.
I'm
yeah,
saying.
what are we seeing here? Let's not talk about paint can lids.
Well, the problem.
I booed him, Jeremy. But
The
that's
problem
me.
is again on this video is the true horizon line. That video it illustrated that. That video
So
illustrated.
where is it?
yeah.
Where is the true and the false horizon line here then?
Good question. It'd be different for everybody.
Well, it won't.
Oh,
'cause
that's
it's one
that.
piece
Stop
of
it, Spurs.
It wouldn't be different.
How will it be different?
Because
Stop.
where we
From
see
different
the
perspectives, different points.
Are you talking about different elevation?
because where we see the dark blue waters, this could be your.
It could be a wave swell. It could be a wave swell too.
No, if you'd have watched,
He's
the,
gonna
if
get
you'd have
Last
watched,
for
the,
how long? How long? In the same place?
No, it's coming from far away, a large wave swell, and it's slowly making its way, and therefore it's visually
But
appearing.
what do you mean? Wait, it could be.
I don't understand. Did you ask me the question in the hope that I didn't have an answer? So you're going to talk over the
Yes.
answer.
Yes. Well, validation.
I'm sorry.
Trying to talk
You
over
thought
you.
this was there. You thought we've cracked it. We've got it. But we have the answer. We've done
I'll tell you-
experiments.
I'll
Well,
tell you another.
sure.
I'll tell you another answer too. This boat that you're seeing, it's
Wait,
not
how can you have
curving
another?
away. It's not leaning away, is it? It's
How
just
can you-
lower right now.
Oh
How
my
can you-
God.
It's not
That's
leaning
my
away.
favorite.
Come on,
How can
dude.
you have
How much should it
another
lean
answer?
away? How much
Wait,
should
there's
it
only-
lean away? Mathematically invalid, boy. How much should it lean away?
What
I
answer
was just
could
gonna
it
say
be? There
invalid
can only
boy.
be one answer. What answer could it be? We don't know. It could be a swell. I mean, it could be.
Go check out. Hey, there's plenty of good.
looks
There's
like
plenty
it.
of awesome video
It
of
looks
like
like
big
it,
waves going out. There's awesome video of like the 2013 tsunami.
Hey,
where you
curved.
can
It also
see
feels like it as well.
where you can
It does.
see a
Hey, yo,
tsunami
guys,
wave
you
coming.
know what's cool though? Hey, yo, you know what's cool is that the flat Earth at least isn't getting took for $52 million a day over this idea.
Wah.
Uh-oh. You
That's
know,
the thing. Is
I don't know.
like,
Now you've
hold
been
on, listen.
exposed as
I don't know.
moving an IPS. I mean, it
Well, they're
won't be
going
long
after-
before this $52 million a day.
but
No,
I
no,
see,
well,
you know what's
listen,
really
You just need a
infuriating
few
about
thousand
that?
more
seriously
viewers.
though, think about it. Think
I mean,
about
how
it. We
many
don't have
how
that.
many
We don't have that.
$140 maps does ODD have to sell?
Well,
But
Yeah,
I
would any of them be complaining if they were getting $52 million a
Well,
day?
no, that's not my point. Is that this is like, look, it's like we can be like, oh, and make jokes and all this, but really, you guys are getting took for
And because
52 like for
it's
this idea.
Prove that I'm
It's
getting
proof
took
that-
is what I'd
that
say.
apparently, check it out though, but it's an
Jeremy,
idea
sorry,
that apparently.
post that link.
But
Post-
wait,
Perfect.
Isa,
Before
we
Isa,
Wait,
if
go on.
if
Post that link, Jeremy, in the side for me quickly. Yeah.
Can I
Yeah,
speak?
blah, blah, blah.
Can I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Isa, if we went along with this kind of questioning and rejection of certain things that we find and observe, then you wouldn't even be arguing that position because you wouldn't even know what a fucking black hole is. You wouldn't know what a laser is. You wouldn't even know these things. It wouldn't even be in your vocabulary. So
Well, I'll tell you, how about this? How
having that kind
is
of
a black? Hold on. Can you explain to me how?
okay, well, you
knowing
can't
about
even
a-
answer
hold
that.
on,
You
hold
can't
on,
even
one
ask that
second.
question because you don't know what a black
Listen,
hole is.
brother. Can you
Okay.
explain how knowing what a black hole is has benefited or whatever done anything for my life?
Well, you're a musician, so probably no.
What's a black hole ever done for anyone?
Nothing.
Dude? What's knowing about it ever done for anyone?
What do you mean? We don't know
Tell
what
that to
happens.
Soundgarden.
What has it ever done for anyone? What good for humanity
That's-
has it ever done
okay, so-
knowing about black
so-
holes?
So by asking that question,
Other than put money in the pockets of people that want you to believe in black holes,
okay,
right?
so then you ask me what it's done for you. What would you expect a black hole to do for you?
You're the one making it sound like it benefited humanity, right? You're the one that said it's like,
no,
I wouldn't know about
at least
black
we
holes.
know about it.
And what good has it done? All you're
It's
doing
been
is getting
here. I can answer that. It's benefited.
You're just getting took for every day that you believe in, like something that is like dude. If I could sell you, if they sold you black holes, then I could sell you Coriolis.
Is this question so important that it can only be asked and it cannot be answered? How long are you going to continue to ask?
What is Coriolis?
What about if there was no answer?
What is
there was no answer?
Why don't you listen?
I can tell you what.
I've heard the answers. I've heard some of them, and I'm looking into
People are trying to answer you right now, Isa. Please let someone.
Black holes sound silly, dude. They sound like
okay.
You sound silly. Isa, let the others get in.
You know what it's benefited? It's benefited people that want to know about the universe in which they live in. That's what it's benefited.
Right.
Really? Why by giving them a confirmation bias?
I said though, what choice do we have? Can we? Is it possible for humanity to make the decision not to try and increase our knowledge of the universe? How could we make that decision?
No. I am all for trying to understand it. My point is, it's when we try to explain it like we could. I was kind of talking about it last night. It's like how long is a piece of string? You know, it's just like that. That question.
The thing is that there's people that can.
How long is it?
Guys,
string theory has been abandoned now. But
how long is that string?
I'm willing to learn.
Let me grab a tape measure. I'll measure it.
I'm willing to learn I'm willing to learn the opposing model.
No, we can't measure a piece of string. We can only observe it.
But it seems like you're saying if we don't know everything about something, then anything we do know is invalid, and I don't think that's true. I think that we're on a course of discovery, and that will involve us not knowing some stuff constantly.
Yes.
Well, Isa, do you feel cheated knowing that, according to Hillbilly, that if NASA were closed down for a week, that $312 million could be used to give $1 million to each and every individual in the United States?
I don't agree with those notions.
Doesn't that burn your ass?
I don't agree
$1 million
with those notions.
a
I don't
person.
think that.
Can you believe that?
Look. I don't go down that line of questioning with it. I look at it like, I don't doubt that they're learning a lot and they're doing great. You know, that there are high men of science achieving great things.
Jokes are never as funny when you have to explain them. See, Hillbilly
I get it.
Hillbilly actually thinks $312 million is enough to give every person in the U.S. $1 million.
Well, if that's the case, I want to be
saying that.
Oh my God, Jim! He said this in his hangout, and he repeated it. He repeated it.
And if that's true, I want to be one of the first 312 people in line.
He's trying to figure out how NASA got that much money from people. Where is all this money coming from?
Lisa, have you ever taken a look? Have you ever taken a look actually at just Google NASA?
Forgive me missing that curved water. That's a good one. Forgive me. That fell right over my head.
Yeah. Oh, that's a one. You'd have to be there kind of things, but like seriously, you Google NASA's patents. They've got thousands, bro. Do you think that's and look at all of those things and tell me that your life or that they're burning us for 52 mil a day when they provided so much?
And what the fuck does that provide you? What the fuck does that provide you? Some theoretical fucking black hole on a piece of paper that they
no.
You can't argue that. You can't argue that, validation boy. You can't argue that.
Validation
anyway.
Validation boy.
It's not all black holes and Velcro.
Yeah, with some of their
NASA did not invent Velcro, you guys. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I just
Hey guys, I will be right back. 1 second.
No, but they have helped patent some of the fire retardant materials that people use a lot in different industries.
Right.
True.
And also
they did not invent Tang either.
No, that's right. And there's been a few things, but I think the most notable ones are in robotics. And there's been some.
But we're talking about if the Earth is flat or not. So
hang on.
Kind of bullshit. But I mean,
we were talking about what use NASA are and what they produced. And I was going to say, in robotics, some of the advances they've made are now used in prosthetic limbs. So, I think that's quite a big advantage to some people. And there's, in their list are some of the more basic things. I mean, one of the things they name is improvements to highway safety, which was really a simple matter of cutting ridges into runways. And they discovered this when they were figuring out how to land the space shuttle at high speed.
Oh, right. The ones on the side that kind of buzz your tires when you're veering off the road.
Right. Yeah. And that's
how many lives have those saved?
Right. And that's a result of.
So for you guys to love their products that they make, you have to accept all this other wild theoretical bullshit that they write on paper and say is in outer space, which they still can't prove because no one's ever fucking been there.
You can't even prove that what you're asserting is false is false.
Yeah, dude. Come on, you fuck. Prove to me China exists, you ass.
You really are a joke, validation.
I mean, it's funny, man. We're up in here. One dude's calling somebody fat. Another dude's saying someone's like a musician, like it's some derogatory thing. Like that's all that someone who's a musician can do. And then you're just sitting here talking about all this other bullshit. It's just
validation, boy. I'm a musician, and I did not take it like that.
Like gravity doesn't exist, validation, boy. You're just dense.
I can't believe how hard you troll.
No, and trying to talk about black holes. How does what the fuck does a black hole do for your life?
Who cares?
What does it do?
A black hole doesn't exist because it's so theoretical. Physics, validation, boy. You should know this. Why are you arguing that position?
Well, here's what it does for me. It lets me know what things are in my universe. So it's helped me. It's helped educate me. Now, whether it does that for you, well, that's to be determined.
You know that it's all imaginary bullshit, right? You know it's all Star Wars, right?
Oh, like a dome.
Anything helping to educate pure is worth 50.
You know what, guys? I just started thinking of something. Hey, validation boy, check this out. So, guys, being in that, it's been algorithms and all this different stuff that has helped humanity, right? And that the Muslim, no.
But go on.
Algorithms is not what they use for computers, right? All those mathematical propositions, right? They were developed by Arabs.
I mean, mathematical equations. Go on.
So when are you guys going to become Muslims?
What
and math
algorithms
doesn't work
invented by Arabs?
Well, I'm just saying, those kind of, it's like, you want us to believe everything that these guys propose about the stars and the moon.
9/11 algorithms.
Why don't you recognize the real ancestry of your scientism?
What have they attributed to the modern age, Issa? The modern age.
What?
The Muslims.
They gave you math algebra is named.
That was a long time ago, bro. What have they done for the modern age?
Oh, do you think they just disappeared? What about Dubai?
He's saying that algebra plays no role in the modern age, especially not with NASA.
In Dubai, they're applying all of the maths and sciences and architectural stuff that was put forth by the Western world. Learned in the Western world. They used medicine that came from the Western world. What is the East? What does the East give in the modern age?
Didn't they actually preserve all the information when the West went through the Dark Ages and couldn't figure out to wash their fucking hands?
I'm trying to bring it to the modern age, man. Modern age. What have they given?
Modern age, dude. Fucking not that long ago. You guys
That's the 1,000 years ago, man. That's not modern.
Scientism believers are quick to say that they've built upon the experience of their prior the people from their past. So he's saying that now he doesn't want to build on.
Please don't speak for me, validation boy.
That's what you're saying, bro. You're a hypocrite.
I don't hear that.
I think that it's perfectly possible for someone to be a mathematician and have a religious belief.
Absolutely. It's even possible for somebody to be a scientist and have a religion.
I'm saying, well, I agree with this. How about this then? I agree with the certain tenets of modern science, and I don't agree with some of the other ones. That's all.
Why?
Okay, so what are you trying to say about math? Is math bad or something because of
not at all
where it came from? Is that
no? I'm actually.
What's your point?
I like Islam.
It's math bad because of Muslims.
Why? Well, I'm saying why? How come you guys aren't Muslims because of the tradition?
It's not a religious belief.
I break
math is not a religious belief. No, mathematics is a religious belief.
Talking about the people that created your systems. You're telling us to look at all these people with all the answers that have all the answers about all these questions about the sun, moon, and stars. But the point is, all of those.
I say you can't be serious.
I'm just saying, all those questions were preserved by those gentlemen back there. So I was just wondering if
actually not.
Your logic
It took the advent of
with it.
calculus, which was pretty much formulated by Newton. You know, you guys know how much you guys love those guys, but calculus. It took calculus to and what built off of that to really know the solar system and the movements of the heavens. And so, why aren't you Christian? He was.
I was kind of busting balls too. So
do I have to be a Greek theist or polytheist in order to use geometry?
You have to be a man in a cave, and you have to a man in a cave to do maths. That's what it is.
I mean, this argument, the whole line of rationale, it makes no sense.
I'm saying we don't agree with just some of what you guys are proposing. I agree with a lot of what you guys talk about, but
yeah, which is
a lot of it-
bullshit. Actually,
Newton wasn't a Christian. He was an Illuminati.
It's
devil
bullshit.
worshiper.
How?
Well, no, I'm talking about you trying to equate certain forms of mathematics with being Muslim.
Yeah. So how come?
No.
How come you guys aren't
Mathematics is not a
Muslims?
religion.
I don't get it.
It's not a religion. It's not a religious thing. What? This is senseless.
I'm joking. First off, I was busting balls, but seriously,
Do I have to be Jewish to like matzo balls or corned beef?
Yeah, I hear you. But what I'm saying is this, though, is that we don't agree with some of the things that are being proposed here. Like the instance that you could get a laser and shoot it up and get the reception off the moon. I think there.
Okay. And do you realize that disagreement is not reputation?
you're admitting to cherry picking. Like, I don't get it.
Can you explain that?
But
if the laser is bouncing off the moon, and as I pointed out, this experiment is done, multiple times a week, different locations on Earth, and has been done for decades by different people. What are they doing? What's going on? Are they in on it? Are they being fooled by it? How is that being accomplished?
I don't know, man.
Well, they're all in on it.
No.
Okay, if you can't tell me
that's
how that's happening, why would you believe that that's happening? Or
look, man, because it's hard for me to buy
because it's a system.
Certain things anymore. I can't accept certain
okay,
things.
so you just admitting to confirmation bias. Okay, that's fine.
Do you accept the existence of the equator?
Hold on, real quick, Herb, before you go on. Okay, so denying that it can happen because it's over your head is not a logical thing to do. If you want to think rationally and logically, figure out how they did it, figure out why they did it, and then come to a conclusion. But don't deny it because of ignorance of a situation.
Look, man, just because you propose, let's say like we saw an event, right, and we all have our different opinion on that event. Just, as hard as you might want to tell me about your opinion and your all this about that event, I'm going to maintain my own opinion. And when it comes to certain scientific matters, I've reserved the right to hold my opinion, and I'm not going to give them their credibility until I feel as though they've earned it a little bit.
This is what they don't like on that. This is what they don't like. It's like watching a boxing fight. Watching two different fights.
But check it, I can do this test.
Spurs,
your opinion is
more all Earth thing to be an opinion. They want it to be.
Hold on. Spurs, I'm talking to him. Give me.
That's the problem they have.
2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, Spurs.
I've put 10 on Antonio.
Your opinion, you can hold an opinion, but to hold that opinion due to ignorance is illogical.
Well, kind of like you're doing, because I'm saying
it's also not a fact.
I don't have an opinion.
Then what are you fighting to hold on to? If you don't have an opinion, what are you fighting to hold on to right now?
Curved water. Two questions. Have you ever done the angular diameter test with a camera? And two, what was the next one? Shit, what was the other? Oh yeah, the have you ever done the laser test with the moon?
Shooting the moon and back?
Yeah.
No, I don't have the equipment to do that.
Okay, so why do you believe somebody who says that they did?
Because it's
what is wrong with the test? Yeah, it's beyond reasonable.
It's not what's wrong with the test. I'm just saying, do you believe what they told you?
There's no reason to not believe it. That's
the difference between you and I. I reserve the right.
As we just pointed out, Isa.
I reserve the right to not agree at a certain point. I don't.
You have the right to be wrong, Isa.
Isa, what about Graham when he says he bounced a radio, ham radio?
He said that he has no reason not to believe Isa. You've got to give him that reason.
I don't believe that Isa doesn't believe it.
give them a reason why you don't believe.
Hold on,
They
Spurs.
don't seem to see a reason. They seem to think everything's happy and Larry.
Hold on, Spurs.
They don't seem to
Hold
think
on,
there's a problem.
Hold on, Spurs. Spurs. What test have you ever done yourself?
First thing you need to understand, Pure, is that
Spurs,
there's a problem.
don't ignore me. Don't ignore the question. Spurs, what tests have you done yourself?
Spurs is still studying for a urine test. Don't talk to him about that.
No, because this comes to the same fucking point. He wants
Right, this
to
is not
sit there-
about me. This is about the flat
no.
Right?
There is no
about
flat
you,
earth.
buddy.
About you. This is
This
about
isn't
you
about-
trying to provide proof for your
Without-
bull that you keep on
No,
talking
Without
about.
this flat earth scheme, there'd be no Spurs chemo. So chill.
Spurs, what test have you done? Answer the fucking question.
This is not about me, Pure.
What test have you done your own fucking self?
Let's
What
stick to the shape of the
observations?
earth.
What?
You're
Shape of the earth is a good subject.
okay. It's a globe. What's next?
Yep, it's globe. What's next? So, Spurs, what test have you done
Prove,
yourself?
prove that it's a
We
globe.
do
How
it
you
all
gonna
the
prove
time, Spurs. You're too stupid to understand the proof.
No, don't let him get off on this. Spurs, what test have you done yourself?
it?
We'll
What did you
take
have
that
for
as
breakfast?
none. So your opinion
What
doesn't
did you have for
fucking matter.
breakfast, Pure?
Come on, Spurs. Let's stick to the shape of the earth, all right? Come on.
Exactly.
Well, no, this goes to the whole thing of what he fucking argues about. He sits there and rides the coattails of other people and try to provide their evidence as fucking gospel when he hasn't done a goddamn observation or test himself.
It's like
And
this.
he wants to
and
hold a
what
fucking
he's
opinion about
cheerleading.
anything.
You look at something
didn't-
and you use your
didn't see-
brain. You're
Well,
either
Spurs-
able to use your logic
What
and look at something and
Spurs,
Is somebody
what observations and
based
tests have you
on
done yourself?
incredulity
And
and
that's not right.
ignorance?
then you have the other kind of person who looks at this same thing and says, that also is not right. Let me go and test it.
So,
You know,
so what?
that happens to be
So
that
what
happens
did
so
you
what
test?
tests have you
What
done?
what did you test?
No, I'm saying I'm able to use my logic.
No.
So what
have
kind
you
of
done?
person? You have no logic. You have no
Well, this is the
logic.
thing.
So
I'm able
what
to
do
use
you
my
do?
logic, then evaluate them and say, that's right, that's not right. If you're the kind of
everybody-
person who thinks, if you're the kind of person who
Spurs, you
doesn't
don't know
if
up
you're
and
the kind of
down.
person who doesn't trust your logic, then you need to go and test your logic. You need to go out there
Don't know
and
up and
provide
down. Your logic is
provide and show us
invalid.
proof of this ball. That's the difference between
It's
the two
non-existent.
types of people.
You're
Or the types of
illogical.
way we think.
Spurs, you
Up
like
and
to go
down,
all, you like to
Spurs.
say
So
we.
like I said, if you don't trust your logic curved or pure, then you should go and test it.
You don't have any
I'm the
logic.
kind of man.
Okay, here's the test.
I'm the kind of person I can look at
Test
something,
logic. Check it out.
Very,
Check it out.
very good observation, and if I'm not sure,
You're terrible at it.
You're totally
You're-
lying
yeah,
right now, Spurs.
you're
But here,
No,
here's
he's
a
not
test
lying.
in logic.
We've
Shut
all
up.
agreed
I
before.
want to say
We've all
something. Here's
agreed
a quick
before
test
that.
in logic. I want to test Spurs' logic. What conspiracy in
it's
history
not about me.
has
Right?
ever been?
It's not about me.
Okay,
I
for all of you,
evaluate.
for
I
all of you,
evaluate
shut up
good-
for a second.
You know, I won't. I evaluate what's in front of me.
Oh,
It's not about
evaluate.
it's
Shut
not
up
about
for a
testing
second.
my logic. When I see something, I will evaluate it on the conditions
All right.
of what's you know.
Let's
what's going on.
evaluate your
I'm not
claim.
preparing for a test here
Fine.
right now. I'm
Fine,
saying
evaluate
if you
your
are
claim.
not sure of your own logic, then go and test it.
Spurs, sign is going to evaluate your claim.
No one's going to evaluate my claim.
Don't back down. Don't be
The earth has
afraid.
already been evaluated, and it's
It's a simple check.
curvature.
Let's
That's
sign
what we
evaluate.
evaluate. If you don't believe that claim, then you need to go out and test it.
This
But
claim-
my logic
Spurs.
tells me that there is no curvature. We're not spinning.
Hey, you can't logic.
Individual coursework.
Well, if you
Spurs.
can't, like I just said, if your logic
Excuse
tells
me.
you
Excuse me.
I
It's all
can't,
about. It's not
don't
all about
tell
me.
I can't because you can't. You're unable to discern what's going on around you.
No, you have
Spurs,
to-
when you say we go out and test, here's the
Jesus.
problem. When you say we go out and test things, you haven't tested a motherfucking
Yeah, the collective
thing.
community,
But
pure.
shut
Critical
up.
thinkers,
Shut
pure.
up, shut up, shut up.
That's what we're
shut up,
talking about.
Shut up.
Oh,
Spurs.
so their evidence
You
is
say
trustworthy.
Spurs, you say we a lot, and which includes you. We
The
go out and test.
collective
We go out and do
pure.
things.
The
No,
collective
no, no,
we.
no,
The
no, no, no,
collective
no, no.
we.
You're not going to back out of
And-
it. You say we a lot. All right.
Because I'm talking about the collective we.
No.
Why is the collective evidence trustworthy when they are collectively liars, Spurs?
I haven't seen any evidence of those people being liars.
Oh,
You
really?
don't open your eyes.
We're looking everywhere. We've been searching for this
No,
curve
you're-
for
no,
a
you're
long
not.
time.
you're not.
Bullshit. You look for things to hide from. That's it.
It boils down to this: you guys have personally, emotionally invested in the government and the shit that authority figures want to
You're a
feed
lying
you.
cunt.
So your dumbass is
stop it.
No,
swallow their
validation,
bullshit.
boy. Fuck you. You're not going to go on with that.
Wholeheartedly feast on their fucking
Piece of shit.
bro.
You don't
No,
know a fucking
there's
thing
some
about
of-
any
there's
of
some of
us.
us-
Fuck yourself.
There's some of us that actually have gone out and done tests and done observations. And when willfully ignorant motherfuckers like Spurs Schemo like to put the word "we" like he's got a goddamn mouse in his pocket when he's never done
Yeah, because
anything.
we all play a part.
but
We all
when-
play a
but
part
when
in
he's done
exposing the
nothing
lie.
but ride the
You know, we
coat-
all play a
but
part.
ride the coattails of
Okay.
somebody else.
So if we see
And like to
red,
take
That's
or if we
very
see
rude, Spurs.
Gator
You're
saying a
talking.
lie or saying something that's not true, we're going to call it out.
Kira's talking, Spurs. Don't interrupt them.
That's the problem, validation boy. When people go like Spurs Schemo, who ride the coattails of others, when other people have gone out and done the observations, whether they're right or wrong, but at least they're out there doing it. This motherfucker likes to ride the coattails.
He doesn't.
Lies.
He doesn't even
Call
need to use
myself
other people's
problem.
stuff. He doesn't
That's
even
all
need
he
to
has.
use other people's
That's all he
stuff.
has, validation, boy. He has
He doesn't
nothing.
even need to. Oh, yes, he does have something.
No,
It's called
no,
you look
hold on,
outside.
I don't need to do any tests. Yes, I don't need to do any tests. I can use my logic. I can use my head. I can
His
look
own
at things.
observations.
Once the person is starting to think,
Okay,
Sometimes
size
you
of the
can
sun
ignore
throughout the day,
going on.
Spurs.
Logic.
Size of the sun throughout the day, Spurs.
Yeah.
Logically
What?
beat
Sorry?
that one.
Intangible shit doesn't matter.
It's visible
It does
shit.
matter.
Tangible.
It does
Yeah.
matter because if you claim that
Intangible
it's
as fuck.
Brian,
hey,
Tangible.
validation boy.
Get a
I thought you
sunburn,
just going by
bald
stuff that you can
fuck.
see with your own eyes. You can see that
No,
with
no,
your
no,
own
no,
eyes.
no,
and
no,
it
no,
doesn't change
no,
size.
no,
you
no,
dumb shit.
validation boy, wrong
Nope.
because
You
when
can
the sun
you can go you can
Nope.
go to the land to see that it's still flat. You can't-
by the very question that this cyanide is asking, he doesn't know how to use his logic. He's not asking
Yeah,
a logical question.
Okay.
So he
You
doesn't
can't
know how
go to the horizon.
use his logic. So by that logic, it's kind of
You can.
pointless having a logical conversation with someone who doesn't know how to use that
No,
logic.
it is.
You
Here's the
can go
thing,
to the
though.
horizon.
With the
You
simple,
can't.
with simple mathematics, is the according to the flat Earth model, the sun being 3,000 miles overhead, according to the law of perspective, something that is coming closer, going far away, has to change its angular size and totality.
There's no point
Yeah, they
getting
don't get that.
frustrated if you don't,
They don't get
understand
that.
why, why this thing is
Oh,
mystical to
you
No,
can't
then
answer
you-
the question.
You can't answer the question because if you try and answer it, you now have to explain how the sun breaks the law of perspective.
Try explaining what the sun is even made of. Try explaining what the sun's
I've
even
got-
made of first.
This is what I'm starting
gotta
to
do that.
realize. I'm starting to realize something with these ball earthers.
Yeah,
they're
what is
asking, they're asking, how does this work? This doesn't work on a flat
What is
earth.
it?
The
No, no,
fact
no, no,
is-
no, 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 no,
the
no, no,
fact
no.
is we're on a
Spurs.
flat earth
No,
and things are
no,
working. These
no.
ball earthers are mystified. They're
No,
like,
no flat
how
earth
is this possible? This could
No
never
flat
work,
earth presupposition.
but it's working.
No.
So you guys have got hard work to do.
And
not
nice,
pretending to
and nice derail validation, boy, we're trying to pull that
Bullshit. Prove what it's
You
made
don't
of.
even know.
You don't know what it is. You don't know what
Can
it
we,
is.
What
You
is
don't
it?
know what it is.
Can I ask why it matters what it's made of?
Because you don't know what it is. It could be a fucking projection. Moon could be made of fucking cheese, literally. You
This
dipshit.
isn't about-
What is it?
It's not
So,
about
but
the moon.
didn't
We
explain
weren't even
why
talking
that
about the moon.
matters.
We were talking.
It could be made of cheese. He's right there. He could be made of cheese. It could be.
It could be made of cheese. It doesn't matter.
could
It
be.
would still.
Yeah,
It would
absolutely need to know
still.
the composition of the moon before you start telling us what it is.
No.
Can
You
you
don't have
tell
to know
us
what it
All
is
why?
about
to
these
measure
moon
the
And the
rocks,
sun
regular
too.
sign.
all of these moon rocks are fake. So
Yeah.
you don't know
Hold
what
on.
it is.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
That-
whoa,
it could
hold
be
on.
fake.
Stop. We're letting them get off on something else about what the sun is made of. And when we were talking about
Sorry,
how
so
the
it was about the
sun
moon.
would have to change angular size throughout the day.
This pure anarchy guy doesn't realize that I dropped this hammer like 5-6 months ago,
It's
and it is
not
the
a
end of the
hammer.
road.
It's not
It's
a
the end of the
hammer.
road
No, it's
for
not.
globe earthers, bro. And I personally fucking shut all y'all down 6
Then-
months ago. and you
The
can
last
never-
time I looked at the
then
sun,
do
I
it,
was in
because
those,
you didn't
so it
Look
should
at
be
Jim
made of
Henry
How
Flash.
deranged
Tim
is this
Osmond.
fat fuck?
Tim Osmond was on there. He represents all you motherfuckers, and
No,
he
he
can't
don't.
go any
And no, he
further.
doesn't.
No,
He
we
can't
is
go
very
any
often
fucking-
right. Tim
None
does
of you
not
can get
represent-
past this
Oh, yeah.
roadblock. You can't get past this huge fucking
Osmond is
roadblock.
your
Well, I
ruler.
think
You
you should
cannot
answer
get
the
past it.
question, BB, which was you need to tell us why it matters.
And
You guys
Why
are
do we
doing-
need to know what the
I'll tell
sun
you-
is?
I'll tell you right now, you guys are using these objects and observing what they do above you to surmise the shape of the thing that you are standing on. As far as we know, the
It's
sky
valid.
It does
It's
not touch
valid.
the ground.
Let him
It's
finish.
valid.
You don't
Sky does
no,
touch the
Let
ground.
me finish. Let me fucking finish.
Sky does touch the ground.
Let me
Say
fucking
something
finish.
worth saying, and you can finish.
Let me fucking finish.
Let him finish, Kurt.
Let me fucking
Let him
finish.
get it out, and then let Ned get in, because I think Ned was trying to go somewhere.
I'm trying to.
You guys use the fucking shit in the sky that you've never touched. You've never fucking been there. You cannot prove that anyone ever fucking has. You have zero firsthand fucking experience that those objects even are comprised of what you think they're fucking comprised of. You don't know who the fuck is they could be fucking being projected up there. You don't know what they fucking are.
Oh,
this
Jesus.
shit does not touch the ground at any point. It's therefore completely intangible. So by all logic, all matters of celestial objects and or the sky itself or anything really in the sky is completely fucking relegated fucking useless. And we're talking about the shape of the thing that we're fucking standing on.
Blah, blah,
and this is a
blah,
roadblock
blah,
none
blah.
of you motherfuckers will ever get past.
But
How many
did-
fucking
Right.
fucking say it?
So just
point-
wait for name calling now, validation boy. Here we go.
Spurs, all
Three,
right.
two,
Nice derail
one.
on how
Let
the sun-
the Gator respond to that, please.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks. Yeah.
So, again, what does it matter what it's comprised of?
He just told you. Won't you listen?
No, he
No, he
went on a
didn't.
long dialogue about
Because you
how
are
we
using
don't
it.
know what it's comprised of. But
You're
what is
using it because you're using it to say it's proof of the shape you're standing on. Stupid, dude. Come on, bro.
Okay, so
You're
let's,
using it. You're using it.
Wow.
right, but that didn't explain why it matters to know what it is.
Yeah, Neg. Essentially,
It's
though, we could
observable,
all just
isn't it?
agree.
If you
we
don't
could
know
all
what it
agree-
is, you can't
Hey,
use it.
BB, we
Okay.
can all agree to call it. We'll just call it fairy dust.
Yeah,
Negative.
you can't
Haven't
use
you
it.
heard of the law of
You
intangibility?
can't use it, guys. So
Well, I
now we're
think-
talking. The discussion
Well,
is
the
now
thing
about the
BB,
ground.
well, I just want to point out before Ned goes any further that we did have a response to this. We talked about spectroscopy and how that can tell us about the sun, and you just ignored it. I mean, have you looked into that at all?
Measuring intangible things. The intangible things are not part of this discussion anymore.
Intangible. Like a sunburn.
So
Is a
what you're
sunburn
saying-
intangible?
Right.
You don't know what's up there. You don't know where that's really coming from.
But you're saying that we can only have knowledge of things we've touched.
Have you ever touched lightning?
Have you ever touched the horizon?
Tell me, validation boy.
Yes.
Why is your chest? Why is your chest heaving up and down?
When we say touch, we mean it have to come within the realms of the five senses. So you have to see it.
You
feel
think
it,
that's air
touch
you're
it,
breathing?
hear it.
Well, we can see the sun.
Yeah.
Have you ever touched a common cold?
You can see it, but
Spur, I'm not
that's
talking to
just part of the observation. So you can't verify.
Spurs.
You can't.
Spurs.
You can't verify.
That question was for validation, boy. Shut the fuck
What you
up.
can't verify. That's the
second.
point. We can observe it, but we still can't complete the tests because we can't verify.
Mute him, Jeremy.
Here's the thing. Jed Skeptic took your same argument early on when I first dropped this massive smackdown on you guys.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
And he said, okay, so I have to go and get my arm fucking bitten off by a lion to know that it's real. Okay. Thing is, we can go get our arm bitten off by that lion to know it's real. We can go to that horizon. We can see what's on that horizon, go to it and touch it. It's still there. Okay. It is testable. It is verifiable, just like Spurs was just saying. And after that, you can't go to the moon to verify it. You can't go to the sun. Those things are intangible. The sky, whatever's up there, the limit to it, whatever it may be, if it's a dome or not, or space or whatever, you can't touch it. You can't verify it. So
But we can
you can see
them,
them, but you can't fully experience them and fully verify exactly what they
So
are.
if you saw a mountain at a distance, you would say, I don't know there's a mountain there.
Well, I could go and touch it if I wanted to.
Well,
I can't go to the
that's
moon to
irrelevant.
touch it if I
No.
want to.
What is this?
I can't go to the
Okay,
sun if I
if there's
want
a
to.
mountain, if there's a
See,
mountain,
this is
and
a massive roadblock.
Hold on. If there's a mountain, and between you and the mountain, there is a huge lake full of man-eating sharks, is there still a mountain there?
Yeah, but
if I go there, and
Well, there obviously
No,
isn't,
no,
because you
no.
have no way of touching it and fully experiencing it.
exactly, that's the
Rule
whole
it out of
point.
your experience.
No, that's the whole point. We can say what
You
we
cannot,
like about.
hold on, because there's a problem with your logic here. You cannot make decisions about whether you are able to go to these things if you don't know that they exist. And your standard for knowing that they exist is being able to go to them. So
on Earth, we could manage to get a way to find a way to get over to that mountain to verify its existence.
but how
it's
do you
tangible,
know
it's there.
that? You don't.
Well,
you don't know
Why
that.
do you need to?
How do you know you can't figure out a way of going to the sun or the moon?
Nobody has yet.
Well, they have, but But you don't. But you don't. The point is, you don't know that you aren't capable of finding, that someone isn't capable of finding a way to do that.
And your friends
And he
here
still
Travis,
hasn't answered why it matters whether it's tangible or.
It isn't impossible.
It's impossible. It's never been done.
Next
No one's ever
question
done
is
it.
still unanswered.
That
And
doesn't.
you guys
make
are still
it
trying to. And Jem, your friends over here still trying to swallow the feces of their fucking beloved NASA.
Why are you being so regressive, man?
Oh no, calm down. But we like a bit of a fight, so it's okay.
Next question is still unanswered, Validation Boy.
Yeah, I think we did let it pull away from Neg a bit there.
Ask the question
Has he
again.
nipped up? I think he. Are you with us, Neg?
Well, he just wants to know why.
Can I?
He put "I'll be back" in the chat. I think.
Can I just pick up Curved? Pick up on what he said. I said that we can't touch the horizon.
Correct.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You did say that. You did say that.
And you said.
Yes, we can.
Okay, but how?
It involves bringing the horizon to you, not going to it, in a manner of speaking.
Okay, but if I went to the horizon, then there's a new horizon, so I can't touch that.
Well, you're staying above water level.
First, you got to define the horizon. First, you got to define what the horizon is exactly.
I'm just using the trick of just bringing your eyes down to eye level. I mean, water level in the ocean. That's all.
Oh, okay. So you're just staying there and you're just ducking down, and that's the horizon.
Bring the horizon effectively and get becoming at that tangent point.
It's all about perspective, isn't it?
Water.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, and then you can use your 8 inches per mile squared from there. But if you're up above your eye level is above the water, well, then you have to take that into account to figure out how far the horizon is away.
Okay.
And then start your 8 inches
So
there.
what you're saying- so that
means validation. What that means, validation boy, is you can't argue that the horizon is flat.
I wasn't even necessarily doing that.
Well, just think about that the next time you do.
What about the horizon now?
Great point,
What
Steve.
the fuck are you guys even talking about? You have to define the horizon.
Ask what you're talking about.
I mean, so I can't touch the horizon because the horizon is assumed to be a point very far away from me.
It's not tangible, is it?
No, it's tangible because I can go to it. I can go to it.
Yes, you can go to it, but then where's the horizon?
How are you going to go to it?
And what does that matter though exactly?
How do you go to the horizon?
By traveling there.
You can't get to the horizon. You can't get to the
horizon.
horizon.
You think it's still going to? You think it's still going to be there?
But I can't get to the moon. I can't get to the moon.
You think the horizon is still going to be, quote unquote, there?
I've never been to the moon. Have you?
Where it was.
So when did you go to the moon?
If you have a view,
when did you go to the
horizon is 3 miles away. You think you can travel 3 miles to the horizon and be at the fucking horizon?
I can go to whatever point I'm looking at on the Earth and go to it.
And your horizon will not be there anymore.
It's a bit like chasing the rainbow.
My God, you're fucking stupid.
What kind of stupid, idiotic fucking thing are you trying to say here? You're
You're being weird, man. That is weird.
Hey guys, can I explain?
I think what Curve just realized that he's helping the flat Earth with this ridiculous.
Not at all, Spurs, because we know what it is more than you do.
Real thing on day one, and only now you're saying.
Oh my God! Hey yo, real quick, I cannot move beyond this conversation without having VB understand what Curve Water is fucking saying. Look, the horizon is the mythological line, or that line in the distance that you could never ever get to. You could go to the location where the horizon was, but when you got there, there would always.
It's like chasing a pie that's hanging off a fishing rod that's attached to your back.
Right.
I just wanted to clarify that real quick.
I told him that.
Yeah. So in other words, it's flat.
I'd like to hear more about the pie.
What a
flat. Keeps looking flat. I mean, the thing is that, if at 100,000 feet we can't see the curve, then boats aren't going over a curve at the beach. That's all.
Then where did the
video of 100,000 feet that
video
shows
that
curve?
Jeremy was playing? Where does the boat disappear to?
I don't know about that video.
The horizon there, as we've just been speaking about.
Jeremy, you want to play my video?
What?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Where's your video?
It's on. If you go on my channel, it's on the. What the fuck? Forgive me. I'm on my phone. But yeah, it's like the East Mahal. It's like New York City to Free Thought, and it's about probably about 2 minutes in or something like that.
Spurs has some pearls of wisdom for us while we're trying to set up the viewing of Ice's video. Would you like to continue with that, Spurs?
Well, as I tried to
Sounds like you're onto something.
Yeah, as I tried to explain, the horizon line works both ways, above and below. And so as we see that hard blue line, there is also another horizon below that, which we tried to show you.
That makes no sense, sir.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, yeah, because you wasn't paying attention to the explanation I was giving.
You are speaking outside of reality.
Well, no, we tested it, and that's what happens.
No, right there in the video that Jeremy was playing, I would like for you to explain what it is you're talking about in the context of that video.
Right. Well,
in your cherry-picked example, something that does not always occur, you have one thing now, and then you have to sort through all that, and that's far too complicated for you. This is much more simple. Okay, this is something that you should be able to handle, Spurs. You have one horizon line, the edge of the water there, and then above that in the frame, what you see is part of a boat.
Don't kid yourself.
Sky and sky. Now, where are all these other things that you're trying to conjure into existence here in that video that Jeremy showed?
Momenta. Where was it? This video.
He already forgot that the boat's not leaning away, by the way.
How much should it lean away, Validation Boy?
It shouldn't, because it can't, because it doesn't, because it never has.
How much should it lean? You're claiming it should lean away. How much should it lean away?
Is it leaning?
How much should it lean away on a globe?
Is it
leaning?
How much
shouldn't
should it lean away?
It never has. How do we know? How would we know?
At the distance that it is, according to the globe model, how much do you think it should be leaning away? You're the one derping it.
All I see is it.
All right.
A wave
You
swell.
made the claim that it should.
I see
How
a wave
much
swell.
should it lean away? How do you know that you should be able to see it lean away if you don't even know how much it should lean away?
I mean,
You
you'd be able
don't.
to see it at that kind of a
You
distance.
don't.
It'd be
How
definite,
much?
You know, was that
How would you be able to see it? You don't even know how much
Probably
it
a
should
couple
lean.
feet.
That's a good
Probably
question,
couple
Kirk. That's a
feet.
good question.
probably a couple feet.
Probably a couple feet.
So let me try and explain
Is
this.
that how your calculator works?
See, we don't know because it's never been done. It's never been seen.
No,
It's never
because
been
you don't
observed.
know what you're talking
So-
It's not.
Wait,
It's not
you're-
leaning away, is it? It's not
Wait,
leaning
so-
away.
hammer
no,
dropped
it's-
on
So
you.
you're
just got a
arguing
hammer
it
dropped on
shouldn't
you,
lean
Validation
away, which implies that that
Bullshit.
it is leaning away.
It's not leaning away.
But then you're saying that you don't know how much it should lean away. So I'm confused. What are you doing?
Who gives a fuck? It's not leaning away. That's the point.
But the
Okay,
thing
so why
is,
are you
the
arguing
thing
it
is
is- it
validation
isn't
point.
leaning
You
away?
could take you know what the mainstream circumference of the Earth is, or you could look it up. And so from that, you can you could look up what the circumference of the Earth is according to the mainstream view, right?
Have one of your NASA liquor boys look it up right now.
Well, you
Wait,
can
no.
you could look at it. Well, we don't need to. It's
his claim.
Oh, no. Validation board doesn't even need to look up. The
But
fact
it's all
that
right. Let me finish the point. It's almost
right.
25,000 miles, 24,900 and something. Okay. If we divide that by 360 degrees, we get 69.1 miles. So we get 1 degree of curvature, 1 degree of leaning away in 69 miles. Now, if you could see 1 degree of leaning away, which you can't, the ship would have to be 69 miles away for you to see it.
Well,
In
that
which
doesn't make
case
any
it would
sense.
be
It
invisible.
doesn't make
It
any
makes
sense.
perfect
Jeremy.
sense. Shut up,
Jeremy,
Spurs.
Jeremy, that makes no sense.
Right,
whatsoever.
It makes perfect
Why
sense.
doesn't it
From
make
the
any
moment,
Why
It makes
doesn't
no
it make
sense.
any?
because from the moment the ship disappears from the bottom first, we should see a tilt from that moment onwards.
It's much, Spurs.
Yeah.
It's a matter of
Whatever,
much.
whatever,
You can't
whatever,
math, Spurs. Don't pretend you have
whatever,
anything
whatever
to
was
say.
missing of the boat, that is how much tilt we're supposed to see.
Would
So
we
if
be
there's
able to
one-
measure it, or would we just be able to observe it?
It's not about measuring it. What you
Okay,
can
so we'll
see
be able to
however much
observe
of
it
the
then.
boat is missing. If the boat is missing,
think you-
according to you, then that's how much tilt we should see.
Well, no, Steve's point
No.
is
So
valid.
if you're saying it's disappearing, if you're saying
No.
it's disappearing bottom first,
Yes.
that means that much of the boat has disappeared. That means that much of the boat should start to tilt. The
No.
more it disappears, the more it should. What do you mean no? Don't be ridiculous.
Exactly.
The more it disappears,
We can.
the more it
Not- No, it's not according to how much it disappears. That's where you're wrong.
Right.
It's according to how far away
and that's
it is.
why the ball Earth is losing
according
its
to how
battle
far
because
away
of this
as far as
ridiculous claim
chemo.
that once something goes over the curvature, it's not going to tilt. That sounds stupid to anybody. Anyone with common sense.
Tilt. The question is how much.
Hold on a minute. It's going
Is
over,
it
but it's not
even-
tilting.
How far
That's
does it
not the
have
world
to
It's
be?
measurable, not observable.
Measurable.
Right.
Then how far would it have to be to even be observable? And what makes you think you can see something tilting a little bit directly away from you?
Because I can see
Try
it
it.
disappearing.
Oh,
But I
no.
think the important thing here is that Validation Boy made the claim that it should be leaning away. And if you're making
Yes.
that claim, you should be able to say by how much. You should
Yes.
say, this is, look, this is
Yes.
the math, this is how much it should lean by. But you just make the claim. And I never understand this.
This
Well,
is
when
why
you
lose
all
it.
right, let's do it like this then. When you say the ship's disappearing over the horizon, how much of the boat, how many inches,
Yes.
meters of that ship has disappeared? You tell us that.
We can,
Okay.
And then
we
we
can
can give
tell
you
you
an
what
answer.
the math says about
You're
that.
making that claim about it disappearing. So how much of the ship is disappearing
Okay.
of that ship?
So
that
how
you can
far
see?
away is
um,
this
I
boat in
can
this
tell you
video?
that. It'll take a couple of minutes to work it out because I
How
need
far
to
away
go
is
back
this
through the
boat?
video and find out what all the distances
How
are.
far away is this boat?
Right. It
Okay,
starts
so-
off. I think you mentioned.
Okay, it's not 16 miles away. Okay, so it's not even 69 miles away. So
Yeah.
if it was 16 miles away, you wouldn't even be able to see the ship. You would barely see the top of it.
Anyway, this point,
Right.
this is a ridiculous point. Once I explain what actually is going
And
on.
also in a lot of these camera
Yeah.
camera trickery videos that they show you is what they're doing is because of the aperture and the focal length of the camera lens, it makes things that are small and further away almost practically disappear. And that's how you can bring the ship back, is because the ship isn't that far away.
Right.
It's about 8 miles away.
And it's
and
just
you're
too
what-
small for the camera to
It's just
resolve.
it's extremely small, so the pixels don't even come up yet.
Right, Jamie, just
First.
share my screen. Let me just finish this because
Can I say something real quick?
Oh yeah, please do, Nick.
Thank you. After you're done, Spurs. Spurs, look, you've had mountains of airtime. In fact, you were on with 3 hours, or for 3 hours last night with Reds. I think we'd all really be interested in hearing what ISA or VB has to say. Just, maybe you can back off a little bit after making this final point and let either of them pipe in.
Well, I'm here in it for the long run, Negator. We won't be bullied and cornered.
Well,
if I have
then
something
you
to
should
say,
be
I'll
better
say it.
prepared.
Right. So look, at the end of the day, just share my screen so we can.
Yeah. Let me just share Spurs. Where have you got? There you are.
Because we explained this. I probably didn't explain it in fully enough with Red yesterday. But the point is what we were trying to show is that the horizon here, when you think this is water, so this looks like water. Of course, it looks like water. You see water, the horizon line. But in actual fact, what we're seeing is we're seeing distortion because the further away you go.
Okay, can you show us this distortion in the other image?
Yeah,
please?
yeah. Well, we can show it here when it
Where is it?
disappeared. So look, when we look at the horizon line, we obviously say, oh yeah, here's the true horizon line. But what we're looking at here is the same thing here at the top of this line. So this line is what you see. This top line, this top horizon line, is what you see here. And we also see other horizon lines, in the middle here.
Because you say so, or because of any better reason than that? What is it that you're getting at here?
I'm not really seeing a line. I'm seeing a series of dots with it kind of.
Yeah, what?
Playing the video. Well, you want to play the video? We'll play the video.
What is this clown showing here? What's going on with this video? What are we seeing? Maybe you should set it up.
Okay. So you think that this is the horizon line, and you think this is all water. Okay. But when we test this, right, we can see that what this atmosphere is the same as the background. It's grayish, it's whitish, it's whatever.
What is going on here? What is?
I know.
This?
What are we actually looking at?
He doesn't know, so he
So
can't
where is the
explain
horizon?
it.
Where is
He doesn't
this,
know.
This distortion here looks like this floor.
What's it from? What's it
looks
from?
like the floor. Looks like the floor, yes? but it's actually distortion. So this distortion here, covering, whatever is covered is distortion. So this is not actual water.
What specifically is causing that series of dots?
Jeremy, you get what I mean.
That isn't just the distortion that's in the air. There's something in front of it.
No. I'm saying here that the true horizon line is not this. There is no true horizon line. This here, what is covering, anything that is covering is the same color as the floor. Yeah, so you're saying, oh, horizon line, but the true horizon line is lower. Where you guys are telling us the building should be down here, the boat should be about
Where are
there.
all those little circles? Where's all the distortion at in this image? Where's that?
Because this is not over water. This is not over water.
What is this over?
This is in a warehouse.
A warehouse.
That good Tim's for all.
So I'm not going to argue with you. I'll just showing so you understand what you're seeing. So when you're arguing, saying this, you would be telling me this is water.
Why are you using this? What is this supposed to be showing?
Because these dots you would claim is water, just like you're claiming here. This is water. You're saying, look, I can see water. I can see water. You can also see dots.
No, I see water.
It's this.
There are no dots.
Well, that's what we're arguing about. Yeah, you're saying this is water, but it's covering this object.
No,
these
we're not
objects
arguing about this first.
In the ship, there are no dots. Why are the dots in this picture? What are these dots caused by?
The dots are just distortion. It doesn't happen every time.
No, they're not just distortion. What are they caused by? There's something in we don't walk around and suddenly see a row of white dots floating in the air.
Well,
what are they caused by?
Distortion of the camera. That's all it is. It's the light reflecting. If you watch it from the beginning, you can see exactly what's happening.
I'm trying to find the video so I can find out for myself. Since you're
the floor is very shiny. So anyway, I've brought a new revelation. I brought a new revelation for everybody to ponder over now, and that when we think we're looking at water here, that is covering any of the covering. It's not water. Yes, these dots. See these dots? As the horizon line is there. There's the horizon line, and these dots are covering the building and covering the water. So is this an actual real solid object?
I can see the building through them. I can see through them and see the building.
Yeah, but these dots are not solid. They're not solid though, are they?
What are they?
Are they solid?
Now, what about on the other pic?
Are the dots solid?
Where are the dots in the other pic?
The dots aren't water. Okay, next.
Are
the dots are the water?
To ask.
I can see through these.
They aren't water though.
But but you can see through them, but not as we
go back. Transparent. Why don't I see the bottom of the boat through these dots?
The further we go,
the bottom
starts to disappear.
Why don't I see the boat through the dots? It's not really water. You're saying
the boat's on water.
Because
it's some form of a holographic water image, and why don't I see through it?
Hey Jem, you got my video up?
So look,
why do people disappear beyond that line?
Anyway, that's basically it. The true horizon line is not actually here; it's actually down here somewhere.
Oh,
and
Spurs.
All this top,
you're pathetic.
The part that's covering, is actually the distortion that you're looking at. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you trying to get 28 days free?
Thank you, Spurs Chemo, for that demonstration.
Well, Curve, you understood it. I mean, we understand now what is covering the ship. Why is the ship being covered? Well, we know now that
water. It's called water.
No, it's called distortion.
And it's curved.
Look,
it's curved
further away you go, it starts to make distortion. Come on, Curve, wake up.
Why can't you give me credit?
Wake up, man.
Is that the problem? Is it a personal thing? You can't give me credit for what I did in that video there? Blocking your view of the bottom of the boat?
So you're not actually looking at water. So when the Chicago skyline and Rumpus was saying, look, this is where the building should be. What
Come on, man. I don't sound like Rumpus. Fuck. Come on.
That was uncalled for.
I was actually thinking of Steve McCrae.
Oh, okay. Well, he doesn't sound like Rumpus. Come on.
Yeah, but you called him Rumpus. That's not nice.
No, yeah, I think you've grasped the idea. Anyway, look, so this distortion is not actually solid. We know this. We know this is not solid. It's just a mirage or an illusion.
How straight and flat is this floor?
We're trying to teach you that also this
you can't teach when you don't know, Spurs. Don't even start that.
The horizon, the true horizon here is not the true horizon, which we've already established.
That's a pretty sharp line.
Right, so right here now, because the water changes color, that's how you can tell. It's lighter.
Okay, so where is the true horizon then?
Yeah?
Where is the true horizon then?
There is no true horizon.
Okay, so how do you know that the Earth is flat then if you don't know where the true horizison is?
Yeah, what's always flat?
The horizon
what is always
the
flat? And what always rises to high level, Spurs?
So it apparently looks like the sky is meeting the water. That's how it looks, but in reality, that is not what is happening.
The horizon
in
rises
reality.
to high level. If you're saying that the horizon that I'm looking at isn't the actual horizon,
darker
then
the
what am I looking
water.
at then?
This is a clue for you, a hint.
Spurs
this is
has
a tip for the future when you're
another
looking.
flat Earth argument all on his own.
Get
The darker the water,
here, bro. Get the fuck
the darker the water.
Am I being deceived?
You're fantastic.
The darker the water.
Is the horizon
the more you're
deceiving me
going to
into
see of
thinking
this.
the Earth is flat?
Spurs.
Any questions about this?
Secret baller.
This water is swelling towards the camera, dude. This is like this whole video is pointless. This whole video is pointless. It's a
Any
fucking
questions?
water
No questions.
Yeah.
Swelling.
That's good shit. I mean, to make that kind
It's coming at the camera. Look at the fucking water. It's literally coming at the camera in a fucking swell, you idiot.
Man, it's fucking swelling, man.
Oh my god.
Balls are swelling, man, and it's coming at the camera, man.
What a tool.
Yo, if you guys want to pull up my video, I can show you a little bit what I think about this thing. What's going on?
Yeah, Spurs has had enough of a beating for now.
Yes. No, Spurs are good. Stick around, Spurs. Shit.
No, I've done
Thank you, thank you, Spurs. I appreciate you being here.
I think I raised a very good point, and
You did?
I'll think about it a bit more.
I think I'm gonna help make your point now, even with the idea that we're having too much of a difficult time with the I don't know, refraction, diffraction.
It's problematic.
We had no problem there.
Your video.
Which one?
What's it called?
It's the one with the flames on it. It's got the what do you call it? Flat Earth to free thought, or like New York City to free thought. But it's in the middle of it. It's like about
where did I see
probably about 2 minutes in.
Is it on Isa Mahalski 77?
Yes. Yeah, that's where I've got all my shit. Hold on, be 1 sec.
One Love, New York City to free thought. Right, got it. Okay. Hang on. Am I on not percent? Back to this. Shit it down. And make it big. Right. You see it?
Oh, that's a nice tower.
Yeah, forgive me, guys. Oh yeah. Check out. I got Trump Towers right there.
Yeah.
And then what do you call it? But yeah, I'm trying to think if we go to. Yeah, check this out. I pull it back. It's right. I love this picture actually. It's right into Union Square.
Cool.
Yeah, man. And then but I guess I'd say go halfway through. Unless you want to watch, yeah, go ahead. And then keep going up further. Here, you can let it play right up what it was looking at. Okay, so right here, you see how you see the front of the boat? And now it's going to disappear. And it's just, I don't know, I think it's just an atmospheric, it's what happens with water and the atmosphere at a distance. At a certain point, there's like anomalies that are happening.
Wait, you're not being shared there, Isa. You're not. It's just stuck on me.
I see it.
I see it.
I'm not sure. I'm not on the controls. But if you go, I go to the Verrazano Bridge. I clip over to that, and you can see it. It's what I think is like after this effect, like after what we just watched happen. This is what we're zooming in on and looking at. But I think I caught it in action.
Hang on. Yeah, there we go.
So like, you know, there would be like, you know, after that effect had already happened. And look at all the boats that are going in and out of the way. And if you notice, it's after that boat goes by that kind of that impression that the water raises up seems like what makes it, I don't know what it is. It's just something, it's anomalous.
It is anomalous. It's definitely, I mean, it's not a wave, right? Because the wave would have.
No, it's not a wave. It's definitely not a wave.
Would have blocked out the whole thing. Yeah, but check out, look at how wavy and stuff everything is in that shot. Like you're obviously looking through just a ton of air mass, right? And it's going
air
crazy.
Mass, or I think there even could be some reflective stuff going on with the water in some of those shots. I think it's a multitude of like events. It's like, you know, saying that you could identify a cloud, but it's like, well, wait a minute, there's 7 types of clouds.
Definitely, but what,
I mean? So it's like,
what's your conclusion with this though? What's it all getting at? Like right there, that shit's over the horizon right there.
Okay, look, yeah, like for you to say it's over the horizon to me sounds ludicrous.
That looks about the same.
Can you go back to that shot? Go back to that ocean shot, and you'll see this is something I've noticed with when it zooms back in on the Verrazano, if you'll notice there's buildings in the back and they look bigger than they really are, and I've got footage of the same shot and you can't see those buildings. And I think that may be the atmospheric magnification that Rob Skiba was talking about. And you can see the water line is at those, you know, there's different spots to look at that water line. Yeah, you can see
it looks like the air is up underneath the one pillar there.
Right, or it's the water reflecting what's going on above, and it's a reverse look. I don't know.
Can I?
I just don't know. At that distance.
Yeah, get out on this, Negator.
So my 2 cents are that so the distortion you're talking about, you know, refraction. Obviously, the further the object is away from you, the more refraction there's going to be. That's why you got a pretty clear water line, like you have like in this shot right here. There's an edge to the water, like a clear contrast, right? And then beyond that, things get fuzzier and weirder and fuzzier, and like that building you're talking about, for sure, absolutely. You know, I could show you a video right now of a clear contrasted water line with a boat sail right behind it, but you know the landmass 10 miles behind that is wavy and weird. Sure, you know that's how refraction works. Like if you go another mile, you get a different amount of refraction than you do for an object that's 5 miles behind that. Right, so you might get like seeing exactly what you should see at 3.5 miles, and then something 7 miles away is going to not work out, and then 10 miles away you're going to see really weird stuff. And the other point is that when you zoom in on that sailboat, right, not a single thing changes about the amount of sail that can be seen. Right, and I was under the impression that when you zoom, things are supposed to come back. But we're not seeing that at all.
Well, no, but that's what that first video is to explain. Is that first video is explaining why you're not seeing under that sail, because it shows the anomaly that's happening with the regards to the light, the water, and the distance. I wonder. Hey, you know what would be an interesting test, and this is something I think we could all find interest in, regardless. Is what actually happens at certain mileage out? Like let's say like 3 miles out, you get this much. You know, like really try to measure and look at the variables, like, you know, you take the temperature, you know, I mean, but there's obviously like things that I think were they explained it away like the earth curved when it's not that simple. That's my point. It's not as simple as the earth is curving away from us.
I get that. But I did want to knock out, like, so if we took this video on its own merits, considering nothing else and with no other context, right? And I understand the implications of all that, right? And I understand the implications of you answering this question, right? But based solely on this video, when you zoom down that sail, can someone say that when you zoom, you can bring things back into perspective based simply on this video, right? Does that make sense? Like, I would think you would agree that no, you can't say things come back into view when you zoom on it after it's been obstructed by, you know, we call it the horizon, you call it whatever you want. But the object's clearly obstructed, and we see no more or no less of it as the camera zooms in or out.
Right, but I feel like I could show an example of that in the video before where I pull back and it is, like, because if you notice now, like, let's say pause it right there. You see how the horizon line? This is what we're talking about, right? If you go, let's say even if you pause it right there, you know, there's the horizon line. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and look inside of the horizon line, and as we zoom in on it, we're opening up the horizon line, but there becomes a point of convergence, diffraction, and all the rest of it. But I think, like, you know, we are zooming in on the horizon line. We're showing what's there. We're not I don't think it's like it's an infinitesimal. It's almost like an impossibility due to the law of perspective somehow that we can't break it. But I think also it gets clouded with this idea of light, diffraction, atmosphere, all that. But yeah, you know, I understand what you were trying to say though.
So based solely on this, it would probably not a good idea to say that zooming brings things back into perspective.
Well, no, it brings things. We're looking into the line of perspective, and we're definitely getting a better. We're getting a better, more in-depth view on what we can't see from a particular angle.
Sure.
I don't know the way you're wording it. I guess maybe so, but I think.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of
trying to
that
explain
line
it. It's hard. I want it to be explained right, so I don't know.
I get you. My understanding of that line of reasoning is that if we have a boat that we think is obstructed by the horizon, as was depicted in that video, that when you press that zoom button, slowly but surely the rest of the boat will come back into view and you'll see the entire thing. That's what I hear all the time.
Okay, right? Yeah. I don't buy that. Well, to a minutiae scale, yeah, but to a certain point to a certain point, I think you are doing that. You're breaking in and looking through this and into what is the horizon. And then I think you just get to a certain point where it's too complex for the optics. Maybe. You know, I mean, even the Weather Channel puts visibility, you know, however many miles. Like, there's only like this sphere of, I've heard it said before, we have that 360, I think it was Rex with the hula hoop of perspective. You know what I mean? That we can actually see around us. So I think we're kind of meeting that when we're using our optics. And it's almost like you start winding up in like quantum photography or something, you know, where it's like the light is fucking with it.
I got you, man. There's weird things, you know, but we are kind of getting the realm of things that are understood, you know. Yeah. but at a bare minimum, I'm happy with you agreeing that, yeah, you know, maybe it doesn't exactly bring it, you know, quote unquote, back into view when you zoom on it.
Yeah, I just think it would be tough to do because of the optics. That's what also makes me find it hard to believe with you know, the moon being 250,000. I'm like, man, that's a tough one because I can zoom right in on that sucker, and I have I can't zoom in on both. I mean, I know what the explanations are, but I'm just saying it's tough to, you know, reconcile.
So you're saying that if you can zoom in on the moon, but you can't zoom out on the boat, that either one, something is blocking your line of sight of the boat, or two, something really weird is happening.
Or something's not as far as it says.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't you always be able to zoom on something regardless of its distance? I never understood that line of reasoning either.
Well, the 250,000 miles for the moon is just a little much for me.
But why?
It's just because I have a problem filming boats that are 9 miles away from me. That's why.
So, but wouldn't a reasonable explanation be that there's something literally blocking your line of sight of the boat, but there's nothing literally blocking your line of sight of the moon? And also that when you look more upwards, you're looking through less dense atmosphere that has less particles in it that will give you a clearer shot of the moon, but not necessarily of the boat. Would those be reasonable things to say?
Forgive me, brother. I am watching Eddie Alvarez versus whatever on his fucking MMA shit. Could you ask?
Would it be reasonable to say that there is nothing up there, including the satellites that you claim are up there?
Wow.
Well, we can see stuff.
I would say that's entirely unreasonable.
Yeah.
Oof.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if y'all were happy. I mean, we can come back to Horizon, I'm sure. I feel like I've taken over now. But I also feel like things have calmed down, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, don't worry, no. You go ahead.
Let's say, VB, that you and we're in Columbia County during a thunderstorm, a lightning storm, and we want to track some lightning strikes, right? So you're 3 miles away from me,
If I wanted to touch that lightning, yeah, I could. And the thing is, I can't touch the moon.
Well, no, I don't want you to touch the lightning. It'd be bad for your
So
health.
we're already back to that. Yeah, we can't touch the sun, the sky, the moon, the stars.
Or the
Never been.
horizon. Yeah.
Well, hang on. Let me finish the story.
But I just answered your question.
Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan to get him to touch the lightning?
No, I don't want. I do not want him to touch the lightning.
Oh.
So we're trying to track lightning strikes, right? We want to know where they strike. So we're both on the phone and we go see a lightning strike at exactly the same time. We whip out our compass, right? And on your compass, it struck 90 degrees to your east, and on my compass, it struck 280 degrees to my northwest. Right? Using those azimuths, we can then both triangulate where the lightning struck. Would you agree?
I mean, I guess. I mean, what is this going towards?
Well, the fact that we can use the lightning, which is intangible and untouchable, to determine a location.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
So we couldn't determine the lightning strike location?
If it's something that we're going to go measure or go and observe exactly where it struck, then yeah, it is quite tangible. It is something that has been there, and we can verify that it's been there by touching it if we want to. But you can't touch the moon.
Well, no. We're not touching the lightning. We're not touching the lightning.
The lightning strikes, and it's measured, isn't it? You can't then go and touch it.
Yeah, we don't want to touch the lightning.
You can,
sure,
yeah, you can triangulate. Yeah, so it's tangible. It's here. It's present. The moon is not here. It's not present. The sun is not a present thing that you can touch physically.
Why can't you touch it?
Because no one ever has, and it's we don't know what it is.
Okay, well let me
I
make
don't know why they can't, but we just know what we know they can't touch it.
Let me make 2 points. Number one, even though lightning struck in that location, right, you will never ever be able to touch that lightning, right? You can't chase the lightning after it recedes in the sky.
Not that particular strike. No, I mean, okay.
Exactly. So by your definition,
you can touch what it affected. You can touch what it affected and witness what it affected.
We can bounce radio waves off the moon. That's the same thing.
Well, hang on. You can also touch what the sun affects, right? The sun casts light on things. You can touch things that the sun casts light on. But the point is that you'll never touch that lighting, but you can triangulate where it was. So despite it being intangible by your definition of the word, you can still find out where
that lightning exists in the tangible realm that is accessible. Okay.
So
the moon and the sky and the sun are not in a tangible realm. They're in their own realm, which is not tangible. It's
how do you know that?
Never been to.
Now let me make the second point here, right? Earlier.
Okay, you guys know that you've never been to these things.
Okay, so earlier, Jim made the point that if you saw a mountain on the other side of a lake filled with sharks, how would you know it exists, right? And your response was that you could figure out a way to touch the mountain, right? Now let's say you're on an island, right? So sure, in 10 years, you could chop down all the trees of the island, and through, human ingenuity, you could make a raft, you could make a bridge, you could make a smoke fire and signal a helicopter. Through your own human efforts, you could eventually touch that mountain, no matter how long it took, right? So the next question is, why couldn't in 10,000 years we go touch the sun?
Well, it hasn't happened yet. So until that day, it's officially still untouchable, untouched, and intangible. We don't know what those things are comprised of.
Now, in your argument, you said you could touch the mountain, no matter how long it took, no matter how long effort it required, right? So are you saying that until the day that you finished that raft and paddled across that lake, that mountain would literally be intangible?
Yes, technically, yes.
Okay, so the same thing with the sun. Why couldn't in 10,000 years we have developed to the point where we have technology to fly to the sun?
Are we there yet?
Does that matter?
He's not gonna play it straight, man.
The point is that the mountain's tangibility
Dead
didn't
nuts
change.
Straight, bro. Straight up the middle, bro.
Okay.
No.
Did the mountain change its tangibility between the time where you saw it and the time where you touched it? It was tangible the entire time, wasn't it?
Well, it turns out that it was, yeah.
But at the end,
it was before then. You can't say that it was before then. But after it has been touched, and you go back to where you originally saw it from, you could look back at it and say, "Yep, it is there. It's tangible."
So from the start, it was tangible, regardless of whether you were aware of it.
But then again, it's something that we are able to go touch. I don't think anyone's ever going to be able to go to the moon. Sorry.
Well, able's only a definition of how much effort we put into it.
So you're living in the sci-fi Star Trek, in a galaxy far, far away kind of existence.
You know, if you showed your iPhone to someone 200 years ago, they'd probably say the same thing and make the same
in a
argument.
galaxy far, far away.
I just made another point.
What's a galaxy?
Exactly. What is a fucking galaxy?
Exactly. So you can't even ask that, and you can't even say that because you don't know what it is.
But you know, because you've been to one.
Well, you know, because you just mentioned it.
Fucking morons,
are
dude.
intangible. Intangible because, as of yet, in his mind, not been to. Not
Galaxy isn't tangible, isn't really observable unless you use one of those science machines. So technically, it doesn't exist. So.
Yeah. So would you agree that my 2 points have some validity to it regarding locating the lightning strike despite not touching the lightning, as well as knowing that the mountain, or rather the fact that the mountain was tangible the entire time?
If you triangulated this lightning, how would you know that you were correct in your triangulation? You would go to the point that you had triangulated and you would observe the area, and you would have to observe some kind of effect that lightning left behind. Now, you touching the burnt ground or the burnt piece of metal or whatever it was that thing struck, touching it, seeing the effects on that, you could then argue that, yeah, if you watched the strike and then never took your eyes off that object, triangulated to that point, touched the ground, saw the ground that I had the burn spot, I think that lightning is considerably tangible at that point. So you got to kind of watch where you're going with that.
Well, again, what's tangible are the burn marks, right? There's no leftover lightning for you to like mop up and put in a bucket, right? So let's say the lightning didn't leave any marks. There's no burnt. There's no anything. All you know is that it struck there. Does that make sense?
Well, then officially at that point, technically, it's not tangible. It
So
could have
you
been a
couldn't
projection.
triangulate the location of the lightning.
It could have been a projection.
A projection. So our projection.
If there's no effect left behind, you don't really know that it was really there. I mean, the same thing with like people argue that there's fake airplanes up there. You know, same people, the Phoenix Air Show where people saw all they call it the Phoenix Light Show, where it was all those alien hovercraft or whatever the fuck, those V-shaped things hanging over the city. You don't know if those could have been projections or if they were tangible physical objects. Nobody like shot a gun at them. Nobody touched them. You know,
The problem.
it could
The
be
problem.
that like a projection if you really want to get down to the brass tacks.
So are you saying that first of all, projection has to have a mass to project onto, right? I guess that's the definition of the word projection. You're projecting an image onto something, and that something is tangible.
Yeah. So if there's this platform up there for things to be projected off of, such as the sun and the moon, then it'd be, you know, you might want to say, or it's possible to say maybe there's a dome up there, or maybe there's some kind of tent or something up there that these things are being projected off of.
Maybe.
So we should be able to triangulate the location of where the projection struck the dome or tent or whatever it is you want to call it.
Or maybe it just reflects off whatever immediate medium is in the air, in our little atmosphere, if you want to call it that.
So then we could still triangulate the location of where it's reflecting off of, because it's reflecting off something, right?
Unless that thing that projected that moved since you got to it.
It moved?
Unless it did move.
So what could it be that's moving around, but everybody sees it exactly where it should be at all times of day, all over the world?
Something that could definitely be a projection.
Something that could be, no, we're talking about the object that's being projected off of.
Define
or
object,
onto.
because you've never touched it. You don't know it's physically there.
Well, it has to be for a projection to be seen on it, right?
Have you touched a dome that might be there?
No, neither have you. And no one's
Okay,
ever
so-
touched the sun or the moon either. So we don't
Okay,
even know what
so-
any of this. So you guys are
So
winning.
why do you claim the
guys are
dome
arguing
exists?
Have you observed an ice wall? Have you touched an ice wall?
No, no. You guys are arguing
Do you believe it
like
exists? Do you believe it
all
exists?
intangible.
It's
I don't
all
know for sure.
intangible.
Do you
And the
think
horizon
dome
is
exists?
intelligible. Okay,
All
so
I
the
know is that anywhere
horizon
I've
is
ever
in.
been, anywhere I've ever been, all I've ever seen is flat level plain.
Okay, so
What do you think
that's
the
all I
sun
ever
is
know.
projected on?
Who knows?
who knows what it is?
The sun
But I'm
is
gonna.
projected-
It could be gods from another world, man. Who fucking knows,
then-
bro?
Do you have
Right,
any
okay, so-
interest in finding out what it is?
Do you have any
I
interest in
personally-
reality?
Personally, I don't, because I see flatness and I see beauty and I see the
What the-
creator, and that's all I need in
Okay,
my life.
so
What the
I
fuck
mean,
are you
really,
doing
bro,
here?
if
Talking to
you're-
us then?
If you want to be a bunch of nihilist, you want to be a bunch of fucking nihilist fucks.
He's here
It's
to
not about
recap-
nihilism,
okay,
bro.
that's nice.
About
Thank
y'all-
you, VB.
nihilism. You're
Thank you,
disgusting,
BB.
guys.
That's nice. Thank you very much for that compliment there. That was a very nice compliment.
I gotta go
appreciate
anyways.
that.
I gotta go be yourself there, badass.
Okay. Much love to Spurs Chemo and to Issa Mahal, and thank you very, very much, Gem Panda, for having me on here. You are
That's
the most
becoming
gracious.
good, man.
You are the most gracious.
I'd love you, Viral Deception Boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Spurs Chemo on my show live soon, guys, and I also want Gem on my show at another time. Gem, you're
cool.
truly a precious man. I really appreciate your work.
Hey, I'll be sure to shoot
I
myself in
want
the
you to
face
have one.
before I tune into that. Yeah.
Please do. Please do. And Gem, it's been an honor, Gem. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you very
BB.
much, Gem.
I appreciate you, VB. I've learned something every day from you.
Nice one, fam. Nice one. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Educational.
There you go.
Wow.
Holy fuck shit.
What a
balls
great
ass
guy.
Bitch.
What a great
fuck
guy.
shit ass fuck bitch.
Well, I
dick,
like
bitch.
it.
Sign. Lost.
I like him. He's very
That was,
polite.
that was for you, Curved. I never even
Hard to
talked to the
compliment
guy.
everyone. He's a very nice guy.
He wandered around the maze for a while. I think he spent some time pondering what he was going to respond with.
We were talking about porn in the side chat, getting on just fine.
Isa, you're
a
next.
Satanist.
A nihilist.
A nihilist.
What about Carl
I
Stenbeck?
want everything to burn.
What's up with Carl these days?
Horror.
Shout out to Carl.
Lenny Harry just
Just
put in the
Carl.
chat. Natural science, Gem Panda, you fuck. Dell owns your sorry ass, you little cunt.
Sounds like he wants to come talk to us.
That's a friendly chat.
Can I just take this moment to shout out to Shroomy?
Oh, I was
Thank you
going to do
very
that. Damn it.
Oh, nice.
Why Shroomy?
Shout out to me.
I don't know. I've shouted him out. It'll get to him eventually through I don't know, telepathic communication or something.
Hey guys, I gotta go and order these fights. There's fights on tonight, so I gotta watch them.
Oh, what?
Hold on. I'm gonna order them. I'll be back in a little bit though. But
I've
Jam-
got 10 on Antonio, so
Hey,
Oh,
what is
right,
it?
dude,
The
but-
main event UFC thing, Isa? What's
Yeah,
going on?
there's what do you call it? There's some fights tonight. Yeah, Eddie Alvarez and Dustin Poirier just fought, but it was
Oh.
like a
Oh shit! I should go
poor
tune in.
stoppage.
I could give you a free link.
It's all good. It's all good. I hate watching them online anyway because they're always like freaking. I don't know. They're always the worst.
Yeah,
Always the
a lot of
Isa.
times they are.
Isa, you gotta set me up with Rio so I can ambush him one of these days.
Yeah, you and Rio should go at it, man. Rio's a good guy, though, man. I like him, and I think you know what's good, man, is that I'm happy to see. It's weird. I kind of feel like there's a nice little opening of the discussion happening. You know, I've been seeing that lately, and I kind of like that feel. I've been seeing chats letting people ride a little bit harder, and I like seeing that. And I like holding court, man. You know the deal. I like having everybody over there, and I like running.
Make it happen, Issa. Make it happen.
Yeah, yeah. And well, yo, you guys are, you know, it's good. You guys are pushing everyone to understand language better. I want it so that people understand your arguments better, so that we're better equipped.
Yeah, let me remind everyone, check out Isa Mahal 77's channel. Awesome, epic hangout the other night. What's the hangout called, Isa? Do you know what it?
You know, I think it was like law dictionaries and something.
Right.
Dude, the one
And
you
I
had
think-
with Antonio got like 2K views. I saw.
Yeah.
Insane.
That was terrible, though. That was hard.
That's probably why it's got so many views.
Yeah.
Yelling.
They came there expecting.
I
to
know I contributed to
fight.
the nonsense.
Like I always say, nobody watches NASCAR for the race. You know, everybody wants to see
Yeah.
it crash.
I thought that was awesome. That was and you know what too is just those. You know what too is actually I'm really happy at the timing of that because I would hate to see people be blamed for shit that went down a couple days after. When I feel as though like a lot of us kind of came to like a standstill at that day. You know what I mean? And I think that was a healthy thing for everybody is to kind of like put down the knives and the swords, like, you know,
Put down the knives and the swords and bring out the
yeah,
fist.
and like, you know, and you can strap up and like, you know, have a gentleman's, like, you know, it's good, like Timmy and Dick or whatever. At least it was said, got it out of the system, you know, and that's a healthy thing. So.
Hey,
But-
Isa, in
Yeah.
regards to something that VB said, do you hold the belief that if you haven't touched it and it's not tangible, then it doesn't exist?
It's not that extreme, but I can respect that kind of philosophy. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, but with that philosophy, I'm glad you kind of answered that way, because you know there's places that in the Amazon jungle never touched by human hands, but we know how large the land masses are. So therefore, does the Amazon not exist?
See, I mean, we got pictures of the Amazon, though, don't we?
It doesn't matter. It's never been. But
They could be fake, though.
You never know.
They could be fake, Isa.
I know. I tell you, how about this? I'm a little bit more skeptical. I'm less skeptical of pictures of the rainforest than I am of space. How about that? But do you understand that logic? Like holding that kind of opinion and that logic, because it's never been touched by human hands, so therefore it cannot exist by his own account. Well, his own account would be his own account, because he's saying that he can't verify it. But that doesn't mean that like one of us didn't go on vacation and have a great time down in the Amazon at some point. You know what I mean? It's not like, it's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's like when people say, oh, like, you know, there's no good women or something. And it's like, you know, you meet a good, like, I don't know. I just like,
well, Donald
like,
Trump, you haven't observed him and you can't touch him.
It's hyperbole.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah. Hyperbole?
I would
like there's no good woman. That would be hyperbole, right?
I guess. I don't know. Forgive me for not being on my definitions, but yeah, because you're always so razor sharp. I feel like, what did I miss?
Oh, and an exaggeration. How about that? A mild exaggeration.
Word. Yeah, no. But that's it. It's like, you know, there's the whole idea of like we can't know what's in the other room, almost. You know, and it's like, you know, that philosophy. But it does get too extreme when you're bringing it into like. I mean, I understand where you guys find it. You know, I understand that too.
Well, I wish. Actually, I might be able to. So I'm gonna turn my camera on because I'm on my cell phone outside my house. All right, I have some mountains that are off to the west of me. Called the Franklin. It's called the Franklin Mountain Range. Yeah, I've been on them. All right, they're to the west of me. All right, so I'm gonna turn this camera on real quick because if you know, with the whole thing with satellites not existing in it. These mountain ranges, you can look at them. They travel east and west, all the way down into Mexico, because I live in El Paso, Texas. All right, there's satellite dishes on my house, my neighbor's house, and they do not point towards this. And the angle that they're at, you can see it points straight up and down. Well, not straight up and down. It's at I think it was 52.5 degrees. All right. It's going to be really hard. So there's the mountain ranges to the west.
What?
All right. It's about 2.5 miles.
It looks like the side of a building.
Oh.
There we go.
All right. That's to the west of me. This satellite dish on my house is pointing towards the south. At about 164 degrees.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit different, but the angle on them by Dish Network is 52.5 degrees up.
Isn't that just one of those things where they could take advantage of people's lack of knowledge of how these things work and pretty much make up whatever they want to fill the holes?
Well, what's the point of the example of the mountain range?
If we have, do you think there's satellites in space?
I am of the opinion that they're using helium.
Okay.
To some extent,
if they're doing that, now you got to remember, this thing is pointing south towards Mexico. If there's helium or some kind of balloon, now you have to go into the spot. I am 7.5 miles from the Mexico border. In El Paso, Texas. Part of the Texas there is Juarez. So now if there's a balloon at 52.5 degrees, somewhere over in Mexico, there has to be a fucking balloon for me to have satellite television.
Well, that could be the case. Isa, I posted a link. Hang on a sec, guys. I posted a link in the green chat. It's the one. It's the GIF one. It's the last one. You could grab that. Gotcha. Check that out, man. It's a. It's not time lapse. It's a long exposure photograph of the stars, right? You know, with long exposures, they give you the awesome pictures of like skylines and shit like that, right? Well, in that photograph, you're gonna see dots, still dots. Those are geosynchronous satellites up there, and they fuck photographers up all the time because they don't want that shit in their shot.
Right.
And you can verify the, you know, this claim of mine. Just go and lurk at photographers forums, you know, like Google it and see what they're saying. See, they got nothing to do with flat Earth or round Earth, and see what they're saying.
That's what she gets. That's I've learned. I learned early on. Even maybe I'm still learning, but it's like initially I was like, oh, there's no thing as satellites but it's also no such thing as satellites as they proposed them. Whereas what I've come to almost look at is there may be this alternative way that they're doing it. I will check out your link. If I do it now, I'll get dropped from the call.
No, it's cool. Go check. You got to check out that fight, anyways. I'd leave.
Yeah,
this
no,
shit too, but
I tell you what, I've been. You know, it's funny. I kind of jotted down a couple things that I really wanted to look into and get more aware of, like, you know, sidereal days. You know, all these different. Just all these different terms, and I really feel like I got to go hit the books and come back. I'd like to do the angular diameter of the sun or the moon, rather.
Fuck yeah.
And like, you know, and come back and still, you know, like, you know, if my opinions have been changed, I'll be honest about them. It's weird.
And if you come up with some more arguments because of what you learned, come at us with them, you know?
That's it, man. And that's what that's something I think the general community, I think we've gotten lost in translation, guys.
Definitely. There needs to be a consensus on vocabulary that we use.
Well, even between the two parties of like global like ball, it's like you wind up with patterns where people don't speak or say what they mean, and we've got to learn to refine that. Like I talk about it like this: like slang is always changing, business changes sometimes, and legal never changes. So it's like we almost need that legal language to be able to discuss. I mean, we do have it. You know what I mean? There is a scientific language for this stuff. And I have to learn it and more, you know, better acquaint myself with it, so that I can raise better arguments. And it is a shame that there's been that, like, because I understand when you guys, I have a bone for funny, so it's like whenever I sense somebody being funny, or Gem Panda saying, well, you know, it's like in the slight of the language, but then somebody explodes and ruins their whole fucking point on the other side. And it happens on both teams, and it's just like, yeah, I hate seeing it. So as we refine our arguments, I'm definitely gonna be. You guys are my sounding board. You know, seriously. Like Kurt Border. It's like I can't.
I was just saying the same shit to the guys in. I was just saying the same shit to the guys in Ed yesterday. You know, it's those of us that have been in this a little bit longer. You know, we can spot the newbies. You know, because they're the ones blowing up. They're the ones all angry because they just either ballers or flatties. You know, it's both of them are angry about it. They're like, what the fuck? But the more learned ones, you know, the ones with more experience, we should be able to spot this stuff, and we should be able to not blow up at someone's obvious troll, you know, just pick it apart or leave it alone, you know, just fucking.
Yep, and
I'm gonna blow up a validation boy when he acts like that, regardless.
I was gonna say it's nobody's business if you do blow up and they take it too weird and it gets funny for them, because.
Right, fellas, I'm out of here. Good show.
Peace.
Thanks for coming, man.
Cool.
See you later.
Fuck off, Spurs.
Peace, brother. Enjoyed that against Reds the other
Love
day.
you, Spurs, man. You're a great guy.
Good
Love
shit.
you.
You guys are the worst.
Hey, Isa, seriously, a couple of things to add. I heard you talking earlier. Check out refraction.
Got it. Yeah, and diffusion. You know, there was a couple of terms that I wanted to go. Where I had.
Well, sure.
Yeah. There was a. Yeah, man. I'm gonna try to really do a little bit of digging. I wrote them down. So I have a couple terms I was really trying to look into, because I feel like if I do, I don't know. I feel like there's a vacuum of sanity. So I feel as though I have to, like, you know, I really put it off maybe too long, is where I feel like if I can collect my arguments and maybe bring, you know, a certain voice to this conversation, that's what I want to do. You know, I think it's got academic ability. You know, like it's not a clear-cut case where either party is wrong or right. or either one of us need to be judged for our beliefs. So when we get there, we'll get there. But either way, if something's funny, it's fucking funny, man. I don't know what to tell people.
Well, do me a big favor, because I with the whole thing with satellites and the direction, look into at what direction with DirecTV that they point the satellite dishes on the border in El Paso, Texas, between El Paso and Juarez.
And anywhere and be so precise. That's what you got to look at there, Isa. Why does it have to be so precise to hit a pretty small, accurate point in the sky?
Well, I mean, there could be we could answer. I could offer up suggestions, but I understand what you guys are saying because it's so far away.
Not even that, because if you're doing that with where I live, so close to the border of Mexico, now you have to, go into, well, how did they get permission to put whatever?
I was thinking that at the international lines there. I got
the fucking international line, dude.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter because it would be the space for, like, let's say if I was trying to explain away my idea of the Gilliam, it wouldn't matter because of the nature. Like I don't know if you guys heard me talk about even the nature of governments.
Bro, the fucking border patrol doesn't even have permission to cross the fucking international boundary line.
No, it doesn't matter though, because international business would. It's not international business related though. If the border patrol can't even cross into Mexican waters. That's because of their contract.
There ain't no fucking contract. You're breaking international law. That's not a contract.
But the countries may have an agreement. That's all.
How high, Isa? How high do you think these balloons are?
Don't know. Maybe up to 100,000 feet. I really don't know.
Okay. And how did they stay up there with? I don't know. Let's see. In El Paso, Texas, there's nearly 1 million fucking people or better.
And how still?
I haven't looked in a while.
I think we have to remember that if it can be explained by a massive government conspiracy, that's exactly where the conversation is going to go, and it's not something that, doesn't matter if there's proof or not. If that can be the explanation, then that's their explanation.
Well, and tell you what, Neg, you bring up a good point, because like in one sense, it's like I don't want to belittle the idea of what I'm talking about, but I also don't want to necessarily speculate beyond. It's like okay, is the moon made of cheese? Like that's the conversation we could have next. And I don't want to go there.
Yeah, is there anybody with satellite dishes where you live, Isa?
I mean, I would have. Yeah, not that I know of or that I speak to, but yeah.
You don't need to go talk to the people. Just check it out.
I'll take a note of which way they're
pointing. Yeah. They're all pointing relatively, well, not even relatively, precisely in the same direction.
Well, my neighbor.
Besides
my neighbor
that,
actually
hang on, Pierre. Let's assume that they're balloons. We don't know their distance. It doesn't even matter if the planet was round or flat. For this experiment, you could chart a graph just using like hella simple math, hella simple trigonometry, right? From the point of that satellite dish, you know what angle it's at, right? So you just like work it out on paper. You see a little graph at differences versus distance, right? Or altitudes versus distance. The farther away it is in distance, the higher it is in altitude. You get it, right?
Right, but I wonder if you could have two
but check it out. So then you could just see how far, just draw that graph out to, over 100,000 feet. Fuck it. And then look for that balloon at those heights and those distances. Just follow that line out. Look for it. Look for that balloon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. To try and find what they're pointing at. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, another good one. I mean, to me, it's like these are all things that I'm starting to really get into because I want to be able to have the discussion. And what really brought me into this was, again, it's like, just this idea of the nature of the Earth versus so much of the star patterns in relation to what we think makes it the shape of the Earth. And it's just now that you guys have always given me interesting stuff to go look into. So I'm going to go do my studies, go look into it. I still have yet to do my test. I got to map out a night or something where I could do that and hope for some clear cover or whatever, no cover. So I'm gonna look to do those things. And how long are you guys hanging out for a little while or what?
Yeah, I'll just keep it going as long as I can. We're about to run out of flat earthers. But...
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I'm gonna put my fights on.
We can start circle jerking as soon as you leave, man. Come on.
No, don't go too hard on me. Man. I hope we didn't do any. I hope we didn't take any screenshots. What's up?
Isa, before you leave, real quick, just so you know, because I do have a real good buddy that is a Border Patrol agent. He's in Arizona, but down in around Laredo, where the Rio Grande River stays full all year round. The Border Patrol, because the international boundary is halfway, between each it's right down the middle. The boats that
of the river, like the river gets split in half.
Yep, the river gets split in half. Half of it's Mexico, half of it's United States. The Border Patrol has strict laws. They cannot cross more than halfway when pursuing anybody that is crossing over illegally. If they cross more than half of that river, they can be brought up on charges by the Mexican government or even killed by some of the cartel. I mean, they've been shot at by the cartel down in there.
Right.
Laredo is very, very big for their drug running and illegal immigration. So if the Border Patrol, a government agency, cannot cross more than halfway over there's no way to.
It's all about the contracts.
It's not a contract. It's not a contract at all.
No. Check it. International business. Check it out. Citibank works in Mexico. Citibank also has Citibanks in every other in the United States. The point is that international business is beyond international or you know what I mean. Business crosses those boundaries, I would imagine, because it's the contracts between the parties. That's what my opinion would be, but but I'm not.
Yeah,
I think you're probably 100% right.
I would probably kind of agree with Isa on this. I mean, there's just so many avenues that if somebody wanted a balloon up there, they'd just pay him off or whatever the fuck,
Yeah,
well, it has to stay.
It has to stay.
It's got to be
Think
fucking
about it like
stationary.
this, though.
But
didn't they create Kevlar though and all that stuff? I mean, who knows what materials these guys got?
What does Kevlar have to do with the balloon?
Well, because it's
stationary enough to give satellite TV.
Because it's such a durable material, it can handle.
Whatever they got, the shit we haven't invented invisibility cloaks yet. So if there's a balloon, it'd be up there.
What about this though? What about mirrors?
The balloon idea,
or just the idea that you could. I mean, now granted, I'm not gonna go down to Eccentricville.
Sure.
Just because otherwise I'm going to sound like a lunatic. But I'm creative like that, so I like to think down that line of, you know what I mean? But I really don't know, brother. It's maybe maybe even space is not a vacuum. It might be helium-3 or some shit. Who the fuck knows? I just know that I don't know. You know what I mean? So,
well, I like that you're honest like that, and I like the idea that you come up, try to come up with alternative ideas.
Mostly reasonable. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to go into I've said before. It's like I'm a conservative conspiracy theorist, if you will. You know what I mean? Like I'm not.
Yeah, he's not introducing any fucking interdimensional shit or anything. So
yeah, dude, I'm not gonna be like, well, you don't know about the mothership. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going there, dude. It's like I can't deal with that conversation, and merely out of respect for I think this conversation deserves. I mean. Something I respect about you guys is you guys have studied a lot of this information. You guys understand astronomy, the stars. You guys can almost sit here, in some weird way, like a bunch of asshole sages with all the baller knowledge, which is cool. I take advantage of it. You know what I mean?
It's smart. It's smart to take advantage of it, Ethan.
Yeah, exactly, brother.
I posted a link in the green chat. I want to make you aware of it because I know that you were talking about taking off, but it's something you can download. Get that link, download it, read through that blog post. There's a lot of visuals in it, graphics. It's explained very well. And rather than sitting and arguing with somebody over this, you can take it at your own pace, look at it, and see what you think of this.
All right, I'll check it out. Yeah, Polaris, huh?
Yeah,
cool.
read that, look at that, understand that, and see what conclusions you come to based on that.
All right, cool. I might even be back in a little bit. I'm gonna just try to order these.
That'd be
flights
cool.
up.
Yeah, don't let us hem you
Alright.
up, man. Get to watching that fight.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna get them on. I just like having them on the screen, but I gotta sit there and I usually have to call my cable company and I like have to fight with them. I'm just gonna get ready to do that real quick, and then I'm gonna order this fight. I'll be back though.
Right on, man. Good shit.
Peace, guys. Thanks for having me, Jam. I do love your dinner parties. Bless.
See you.
Thanks, mate.
You should probably call them breakfast parties. To be honest, it's like 3 a.m.
Fuck, it's that late over there, huh?
Well, early.
See, we got to get rid of time zones.
Uh,
Very inconvenient, and they make Antonio look very bad.
Y'all should just wise up and get to American time, all right? There.
yeah. I'm thinking about going to America just to because that time zone seems to work out pretty well for me. But
Did you catch the
Well, I'll tell you, it's worked out pretty well for me. So,
Jeremy, did you catch the message in Green Chat?
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm there now.
That's a stick of dynamite right there.
All right.
Good times.
a lot of fun to be had.
I'm still mad that Validation Boy thinks that because, in his opinion, we don't know what the sun is, therefore we can't determine whether or not it breaks the law of perspective.
the story of how we found out what
can't know
the
where
sun
it
was so fucking cool. Anyway, the story of how we discovered all of this shit is so fucking cool, and it's like very involved and spans hundreds of years. It's like not something that we just pulled out of our ass one day, you know.
But who told us?
The History Channel back when
was
it was cool.
Was it the Roswell Gray
There's
men?
the aliens, man.
The
It's the
blue men
Roswell
or
alien.
the green?
They often like to characterize any sort of scientific, discovery, if you like, as if it was discovered once hundreds of years ago, and then that was it. Everyone just believed it. Nobody retested it, or nobody used that discovery to, create technology or anything. It was just that was just it,
Jim, I just noticed something from chat. Near base is asking for a link. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh yeah. You can
You're aware of that guy, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Who is proprietor yelling at in chat?
Who?
Proprietor.
Sure.
Is Streamy in there?
Proprietor came in and he doesn't really have much to say. He just kind of read down the talking points and didn't really engage in any kind of back and forth.
Yeah, I've talked to him earlier. He's a complete fucking dipshit.
He's Issa's mod.
But he was in this hangout?
Oh, at one point. I don't know if it was this one, maybe a different one, but
Yeah,
he was
I'll see
not like
him on this.
he's not like a
He really wants to
bad
debate
person.
someone. Getting to get in. He just doesn't know anything. That's his problem. Proprietor doesn't know anything.
But yeah, bitch, if you want to debate me, I'm on right now, and this is a neutral host hangout. You can't get kicked. So
There you go.
By the time on the warpath, man, everywhere I see you, you're like, debate me now.
yeah, he's the one who's asking for it. So
Yeah, you could say that again.
Yeah,
Asking
it is
for
a neutral channel, and I'm gonna shove off, and I'll see you guys in the on the YouTube side. I got some time to spend with the wife and watch a movie.
Thanks for coming here. Good to see you. man.
I just
brother,
started
see.
believing in Jesus a little more.
Yep.
See you, Pure. Pure knows I love him.
I wish you guys were more open to the flat Earth reality.
I sure wish they sure
Oh,
wish
I
they were
am.
more open to it too.
Yeah,
I am open
it's
to
quite a shame.
I really got a lot of my own research to do before I get
Yeah,
it.
you gotta do your own research. So you better crack on then.
Hey,
And again, I'll say,
has
Steve, I
has
can't-
Dredd ever debated anybody not in his channel? I mean, off of his channel.
Dredd doesn't even debate. He just shouts and then says, "My family, my
Sure.
family."
Yeah,
That's it.
I've not seen him go anywhere else, and I
Yeah, I
think
wouldn't think you would.
you know I'd love to get him somewhere.
Just Brother Sanchez. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've listened to him just for the past week or so, and he just oh man, he just wouldn't be able to get away with the shit that he gets away with. If he
Wait,
was on
Dredd or
someone else's
Brother
channel.
Sanchez? Brother
Dredd.
Sanchez is a fucking retard. Dredd.
I've never actually had the pleasure of hearing Bro Sanchez. I've heard
Okay,
of
well,
him.
you don't need to bother. He's
And
a fucking retard. As soon as you listen to him, you're just like, yeah, he's a fucking retard. He's an airhead.
that's-
His head is
that's,
literally full of air. Doesn't everything he says is just utter shit. So, and it's not worth listening to. So, but
it's still forewarned.
Judge Dredd is quite a funny character.
Yeah, well, I mean,
He's
he'll
here for the
listen.
money.
Yeah, well, of course he is. Like, he clearly doesn't have a job, full-time job. I don't know. I think he may do some kind of graphics work or something like that on the side.
Oh no, he does game reviews.
Game reviews, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to pad his
probably
paycheck. a
trying to
little
feed his family.
bit. Oh yeah.
Mm.
It kind of pissed me off. I think it was yesterday or the day before. James Richard came into Ed, and he was asking about the Vomit Comet. If stuff's falling, or is it just floating? What's the difference with that? And Adblocker was in there, and he's trying to explain it to him. I hopped in to try to give a little better explanation, and he was sort of getting it. He's still resistant, of course, because he's just holding on to that flatness so bad. But a little while after that,
I thought James was totally reformed.
Nope. He when he's talking to you by the end of if he's on Ed channel or talking to some ballers, he'll really play along like he is. And this is what I'm getting to is I saw him a little while afterwards trying to explain gravity, but for the for the flat earth, trying to explain it against it being true or something like that. He's like, here's what their model says in that, and it's like, dude, no, that I just explained this shit to you, and you're going
Maybe he's
and
just
you're
too
fucking
dense.
shitting all over it. Yeah, he kind of is.
Yeah,
I think a
he
little
doesn't
bit.
get it.
I mean, not everybody's gonna get this stuff. I mean, it's not that maybe I don't want to go so far as to say they're stupid or they're dumb or something like that, but not as intelligent is probably fair. Not everybody's gonna get it. It's not intuitive to a lot of people. Not everything
Am I
is.
Predator, James?
Yes.
Yeah, he's kind of like Spurs in that he's just not gonna happen.
I don't know if you can compare the two.
Well, no, they are definitely on those
Spurs-
levels. It's not gonna happen.
Well, I don't know.
Different levels.
I don't know. Spurs.
I'm not convinced he's for real. Just
It
won't.
does-
No.
I mean, could he be just
doesn't
on
do it-
drugs all the time?
Progress with James that will stick. I think with James, he shakes it off as soon as you're done, and next time you see him, you're back where you started.
Yeah, he has severe memory issues.
Yeah, and it's
That's
just
all the fun.
frustrating because he's got
Keep it.
because he'll listen. He's not like confrontational unless you start talking about Jeebus or something. But he's not confrontational. He'll let you explain it, and he like it almost sounds like he's getting it right, but no, he's not. And so it's just long explanations, just wasted.
Did you
really?
Did you hear him when he came in telling us about the end of the world in a couple of weeks?
No.
Oh shit! Really?
Back
Again?
around little after New Year. Oh yeah, I mean,
Oh my
he
god!
was all
When is it happening?
full into Gog and Magog and all this stuff about troops being sent over to the Middle East, and we're not, the world's going to end before Trump's not even going to take office. Obama's going to remain in office and all this kind of stuff.
That was that one time
back in January.
Yeah.
Back in January, he was end of the world, absolutely, and he was happy about it. He was going to be in his shelter
Yeah.
with all his food and water.
You know,
and what were we going to have?
that's
he
not
was
something that,
fucking
honestly,
happy.
that's not something that I think should be kind of mocked, because that to me just screams like some kind of mental issue.
No, he just believes.
Like when you're right in the head, you don't go on like that. And then a couple weeks later, you're not going on like that and talking like
He's hedging his bets. He's hedging his bets. That's all it is.
He had a fucking like some kind of breakdown. You know what I'm saying? And went online. It's like somebody getting trashed ass drunk and coming online. Being drunk in a hangout just never works out well. You know, it's that something happened. I don't think he's right.
He
like,
did
like Barbie McGill, dude. She ain't right, dude. And she's got problems, and I don't think all that personal shit should have been aired. I don't know the whole story, but I tuned in to somebody who had rebroadcasted her talking about like cancers and stuff. And that shit's just way too personal for the internet. I think that's just my 2 cents, though.
Well,
these people. Bottom line is these people got problems, man. I mean, some of them. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them have legitimate psychological fucking issues.
There he is.
That aren't to be really mocked. I don't think. Well, if you're unless you're an asshole, but everybody's entitled to be an asshole. So, what's up, Near? I hear you're fucking doing. I see you doing a good job holding down the fort for us ballers.
Yeah, good job, Near.
Oh, thank you.
You're making those idiots look silly, but
you're making those idiots look like idiots.
Wait, so you guys are bald earthers or fat earthers?
We're ballers in here at the moment,
but we've run out now.
I'm a flat Earth sympathizer in a way that I can actually sympathize how you can, if you're uninformed, you can believe such things.
I'm a flat Earth crucifier.
You're a LARPer, right? You're an FE LARPer.
Yeah.
What is that avatar you have there near base?
Jupiter.
Is it upside down or is it the right way up?
Where did you get that from?
I think it's the right way up. I mean, I think.
Does it matter which way it is? I mean, there's no up or down.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Where did that picture come from?
I got it off of Google Images. I just like it. So, yeah.
You think that's real?
Yeah. I've seen Jupiter
CGI.
here in Telescope, and it looks similar to this. No bit.
How much do they pay you to say this?
Wait, when you say it looks similar, are you saying it's the same? Or are you saying it's similar?
Well, no, in the photo, it's a lot more detail. But on the 2D telescope.
By similar, you mean it might not be Jupiter, actually.
So when you're saying it could be Jupiter, are you saying it isn't Jupiter?
No, it is Jupiter. It looks like this. It's not as much detail.
So you looked through a telescope at this.
Yeah.
And you took that picture. So you took this picture of Jupiter?
I did not, but I've seen.
You just said that you looked at this through the telescope and it was similar to what you saw on Google.
Have you taken your telescope apart?
I just want to get back to the.
Don't let them push you around, Neil.
Is it upside down or is it the right way up?
Tell us, Neil. Give us a rundown on your experiences in you've been exposed.
We're just role playing. Time over there on Dreads. That's kind of how they fucking put.
Oh yeah.
Did dinosaurs exist?
But tell us what your impressions have been, because you've had quite a bit of time over there, haven't you?
Yeah. Some of the things they kind of pushed off, like why do the stars spin clockwise in the north and counterclockwise in the south? They kind of give me kind of like a BS explanation,
Right.
They have to.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't answer my question, but then again, I guess I've kind of done the same things a couple of times, but I mean,
could never admit that.
Do you think they're treating you fairly in the way that they allow the conversation to progress?
I mean, sometimes overall, I think they're kind of nice. I mean, I don't dislike them as people, but I think they're treating me pretty good. Sometimes they kind of interrupt me or do something like that, but overall, it's pretty okay.
Hey, am I out of line in asking how old Near Base is?
15.
I think you have the patience of a saint.
No kidding.
I had a feeling that you might be.
Do it, man.
I've heard about you. You're a bit of a legend.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I've heard other people talking about the 15-year-old destroying Dread in his hangout.
Yeah.
So that's you. Well,
okay,
welcome.
so it was a different kid on there the other day. I knew he sounded younger. There was some kid in there who was like 12 or something. He was smacking him down. That was awesome.
Yeah. I think there's another. Yeah, there is another So you can go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you were talking about. I think his name was Timmy or something, or Tammy. Oh yeah, Tammy. That was his name. Yeah, he was.
I don't know.
Ripping apart Adam.
No, I didn't see that. So maybe they have kids in there all the time. No, this kid he had patience too. I don't know how. I don't know. I was thinking back. I'm like, damn, if I was a kid, would I be putting up with this shit? 'Cause I don't see it. I don't really see it as being nice. Like I know when people are being fucking dishonest weasels, and like that kind of pisses me off.
Yeah. I think you give them too much credit. In fact, I've been asked to, Neil, let me ask you this question from Captain Bullshit, who says, and he's very keen that I should ask you this. He says, do you think they're retarded cunts?
No, I think they're not retarded. I mean, I think they're kind of just, everything has a scientific evidence. You know enough to think you're right, but not enough to know that you're wrong.
Right.
It's a good quote.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right.
Oh, must
He's
be
wrong,
wrong
by the way.
then.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. So next.
Yeah.
Well, he also said the Earth was pear-shaped. So
Yeah, it's pear-shaped, right?
Well,
I mean, I've never googled oblate spheroid, so but I'm just going to presume it's a pear.
because Neil
Because
deGrasse
everyone else
Tyson
has
said
told me
so.
it's a pear.
So have you managed to tangle with any other flat earthers then, apart from on you've been exposed? Have you been on any other channels?
I think one other one. It was just a one-on-one with another guy. I asked him some of the same questions, like about gravity. Like they say it's about density. And
Right.
it's in air,
Yeah,
but
how do you tackle that one?
I say, well, how do things fall in a vacuum chamber? And usually they just kind of.
They're going to deflect off of that one every time.
They say, oh, we don't live in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, that's not reality.
Yeah.
You're taking away the medium.
Yeah.
Yeah, with gravity's kind of a. Next time, maybe hit them. This might go over their heads, but hit them with pressure gradients in the atmosphere or in the oceans is even better.
Where are these new gunpowder rockets that NASA are building?
What?
They're not going to work, by the way. They're not going to work in a vacuum. I'm just going to put that out there because they've already done the experiment.
Oh yeah,
And
they
so-
have got this experiment, haven't they, where they set off some solid rocket propellant from a like a toy rocket motor, and they did this in a vacuum chamber, and it doesn't burn. I think.
Did it have an oxidizer?
It does have an oxidizer. I think this is actually on.
It was gunpowder they put in it, and they said that it has its own oxidizer, but obviously it's not enough.
Well,
Doesn't
yeah,
work.
what Smarter Every Day responded to it, and what they're saying is that it has to be under some sort of pressure.
Yeah,
that's why we use liquid fuel.
Have you ever piled, like, just taken a bullet
Big
apart and you have a little pile of gunpowder there, and it doesn't bang, it burns.
Right.
It just
Right.
it's gonna burn for a second. Right. I watched a
Maybe
video
another
just
gunpowder
last night
grenade?
about sorry, Kurt. I watched a video just last night of a bottle rocket. That's a propellant, right? It's not just it's not just a bang. A bottle rocket. The MythBusters did it. They put it in a vacuum chamber, and sure as shit, they strapped it to the back of a little toy car, and zoom, off it went.
Yeah,
The
rockets
pressure has
work in
to
a
be-
vacuum.
The pressure has to be higher inside than outside.
Well, wait a second. If there's a bottle rocket and a little car in there, it's not a vacuum.
Incorrect. They put the bottle rocket and the car in there with a little electronic timer, and then sucked and pumped all the air out. Set it off
but
electronically.
you still have a bottle rocket and a car in there. It's not a vacuum. Ali B, you got to check with him.
It's
He
not a
can
complete
test that.
vacuum because there's a bottle rocket and a car in there. Oh, for fuck's
yeah.
sake!
There's
like,
mass in there now, and a vacuum is a lack
There's no
of mass.
air in there.
Okay,
You say-
everyone stop playing devil. It's too confusing. I'm too old.
No, Ali B was actually saying, like, so you
Ali
believe that
B.
you actually believe space is a vacuum, so the moon is not made of mass. That was
Said the cleaner
how
one
he
day.
Came back with it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's that bad.
I had
Where
that.
do you go? Where do you go from there?
The insistence that there's no gravity in space. Who is that? I can't remember who that was.
What's gravity?
Oh yeah,
That might have been that M. Dot bloke, was it?
that stuff that isn't in space apparently,
That fictitious force. Yeah.
depending on who you believe.
Oh yeah, another thing, they don't understand Newton's third law.
Absolutely, they don't. They don't
Yeah,
understand
any of them.
number 1 or number 2 very well either.
Tell me more about this
Well-
fictitious force called gravity that I don't believe exists, therefore it doesn't exist, therefore I don't know why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, I know. I saw you pulling that one on Validation Boy. He didn't get it. That one flew right over his head. He's like, "I win!"
Yeah.
Fucking hammer drop. My fuck.
Him and his
It's like if we
hammers.
started, if like civilization and this kind of quest for knowledge started off exactly the way that these people tackle, the knowledge that we've already grasped, like and just trying to seek knowledge, we wouldn't even know what the fuck any of this stuff is that they're arguing doesn't exist. Like they would
Yeah.
have no fucking argument. Literally, science is giving them these things that they can argue don't exist. Like
One of the most prevalent ones that I love is the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah,
they
that's my-
believe fuck all that NASA says.
Yeah.
But
black
who the hell
hole
told
has
them-
done something.
Who the hell told them about the Van Allen radiation belts?
Science has done something for mankind. You know what it has done? It's given mankind things to question. But like flat earthers, gravity doesn't exist. What is gravity? It doesn't exist. It's bullshit. That's what science has done. It's given them gravity so they can then question it and then claim it doesn't exist. So it's done. So thank you, science.
That's what I do what I can.
Do you guys have any questions I should ask them? Any other one?
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Ask them what age they got dropped by their head by.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Well, I mean, I tend to go for. I mean, I think the simplest arguments are the two celestial poles, but they sort of wriggle around that. I think the angular size of the sun and the actually, I go for the angular size of the moon
Don't do that.
rather than the angular size of the sun, because all the they'll get out a sun video with a lot of glare in it and say, oh look, it got smaller as the glare reduced as it got closer.
But the moon doesn't really do that.
Right, with the moon, you don't really. Although I did manage to see one where they'd got it glared, but generally speaking, with the moon, because the argument would be that that we would expect to see the moon change its angular size during the course of a night if it's moving from so far away that it's out of our view until it's above our head, sort of thing, and then again to out of view again. We should see it grow. I think somebody said by 400%. I think
That sounds about right, I think.
It all depends on how you're calculating it.
Right.
Parameters for this. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, if you use your math and set out to find a specific goal, the math is going to find you that goal.
Right.
But hold on a second now. The moon is intangible, so you can't apply the law of perspective
And
to it.
it requires measuring, and they don't do measuring; they just do observation. So
I think that really is the pinnacle of the willful ignorance when they start saying that about the moon, because you can, I think anybody's conclusion looking through a telescope would be that they're looking at rock. That's what it is. It obviously is.
it could just be light, a hologram or something. So, if it could be, then that means it might as well just be. So there you go.
All right. Well, why isn't the space around the Earth full of dust from the moon as the moon orbits around the Earth? How come it doesn't?
We don't know what the space is. We don't know what space is.
We're thinking of questions for Nia. What are other good killer questions?
Also,
How does the sun move in a straight line on equinox along the equator? There's no straight line in the path of the sun in their model, or any model that they could ever possibly conceive of.
That's too complicated. Try something else.
Yeah, that is quite complicated.
Ooh. Ask
Oh
them.
my God. No,
Yeah, really,
it can't be
the
complicated.
simpler
I
the
get
better.
it.
The simpler the better.
Why don't you ask them if you ever talk about gravity? When you're in the 0G plane, when you're floating the plane, if you're heavier than the air around, if you're heavier than the air around you, then why don't you fall inside of the plane?
That's a
Because
good one.
they always say,
Yeah.
oh, if you're
Oh,
heavier.
knock it off.
No, they're
That's not
dense. They're
even
not going to be
fair
able to
by the
get that
time.
question.
Yeah.
They're just dense. They're not going to get that question.
No, that's really good though. That is
Yeah, I
really
like
good.
that. They'll probably say, "Oh, those 0G flights are faked."
Yeah.
Finally, something worthy out of by the time.
I've been saying this for a long time though.
I'm just kidding. By the time you're a valued compatriot here.
Yeah, one of the things I do if you click on if you click on the link that I sent in the Hangout and go to this website, basically it's a satellite in geostationary orbit, and I show them this every time because the clouds lay it exactly where the weather is. So if you scroll into Japan and type in Japan weather, it'll be cloudy.
Yeah, they conquered that because people could just phone like all those different places and ask them what the weather is, and then they could just CGI it in. However, you bringing up Himawari, that reminds me of something I had brought up earlier before you were here, related directly to Dredd. I've seen him make the argument. He's probably even made it to you that he could produce better images of the Earth than NASA can, right? Because he's a graphical artist or something. You've heard him say that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, present him with this. Ask him to. Have you ever downloaded one of those Himawari images?
No, I have not.
Well, they give them to you, and they give you a choice of small, medium, and large, and it's like a 15, 50, and 75 megabyte files or some shit like that. It's huge. They're really, really big. You can zoom the hell in on them once you open it up.
How many teraflops?
0.00075.
What's a teraflop?
Really, really big amount of nonsense. Anyways, hang on, guys. Hang on.
Sorry,
yeah. So ask him to go ahead and try to make one, and see if it looks any better. Make him back his shit up. He makes that claim. I've heard him make that claim all the time. So make him back that shit up.
Yeah.
And then ask him to make a 75 megabyte picture of the Earth that you can zoom in with extreme detail. 75 megabytes every 10 minutes.
Yeah. What
Make
should be
him
the
do it every 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what are the dimensions though? Like 10,000 by 10,000, or is it?
Yeah, it's extreme, like 25,000 by 20. I don't exactly remember. I can't even find the one on my computer where it is. I think my computer hid it from me because it's so damn big.
What did you say? 5,000 by 5,000.
Well, I mean, yeah, just go to the Himawari website. That's all I did, and they're like, download this, and I'm like, oh shit, okay. I mean, you could find it. You could find it pretty easily.
I'm adding that to my questions.
There's some other satellites that are doing the same thing though down here. The new one is Ghost 16. I'm not sure if that's outputting yet, but it will be about to be if it isn't. And then there's Electra L, which is a Russian one, and what's the other one? There's Epic, of course. You know the one that's a million miles away.
Yeah.
Ask them why they always bitch about NASA and why they never bring up the Russian accomplishments in space. The Russians were first in just about every aspect except for putting a man on the moon.
Yeah.
They were the first to have, a satellite up there. They were the first to have living things in orbit. They sent living things around the moon and back, and they survived. These guys don't know any of that. Like,
right.
They've done their own research is so full of shit, and that they know the globe model better than us is just absolutely preposterous.
I want to kill them when I hear them say that.
And the fucked up thing about it is you can go ask them to back that up, right? And because they're always asking us questions about the ball, and then we ask them, okay, well, why is it this? They don't fucking know.
You have to prove the ball.
But they don't have to prove the flat Earth?
No, because the Earth is flat.
And that's that, right?
And that's that.
All right, we can all go home, guys.
Yep. Show's over. The game is up, guys. You've been shilling for too long.
I'm just getting started.
Oh, yeah, one of the guys.
You've been around for a while.
What's that?
Can you sort out Hewin in the
Sure
chat?
can.
Thank you, mate.
Thanks.
I couldn't see him for some reason. I think
Yeah, I
maybe
have-
my age.
It's already done. Mark did it.
Ah, yeah, that's probably why.
Mark.
But Mark's really swift.
Yeah, I was still working on it. Yeah. All right, so you're in, Huey.
Man, I love Huey too. You know, that guy just comes with some really clear cut logic.
Right.
And, like with facts and so concise. that
Clear and
they're just like they're clear. Yeah, he is. And I'm just like, when he says some stuff, he doesn't say stuff often, but when he says it, it just hits you like a ton of bricks. It's fucking rad.
How much does a ton of bricks weigh?
Same as a ton of feathers,
It's like a metric ton.
but in a vacuum.
In a vacuum? What about in
Oh,
space?
bets are off.
Shit.
Well, light doesn't reflect off them in space, so there's no such thing as bricks or feathers in space.
Can't see it. Shit.
They become intangible.
Exactly. Curb, you get it.
Yeah. Not observable, intangible.
So do the flat earthers think the sun is like a spotlight or a radio?
It depends. It depends on who you ask and when. They're never going to give you a straight answer on what they believe ever.
No.
So that they always have an out. They always have an escape route by saying that I don't know.
I don't know what the sun is,
Depends on
but I
how
know
hard
it's not the sun because
Depends
I know.
on how hard you're trashing them.
How do you
Because if
like
they see
the
it-
sun is just an apparition?
It's a luminary.
An apparition or an aberration?
Look, we know it's not a globe. We know we've been lied to.
They know that much, but they
That's
don't know
the
the
important
globe is
They don't know the
fantasy,
fuck about anything else.
We know we've been lied to. We know it's not a globe. Dinosaurs don't exist. The Earth is flat. All right.
Because I got explanations. So if they say that the sun is like a spotlight, then like would the sun set like 30 degrees above the horizon?
Oh, I missed part of that. Damn it.
Yeah, I did some math, probably a little bit incorrectly, but I think I got it right. And I put the observer at one end of the ice wall and the sun at the other, at 3,500 miles high.
I bet you can't
And
do that.
I did it. I did it on paper.
Paper isn't reality, man.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, but I mean,
But
in reality,
no, I know.
you
I'm
can't.
not using this to argue. I'm using this to talk to Nir about this right now.
Mhm.
But the
'cause
sun
yes,
doesn't
I'm not-
exist.
I'm not arguing with flat earthers right
Well,
now.
no, I mean, not the sun doesn't
No,
exist. We don't know
I'm
what the sun is. We don't know what the
We-
sun is.
we sure
so
don't.
We
So
don't
why
know what
talk
the sun
about the sun?
is.
You don't know what the sun is while you're talking
know
about
what
the
the sun-
sun. What's the sun?
How did you put the sun where the ice wall is if you don't know where the ice wall
Anyways,
is?
I think
Anyways.
the big problem with that spotlight sun, though, is that it's verifiable that it's lighting up half the Earth, which means it has to cast a semicircle of light, which is
At some parts of the year
right, which is kind of odd for a circular
on
object.
equinox. On
Right,
equinox,
yeah.
it has to cast a semicircle, but then it deviates from semicircle.
yeah,
Right.
that shit is just
after-
retarded.
on either side of the equinox. It is. Cordis made a video on this, demonstrating with visuals about the illumination pattern of the sun. It's rather enlightening, but of course,
Yeah,
flatwits
they won't
won't
get
watch
that
it.
one. So, anyways, I did a little trigonometry workup. Put the sun at one end of the at one ice wall, say at the east, or let's just say at the west, since it sets in the west, and put the observer on the eastern ice wall, given the maximum distance across the Earth, which would never happen in reality. But I'm giving them maximum graces, right? I'm 3,500 miles high, which is the highest that any one of them will have ever admitted to. And it's like 13.5 degrees above the horizon at all times, no matter, at the very extremes of distances, meaning that it can never set ever for anyone at any time.
Okay,
Thank
what
you for
about the
the-
atmosphere?
Oh, sorry, Cyanide. I beg your
The
pardon.
atmosphere can't be proven. It's intangible.
What do you mean? I can observe it.
Thank you for
you
the
know
info.
that the
You're telling me
atmosphere
you can see
curves.
oxygen? You can see nitrogen?
The atmosphere curves. You can see it in a rainbow. That's
Yes.
where it reveals the true shape of the sky. So that's why the sun does what it does.
Back to the drawing boards then. I don't know. What's up, Huey?
But
It's like a
also
rainbow.
you've got something wrong. You've done something wrong with your experiment or your simulation. You've said that one person's to the east and to the west.
No,
on the
one
ice wall?
one. I put the sun 3,500 miles over the western ice wall, and the observer at the eastern ice wall.
What do you mean
Maximum
western?
distance-
What do you mean by western and east? There's no western. It's all south. The southern ice wall is all.
No,
is
there's no southern.
Yes, there is.
Southern, northern, up and down. Southern.
Southern.
No, but south is all around. So
They're diametrically opposed.
there's no east or
Is
west.
that right? You got diametrically opposed points.
Wait, so are
The
you
sun
looking
and
at
the
the flat
observer?
Earth as if like it's a compass and then just going like that?
I took the UN map as the example, given that most of them agree that that's their shit.
Okay, and most of them don't know where south is. Well, they do know where
Yeah,
south is.
and I
everywhere.
wasn't doing this for flat earthers. I was doing an
Oh, okay.
experiment for myself.
Oh.
And I was telling Near this because it related to his question of how many degrees would it set at.
Okay.
So if you
That's
took a clock,
absolutely fuck. I never plan to use this against them because they'll you.
Me?
yeah, you have the observer at 9 o'clock and the sun at 3 o'clock.
Has anyone ever thought that that it could be like a conveyor belt where the flat Earth is spinning round, and during the day you can't see the stars, and during the night the stars appear, and you will then, but then you would only see one. Yeah, it wouldn't work, would it? Unless during the night you
If it
would
was a
look
cylinder.
You would look north towards the center and see Polaris, and then I don't know how that would work.
It doesn't matter. Validation boy will believe you.
And then if you looked south towards the outside of the disk, you would see the southern celestial pole. But that doesn't. Don't know. I'm still working on it. I'll come back to you when I've worked out something.
Well, the universe is a simulation. So
so
each person experiences their own individual, unique view of the sky.
There could be some sort of a bug or something going on where it separates as you go past the equatorial line on the azimuthal map. Yeah,
It's all just a matter of how you're
it's just a
programmed.
simulation. Yeah, it just switches as you go past, a bit like on a motor drive. You know, some of those motor drives you've got to switch. You can switch it north south. As soon as you go past the equator, it just switches, and then you see what they want you to see because it's a simulation. Yeah, good thinking, Curved.
Who they are that are simulating it, so that we know who to worship instead of the moons and planets and sun.
Well, I don't know who they are, so I think that's a good enough answer.
Well, if
I
we
don't
know
think anybody's ever proved that they exist.
No, not
No,
not
but they could exist, so therefore they do exist. We just
The
don't know who they
simulator.
are.
Can you prove the simulators do not exist?
Simulators can exist, and so they do exist.
Not in my reality.
Well, your
Well,
reality
you've
is
got a program
determined by the simulation
malfunction.
and your own perspective within the simulation. Yeah.
You need to head into Best Buy, check out the Geek Squad, have them check your wiring.
You might have one of those ransomware viruses or something.
I actually go to Apple Geniuses for that.
Thanks for the
Oh,
link.
nice. Oh, sure thing.
Hey, I was listening earlier. That guy. If you don't know and you want to know what's wrong with the flat Earth, there he is sitting there looking at you. My goodness gracious, that guy. He really fucking bothered me.
Which one?
I mean, I don't mind if someone doesn't understand something. There's all of us don't understand things from time to time, but not wanting to understand something, that's really bothersome.
That sums it up, doesn't it? Here, it just that does sum it up. It's not the ignorance. It's the willful ignorance.
Yeah, he doesn't want to understand it.
Wait, who's this?
Validation boy.
In general.
Got to be talking about validation boy, right?
Really fucking bothered me. That really fucking scared me.
Yeah, I've kind of come to this conclusion that there's some of them, or quite a lot of them, they've almost taught themselves to not, gather information or enlighten themselves. They've almost they've like taught themselves that.
That much is apparent with their like skill at evading and ducking questions and go into something else really quick. I mean, they do that really well and they do it consistently.
Yeah.
The analogy I've used before is, say you're at a magic show, right? And there's a magician up there doing an old classic like Sawing the Lady in Half. And the guy sitting next to you says, wow, that's fantastic. I wish I had magical powers. And you say, well, no, it's not magic. It's a trick. As a matter of fact, I know the magician, and I can take you backstage. He'll show you how it's done. It's an old trick. Most people know how it's done. And he says, no, I don't want to see how it's done. I want to continue believing in magic. And that's pretty much what he said at the end when he said, oh, everywhere I go, it looks flat. It's beautiful. It shows me the creator. So things like the sun, he's quite happy.
That bugged me too.
I don't want to know what it is. That really bothers me. That shit.
It bothered me too. That's why I asked him what the hell he's even doing here.
Yeah,
really, Validation Boy is a good actor. He's a good actor. He knows.
Well, I mean, to be fair to him, he often presents his position. He'll just say, "I believe it dogmatically," and he proudly states that. And in a way, I kind of, in a way, that bit of him is honest. Do you know what I mean? He sort of said, "Well, I haven't got any arguments for it. I just believe it because I like believing it."
Yeah, basically what he said at the end there. And then he has the temerity to hold that sign up saying, "You lose." Well, I guess if you can't convince him that's losing, he's probably right.
We lost, man. We lost.
He doesn't
Well,
want
Hugh, you're just upset. You love your government and the lies they tell you.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Yeah.
I can't remember which hangout it was. I was in there yesterday, and they were going, "Oh, they lied to us about this. They lied to us about that." And I wrote in the live chat, "Well, what about all the flat Earth lies?"
Right, and they just don't. Even when they know, they don't care.
So I gave two examples. I wrote, well, the horizon always rises to higher levels. That's a flat Earth lie, isn't it? And zooming in on objects that have gone over the horizon, there's another flat Earth lie. And then somebody pumps in there, "Well, I've got a P900 and I live near the coast, so I can tell you it's true." I said, "Well, where's the evidence?"
Well, now you have Spurs Chemo believing the horizon.
I want to see this. I want to see an object that's gone over the horizon getting zoomed back again. No one's ever demonstrated that.
The horizon rises to our level, but the horizon lies to us about where the true horizon is. So then we don't know where the horizon rises, and then we don't know. We just don't know. We just don't know.
I saw a comment on a Flat Earth Assholes video a couple of weeks ago. He did this video where he had the 1972 Apollo 17 blue marble, and he claimed that we should be able to see that half the Earth was lit up, and we were only seeing some of it. Therefore, it was obviously fake. We should be able to see more of the Earth. And I commented it's similar to what we were showing earlier with the globe, and the further away you are away from it, the more of the sides you see, if you like. And there was actually a flat earther in the chat pointing this out, saying it. And at the end of it, he said, "Great work, brother. You do a great job." And he's just told him that his entire video is completely wrong. So I commented and I said, but you've just told him he's completely wrong. And he said, "Oh yeah, but his other stuff's good."
Yeah.
He
does wrong very well.
The video, upload it to YouTube. Let's see it. Or show me one someone else has done. You can guess what she said. Can anyone guess?
I missed the first part of what you said.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
When I asked this person to show me the video they've done on objects coming back into view over the horizon, I said, "Well, where's your video? Show it to me, or show me one that someone else has done. Put the link in here. Let's do it right now." You can guess what she said.
So get it yourself.
Yeah,
do your research.
Yeah, do your own research.
Yeah, do your own research. Yeah, I hate it when they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to do my own research.
Antonio tried that on me in that hangout, in ISIS hangout the other night, and he said at first he'd got he said we were talking about Van Allen actually and cosmic rays, and he said I gave this explanation, and then he threw it to, so how come we don't get cosmic rays on Earth? Or I said we do, but I said there's atmosphere on Earth, and he was saying, we should seek flashes in the eyes like the astronauts did, and I said, well, where's your science for that? And he said, it's in he reckoned it's in at first he was in the end he said A Brief History of Time was where his science was, but he wouldn't say anything, and I said, so you're presenting an argument, and then he was saying, he said the usual, go and do your own research. So you present an argument, and then you tell me to go and do my own research. And then later on, he produced this video, and a high altitude balloon video, and said, right, what's that wedge shape in the
yeah.
And I said, well, what? It's a bit of dark sky, what?
Yeah.
And he was
It's
going
just-
on and on. You're not giving me a proper answer. And I
It's
said,
because there's so little light, the pixels don't know exactly what to do, so it just does a black blob, looks like a wedge.
I said, Antonio, first you present an argument and then tell me to go and find the evidence. And now you're presenting evidence and expecting me to make an argument about it. It's just, that guy, he is, without a doubt, the most dislikable character in this community.
Who is that, Jeremy?
Antonio.
Yeah.
He's got a weird ego problem.
Really, hasn't he? I mean,
He thinks he's some top shit, dude.
Well, like he does it with his own people. Like he's got to one up you somehow in his own mind, and it doesn't matter if it makes zero sense at all.
And he's always it's like he's talking to children all the time. It's like he's delivering a lesson constantly.
Well, like for instance, him and his buddies were having some conversation about something, weather. I don't even know, but one of them was from Pennsylvania or something like that, and said, well, up here in Pennsylvania they have a saying that if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. Like the weather's going to change, right?
Right.
Oh, well, in Germany, the Germans have a saying that, if the weather's not to your liking, and then in 15 minutes it'll change. Like, do they really say that, Antonio? Or did you just say that to, drive home that somebody presented some sort of semi-witty remark, but now it's you have to make one the same
That
style.
guy, the one-upper.
Yeah.
Like, the Germans don't say that. And if they did, they'd say it in German, which you don't speak.
Yeah.
You tell an awesome story. He tells one that's a little bit awesomer.
Well, yeah. And I don't like...
Pretty much the same story, except that much better.
We always used to say, if you've got a black cat, he's got a blacker fucker.
It's an awesomer story compared to the last awesome one.
But anyway, Patricia Steer, is she a man? That's the hot news this week.
How long did it take Antonio to find out?
Take that
It
shit
is
to Jerry
possible.
Springer. I could give less of a fuck.
We do have to realize Antonio might be traumatized by realizing he was banging a dude. So
Dude looks like a lady.
cut him a little slack here. Although he's just as big an asshole now as he ever was. I don't see a difference. So obviously
I
it's
see
not
what
an
you did
issue.
there.
So no slack for Antonio. I don't know. That's a horrible thing to come out and even start trying to, throw around out there in the public. Either way, true or lie.
Right.
Shut the fuck up about it. Even if it's true, so what? I mean, did you not know? She never told you. She thought that, and how did you figure it out this far after the fact?
Oh, he has
Yeah.
a series of excuses for that. He was too embarrassed to say, and all this sort of thing. It's just
I would be embarrassed.
Too embarrassed. He thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
When does he
Put
claim
things
to
in
have figured it
perspective,
out?
you know.
Yeah. He can be excused for thinking, a groin is flat, surely, if he thinks the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, I think the only takeaway is that he's easily he's gullible.
But I think he's live right now.
Yeah, he is live.
Easily deceived. How about that?
He's taking away our viewership.
Don't you think he's a deceiver, though, Nag? Don't you think he knows a lot of the time that what he's saying is just bollocks? And he just says it anyway because he knows the flat earthers just won't.
I mean, like he says it with such conviction, like he's deceiving him. He's deceived himself into believing it.
Right. I think that might be the case. Yeah.
I think this is what he does. Right. This is what he does. He picks up a book. He listens to something about physics and the universe, and he listens to it until he gets to something where he's like, his brain's like, what the fuck did that person just say? Goes back to it, listens to it again, and then goes, that doesn't sound right, because he doesn't know. So he listens to it again, he goes, hey, wait a minute, I can actually use this exact thing that this guy's talking about to prove the Earth is not the shape that they say it is. He just picks on something. Like sometimes when you listen to someone talk, like say Curved Water says something, it just kind of doesn't sound right, to you, obviously, because you don't know. You know what I mean? It's just something that just doesn't sound right. And then they know that they can pick on that. And it's just those little things that come up in science that you can just pick at. And they know those things. It's a weird feeling you get when you hear it.
Yeah, I mean, how many times a week do you hear dark matter?
Yeah.
Oh, you believe in dark matter?
Yeah.
But when he had that tool in his hangout explaining to them how 2 times 3 equals 8, Antonio acted like an aha moment. Light bulb went off.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand. I see what you're saying. 2 times 3 equals 8. God damn. No, you don't see what he's saying. It isn't. But yet he's that freaking gullible or willing to play along.
It's a bit like that the Mandela effect, it's just a thing in the brain or like a thing that happens to everyone, in their memory. They remember something different to how it actually was.
Right.
Yeah? And it's common. And this is what they're kind of exploiting. They're exploiting that. Because there's things that happen in certain people's minds that kind of happen more or less, I guess, universal to certain people.
It's not just that, Steve. It's that when you put these things out there, don't you remember it being, what's the Bears thing? The Berenstein or Berenstein?
Berenstein Bears, yes. It's like that, but it's almost on a different.
And people that don't even remember it, hardly have any opinion on either way, will start believing it. You can plant false memories in people's heads like that.
It's a bit like that, but it's almost like they can because I almost had a problem understanding this. I can exploit this because I know I had a problem understanding this. Therefore, other people are going to have a problem understanding this. I just have to give a different explanation and then convince them that is what it actually is and not the other way around.
Well, the way I normally handle these Mandela effect people is get them to agree that we can have faulty memories, and the way we remember, it's not like retrieving a document off a hard drive. What's going on is you're reconstructing that memory each time you recall it, and you'll recall it with gaps, and you'll fill in the gaps, and that gap that you filled in will now become part of the memory, and every time you recall it, it gets worse and worse. So the errors accumulate.
Right, I think often these sort of Mandela effect examples, they're often things in popular culture, and I think that often what happens is they get picked up by popular culture and then repeated wrongly at some point, and then people just keep repeating the wrong.
As well. That's part of it, but that's not the whole thing.
Like what is it? Play it again, Sam, from Casablanca. Casablanca, where he only ever said "play it, Sam," but people always say "play it again, Sam."
Yeah, and Woody Allen's movie was called "Play It Again, Sam."
Do you see what I'm getting at? Like,
movie
sorry.
It was called "Play It Again, Sam," I think.
Right. Yeah, it could be, but it's it's things like that. They get picked up and repeated, and then people remember the repeat.
Do you see what I'm getting at, though? It's I don't know what you would call it. Maybe there is something in the psychology or whatever, but it's like a Mandela effect type thing. It's that kind of point where you're learning something and you have a serious issue learning it, but instead of actually figuring out exactly what it is, along comes Antonio Subirats with this thing that kind of fills the gap but isn't actually true.
Yeah,
it's almost like that. I don't know what the reality is, what it is, but it's almost like Mandela effect. It's something like that.
I saw a very interesting test where they got a group of people, stood them in a park, and staged a fake robbery, and then they got them to testify what they saw. And the people that weren't sure on some details, like the color of the coat the guy was wearing, what color was his coat, they didn't really know. And then what they did was they put someone in the room where they were discussing it to implant false information. And he was saying it was red. It wasn't grey. It was red. It was red, I tell you. And then the people that weren't sure started believing it was red. And so what he'd done was he'd implanted a false memory in their heads, and they were convinced it was red because he put it in their heads. This has all known. This is tested for. But the thing you've got to do with these Mandela people is get them to accept that we have faulty memories. Sometimes we remember things wrong. And most of the time they'll agree to that. They'll say, yeah, okay, that's true. So how then do you go about testing a false memory from the Mandela effect? How do you know it's the Mandela effect? What's the difference? And you'll never get a straight answer to that question.
But what if I'm the only person that remembers it the right way and everyone else remembers it the wrong way? And I'm the only sane person on the planet?
My problem with the Mandela effect is
the question is, how do you tell the difference between a faulty memory and the Mandela effect? How do you test for it?
Error checking.
You can't. It's identical. With any test you can run on it. Therefore, Occam's razor shreds it and throws it in the trash right away.
My problem with it is that I was never ever confused about the death of Nelson Mandela. So it's a kind of
I don't remember.
It's a loss from the start when you tell me it's the Mandela effect. As soon as I looked it up, I thought, oh.
I've ever heard anyone say that he died in prison. I'd never come across that until this thing came around.
No, I hadn't. I'd never
say that
at all.
Wait, he died in prison?
Well, that's why it's called the Mandela effect, because they use the example of there's many people remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison.
Right.
He was run over by a tank in Tiananmen Square. In prison.
That's why they call it the Mandela effect. And according to these people, there's a large number of people that thought that. Well, I never come across it. So this Mandela effect. I used the same kind of tactic with a guy that was trying to claim that miracles happened, and I got him to accept that unlikely events do occur, unlikely, unexpected, unexplained. So how do you know it isn't? How do you know it's a miracle and not one of those things? And he couldn't answer the question either. There's no way to test for it. Just because something's unexplained doesn't mean it's a miracle. That's an argument from ignorance. I said, how do you tell the difference? How do we test for it? Because if a supernatural being is intervening, we should be able to test for that, right? He didn't know.
Well, if you're making the claim, then you should know somehow that it's happening. So we should be able to test for it somehow, maybe.
Yeah, it should leave a trace. And I think the first reply, if it's really, really unlikely, I said, the odds of winning the lottery are really, really unlikely. People win it all the time. Is that a miracle? He probably would. I don't think he answered that question, but he would probably say no. It's just an improbable thing. Well, then how do you know that a miracle isn't just an improbable thing as well?
And that's a question we will answer another day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same with the Mandela effect. You know, you've got to demonstrate it. You've got to say how we can identify it. If you can't demonstrate that the phenomenon is there at all. There's no point in taking it any further, because then they'll start going, oh, it's CERN, it's this, it's that. Well, wait a minute, whoa. Don't put the cart before the horse. Demonstrate the phenomenon first, then we can talk about the cause. You can't do that. It's a waste of time discussing.
Why not just chalk it up to peculiarities about alternate dimensions that we don't understand?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you just say the Earth is flat because dinosaurs didn't exist?
That works.
Leave dinosaurs alone.
Nah, man. Fuck dinosaurs, man. They didn't exist. They don't. What do you mean? Leave
Did you
what
see
alone?
Did anyone see Jism debunking dinosaurs a few weeks ago?
Oh God, he didn't, did he?
Eric DeB.
No, he didn't actually, but he thought he did.
What did he do? Eric debate type arguments. They made it all up from a
Here's what he did. Here's what he did. He opened his browser, went to Google Images, and typed in dinosaurs. He started clicking on the images and going, ha ha ha! Look at that. That's pathetic.
Oh
That's a joke.
Was that John LeBon?
What a joke! What a joke! Look at this. What a joke!
Ha ha ha!
That's a thorough debunking.
And that's according to Jism is how he debunked dinosaurs.
Well, anyone who believes in dinosaurs is a Satan worshiper.
I mean, you do hear a lot of those creationist arguments in this anyway, don't you? You know, not even related to dinosaurs. You know, all this, oh, you believe in the Big Bang. I mean, I was hearing that from creationists 3 years ago, you know.
Well, it's interesting because yesterday there was a hangout with, what's her name? The one with the pink hair, Candy something or other?
Yeah, Candy
Franklin.
Yeah, that's her. And only it's not her usual channel. It was Sick and Tired of NASA Lies or something. This channel was called.
Yep.
Yeah, she lost a channel. I think she might have lost a channel, has she?
Maybe. But that IPS guy was in there and a few others. And these are non-Christian, at least.
Yeah.
Earthers. And they kind of down on Christianity and other religions. He seems to have his own little weird religion. I heard him say he put a hex on someone.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very odd, isn't he?
IPS, he's weird.
This other movement, they're not all Christian fundamentalists.
IPS
is a lot of those Christian fundamentalists do this thing that he's doing, where they say, "Oh, I hate religion." You know, they're Christian fundamentalists, but they always say, "Oh, I hate religion."
Well, he actually goes as far as to say that Christianity was man-made as a control device to control the masses.
Yeah, a lot of you know, the fundies are kind of along those lines. You know,
face value, at least he's definitely not a Christian.
Is it that just to distance himself from religion before he then tries to sell religion?
I don't know, but he's openly non-Christian, at least. But he believes in some other like New Age group.
I'm not a snake oil salesman. Oh, would you like to buy some snake oil?
Yeah.
Well, like I say, at least at face value, he's openly non-Christian. He criticizes Christianity. I'm sure he's got a lot of enemies in the flat Earth.
And he's a Freemason as well. Can you believe it? The Earth is flat.
IPS is a Freemason?
Apparently. That sounds like fucking bullshit.
I don't know. He's got some strange
you know,
ideas.
Freemasonry, it's all about astronomy and mathematics, trigonometry and all that stuff. But hey, the Earth is flat, according to a Freemason.
Saying that the media are terrorists, you know, because they tell us lies so we live in fear. That's terrorism, according to him. He's got some weird ideas, but he's openly non-Christian. I don't think Pillbox likes him somehow.
No, well, he wouldn't.
I think Pillbox told him he was going to hell or something.
Yeah.
Aren't we all?
I think I'm gonna go now.
Shit.
Well, if it really does exist, I think I prefer the company in hell.
Did you say you're going
as well?
Yeah, I think I gotta go.
Good to see you, man. Come again.
Bye.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off as well. It's been nice talking to you. It's like 4:30 in the morning here.
Hey Steve, I've got a confession to make. When I was listening in the Hangout earlier on YouTube, and when you started talking, just for a split second there, I thought it was multi-tom-tom. But when you managed to complete a sentence without making any grammatical mistakes, I thought, no, it's not tom-tom.
Thank you. I'm not Jamie as well. There you go. Just put out there, I'm not Jamie.
That
guy.
No, you don't sound like Jamie. I
Jamie did a great rant earlier.
Oh man, he's every time he's doing a hangout, he's absolutely wasted.
Yeah, it was, but it was really funny.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, very good.
So he hasn't gone back to flat though, right?
No.
No.
Okay.
He's fighting fighting for the globe.
He was just basically taking the piss out of flat earthers for about 2 hours.
Okay.
And doing his little laughing thing and laughing his head off. He pretty much laughed his head off until he went from 18 viewers to 7 and then he closed it.
God, I can't believe you believe this shit.
And okay, so I just want to put out there. Type in FEIC on a text-to-speech converter. Make sure you choose a US voice, and it says fake. I just want to put that out there. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Good night, everyone. See ya.
See you, mate.
Bye.
Oh, we're dropping like flies, lads.
Fake 2017.
You lads have got mods, haven't you? If I'm not off, just mute me. Because I'll snore.
Let's see.
I was trying to find a good. There's a great show, if you guys aren't aware of it, called Brain Games.
All right, no, I've not seen that.
Oh my God, yeah, just Brain Games on a YouTube search, so you can catch the little tidbits of their videos. They're so you might get lost in those videos. They just do so many great social experiments, all kinds of different ones on memory and vision and stuff like that. And there was a really great one. And the flat earthers always like to talk about how you need to trust your eyes, and I mean.
Right.
You could just instantly rebut that with optical illusions, you know.
Yeah.
Is that paper really moving? No. And there was a really great one that I saw quite a few years ago. And I almost hate to spoil it for you guys because it's awesome when it happens. But they set up this experiment and they're like, okay, and you're watching it I was watching it on television, and they've got a bunch of dancers up there. I believe there's 7 of them. Okay, there's 4 that are dressed all in white and 3 that are dressed all in black. And they say, I want you to pay attention to how many times all of one color are in a spotlight, right? And they shine these spotlights down on the stage. They start the music. The guys start doing this awesome dance, and you're really trying to pay attention. How many times all the guys meet up in pairs, and you're watching all over the screen. Your eyes are bouncing around. You're really, really paying attention to this going on, right? And I thought I had it. I thought I nailed it. It was a lot. It was like 40 or something like that. I was pretty damn confident. And they're like, oh, okay, what was your guess? And they never really tell you how many it was. They're like, did you notice the giant person or the person in the giant panda costume that walked across the stage? And I was like, oh my fucking God, I never saw that. And it walked and did this dance right in the middle of everything. I never saw that fucking person in that panda suit or whatever suit, gorilla suit, whatever it was. It blew my mind. And I just felt like such a fool, you know, but you're concentrating on something else.
Right.
You can't perceive everything in your visual register, you know.
I caught it. 2 reasons. There's 2 reasons why I caught it. I knew it was coming. I knew that it was the counting of how many times the guy steps into the light was a diversion. And you focus on that, and you can miss something. Magicians use this trick all the time. The other reason I think is because I've done such a lot of video editing. I'm used to looking for things in frame that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I was fooled. I'll admit it. I was fooled. I bid it hook, line, and sinker. I was sure. I was set on guessing the right number, you know.
But I think I'd seen something similar, so I knew it was coming. So
I'd heard about one where they get people in a circle bouncing a ball, and a guy in a gorilla suit comes out. And he actually walks into the center of the circle and walks out again, I think, or he goes all the way around it, and not one of them sees him.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there. There's a penguin as well, and there's a gorilla, and there's a few of them.
I think it was a penguin. That sounds familiar.
I know from my own experience, though. I was in almost in a car accident. I was on the motorway, and there was a truck in front of me. The driver went to sleep, went straight across the motorway, hit the central barrier, tore the top off the trailer, the box van trailer of the truck, which it dumped into the fast lane of the opposite carriageway, where a van drove into it, and a guy was killed, actually. Another car was knocked onto the central reservation, and eventually the truck rolled onto its side right across the motorway. So all this, I was like the car behind the truck. So all this happened right in front of me. Well, because a guy was killed, I had to give evidence at the inquest, and there were 4 drivers who gave evidence, and I would say we had probably about 25% of the story each, but not necessarily a different 25% each. But it's only when the police accident investigator gave his evidence, and it was like, when he gave his evidence, it was like watching a video of it. He knew absolutely everything that had happened, and when he said it, it all came flooding back to me.
Yeah, it registered in your memory somewhere.
But it's amazing how much you missed. I mean, the car that ended up on the central reservation, I didn't know about that at all. It was not anywhere in my memory.
Well, it's really, you really didn't miss any of it, though, did you? It's just how much you were able to recall.
Right, that's right, yeah. Because when he said it, I was like, oh, yeah, I remember now. It's amazing what they could figure out that from skid marks and things like that. He knew exactly what had happened. It was amazing.
Yeah, that is, the science of that is awesome. But then you got to think, okay, were you just socially accepting his, like the guy with the red shirt?
Yeah, maybe I was.
Are you really sure that that's how it went down?
Right.
That's kind of fucked up to think.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Especially if someone's life is involved. That's not an awesome thing to think about. But it just goes to show that, man, sometimes I guess we just don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's able to be put together with evidence that's solid enough,
Right. I mean, I guess all the time he was doing it, he was referring to where he was getting it from. He's saying, well, we got these 4 scratches on the road, and that shows where the nuts of the front wheel, slid across the road, and all. You know what I mean? He knew everything, where it all come from. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, I really like a number of the brain games that I've seen. They put a lot of them are just social, just to test people. Like one was in Las Vegas, right? And they put a sign that said "Wait here," and they put a velvet rope, a couple of lines of it, right? A velvet rope and a sign that said "Wait here." It didn't fucking go anywhere. They were waiting for nothing, and after an hour, there was like 250 people in line. Because we're stupid, and we think something's gonna happen. I mean, people are totally social creatures, and they're like, "Oh, well, the guy in the front of the line must know something, right?" There's certain assumptions that people make. And then they're like, "Hey, this line doesn't go anywhere." And they're like, "What? That's crazy! I'm so silly. It's Vegas, yay!" But there was another one where they just out in the middle of some busy kind of business district of some street, they put a little kiosk up with a big glass bowl full of money, and with a sign next to it, said "free." But nobody in the kiosk, nobody took any money.
Yeah.
They'd come close to it and look at it and inspect it and be like, I don't think so. They're expecting a trap or a trick or something like that. So then they run the experiment again with somebody in the kiosk. And he just stands there, and they go, "Is this real?" And, yeah, it's free. It's free money. It's a bowl full of cash, real cash. The guys, yeah, it's free. Go ahead. And they take some. Nobody took it all, but they took handfuls. But if there was somebody there that could verify that, yeah, it's free, then they took it. But not a single person took any money if no one was there. It's the same glass bowl full of money. It's strange, huh?
Amazing, isn't it? I can remember them doing that to us at school actually once. A teacher did that exact same thing. Well, it wasn't a bowl of money. I think it was a £5 note. But that was like a bowl of money when I was at school.
It's like we have some expectation that there's strings attached or something, you know.
Right.
We've got all these social expectations built up because whoever's seen a bowl full of free money. I don't know. Would you take it all?
I probably wouldn't, but
I don't think I would either. I think I would leave some for others, but I don't know. I don't know what I would.
Maybe I would now you've told me about the social experiment. Maybe I'd recognize.
Yeah, you're gonna be out walking the streets.
Opportunity, okay?
Suckers! I've seen this one before. Try that brain games on me, motherfucker. There was another great one of my other favorites. They took two groups of people, I think 10 in each group, Group A, Group B, and they socially conditioned them each into two different aspects. Group A was kind of trained, and for an hour or so, to act like a dominant male silverback gorilla. Right? They taught them how to hold their arms above their heads, and stick their chest out and be very aggressive and look people right in the eye and walk around briskly and have a grimace on their face and shout. They made them shout. They made them do all these things. I mean, they made them act like a monkey or ape, I should say.
Right.
They made them do all these things, right? In Group B, they were aggressive to them. They made them don't look me in the eye. And they made them cower down and sit down on their haunches and don't look at me. Keep your head down. Be docile. They did that to this group and socially conditioned them for an hour or so. And then they took each group separately and individually. They walked them into a quite a large building. Nobody knew what was going on, and they led them up a set of stairs, right to maybe it was pretty good height. It's pretty good height. I think it's less, maybe 100 feet or maybe it's 60 feet, something like that. But they had a platform at the top, and they were with people ready to strap them into a bungee to make them bungee jump.
Right.
And just to see who would bungee jump. And then said, okay, it's your turn. One after the other. Go bungee jump. The people that acted like alphas, they all jumped. And they were people from all walks of life, all ages, male, female, didn't matter. And the people who were in the docile Group B, only like 2 or 3 of them jumped, if I remember correctly, and they took a lot of coaxing.
Right.
So if you just act like you're the shit, you're kind of capable of much more.
Well, we all know what group you were a part of.
Do we?
Beasted.
Huh?
The Beasted.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Ed.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll go jump off the ledge now.
Sooner the better. So you guys chased away all the flat guys?
Yeah, afraid so, mate.
Yeah, they're gonna be.
All credit always has to go to Validation Boy. I mean, he just takes credit for everything. So
no, well, with the Gator and Curved in here, and I guess they're not coming in here. Probably not.
Oh no,
more than likely not. Well, yeah.
We've only had 2 or 3 that have stuck around in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they never really last long. We might get some pop back.
All you really have to do is get an underage girl in here, and they'll all come in.
Yeah, I was thinking that just earlier. Like, I'm really surprised that there's not more females in this community because they just get a shit ton of attention. They really do.
Yeah.
You're surprised that there's no female flat earthers?
There are female flat earthers. I said.
Well, there are.
What
I said. Yeah, well, yeah. You're surprised that there isn't more.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I think a female in general would look at these guys and go, "Holy shit, no," and then run the other way.
But according to Adblocker, females love attention, and in fact, gear their entire lives and academic careers into getting them jobs that garner them such attention.
Yeah. When did I say that?
I was in a hangout.
I don't remember that one.
Really?
Yeah. It must.
You said that girls go to college to be ballerinas and shit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. The women have different objectives in life, yeah. Like in general, like especially
To save you, my friend, I'd rather just you not repeat that stuff. It'd be good for you.
Huh?
Trying to save you, brother. Let's not
Save me
rehash
from
that
what?
one. From yourself.
Well, don't.
Okay. Kill it, brother. Kill it.
No, I was just gonna say that that women have different objectives when they go to especially in grade school than men do. Like men play sports, women are cheerleaders. Like I mean,
in grade school.
What more do you want? Yeah, grade school.
Big shout out to Rob.
Rob in the Heezy. Shout out to Shroomy, wherever he might be dancing.
He's playing Cigar Face at the moment, I believe.
The fuck is Cigar Face?
If I'm wrong about that, please somebody let me know. But I'm 99.999 100% convinced Cigar Face is Shroomy.
Okay.
I'm going to get to bed, lads, I think. I don't mind leaving this running now if you want me to keep it running.
No, I don't know if you know this, but we have our own channel.
Yeah, we don't need you.
Yeah, but what we have here is people. There are people to talk to here.
4 out of the everybody here normally sort of joins ED, so it's not like I mean it's not like Negator is not allowed.
He doesn't like us.
He doesn't like us? Why?
Well, it's not that.
Right, but Debate Flat Earth and More has been specifically designed to lure in flat earthers with its logo, with its avatar and everything. So, that's its advantage.
Yeah, but why the fuck would you do that?
It's like a flat earther trap.
Oh, it's a trap. I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can
You
lure
hear that, flat earthers? It's a trap. This channel is a trap.
Don't come here.
Well, the ones that are here listening will have already realized.
No, well, they are stupid, so you could tell them it's a trap. All day long.
You could
They'll still
tell
fucking
them what
come
it
in here.
is. I'm not gonna believe you because you're a baller. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably just want to call you a faggot. I think that's their main objective by coming in here.
Yeah.
Man, what got up your ass tonight?
No, I
Came in here all full of piss and vinegar.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I never hear you with any kind of personality, really. So this is refreshing.
Wow. Speak for yourself, buddy.
Oh, come on, Ed.
Hey, if you're gonna punch, I'm gonna punch back, jabroni. Just bring it, is what I'm saying.
Don't punch my butt; it gets hurt.
Well, Jem, can you leave some cake out for us?
Cake?
Yeah, would that be too much to ask?
Do you know what? I've eaten
It's like-
all of the cake.
That sounded like you were gonna say cake. Are you fucking kidding me? Cake?
Do you have any Yorkshire pudding around? Anything like that? Maybe some beignets with raspberry sauce.
Maybe some port.
Oh, well, I've just had two little strawberry sundaes. So it's like a little pastry case. It's got strawberry, some
We'll
sort
take
of
it.
syrupy stuff on, and fresh whipped cream on the top.
Is there any nitrous left in that whipped cream container?
Oh no, it's proper whipped cream.
I don't. I'm American. I don't
someone
know what that
invite
is.
me?
Yeah, it's not the
I can't
American
feel
kind.
it.
That's what he's saying. It's not the American kind.
Not the kind you can get high off of.
Yeah. Shout out to
Bummer.
Twitwit, by the way. You know you want this twit.
Can you get Knuckles plugged?
Oh man.
You know you
And
want this
raspberries.
twit.
We'll get some raspberries, man. That's our weakness.
Raspberries, pineapples,
Yeah, pineapple rings,
send nudes.
whippets, and you
Whippets
could probably close the deal with a dinner date and a movie. Dinner and a movie date.
Netflix and chill.
Nah. She can get net chicks and Netflix. Net chicks.
Net chicks are cool.
Netflix and chill anywhere. She's looking for a dinner and movie date.
You're not an
Captain
LSC
Bullshit.
chick. Don't get sucked into that twit, the LSC shit. I mean, come on. That fucking guy. This dude's got a mullet. He's been in jail.
Come on, that fucking guy. Come on.
He's retarded.
He's retarded over here.
He is. I don't have a Brooklyn accent.
I do apparently.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Jeremy,
I'm not always making fun of you, Ed.
No, this is like pent up for aggression over the last like few months when your microphone didn't work, and I was just making fun of you in chat like constantly. You know, I know like if you got in chat like or in a hangout and you were like and we were there, I mean we would hash things out and that's cool. I don't really mind the back and forth, by the way, sides. It's more entertaining than usual.
I beat Liquid Nazgul
I'd like
in the
to think so.
StarCraft tournament ad blocker back in the day.
All I heard was ad blocker.
I beat Liquid Nazgul in a StarCraft tournament back in the day.
No, you didn't.
I did.
I don't even know who that is. I'm guessing it's like some pro StarCraft player. Right?
It's a true story.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm still not buying it.
Why did he leave?
I don't.
That was abrupt.
Just came in to drop a truth hammer and get the fuck out, I guess.
Untruth
Huey
hammer.
up the same way.
I can't imagine him like being good at anything. I mean, no offense, but I mean that's something you need to like practice at.
I saw him dance. It was pretty cool.
I doubt he's good at that either. Or two. Anyway, Twit, send nudes.
Could someone invite Metal Slugs? Has anyone got him on the list anywhere?
I do.
And I can't. I don't have them. So
It's not coming up for me. I'm not having a lot of luck.
Yeah.
No, he might be. Well,
Oh, is he in? Oh, he isn't in that list either.
no, he's not on my fucking list. Right.
He's all like secret.
I haven't talked to him in like, well, not on here anyway. At those master.
I hate this Google.
Right. Just one word. Metal Slugs Master. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, maybe. Hold on.
Oh, I love these kinds of people that come in to chat once and immediately say, "You guys are boring."
Metal Slug,
PMARS is way more entertaining than you guys. Is the first thing they say. That's
entertaining like a wet fart. Metal Slugs, you can send me a message. I can't find you on the on Google Hangouts.
He says
you can find me. Send me a
showing up.
message. Yeah, you're not showing up.
I think we had a pretty good conversation going for a while there. We did about, we had sort of 3 good hours, I thought.
I thought Twit was a chick.
Between us ballers or when the other guys were in here?
What made you
I saw her I saw a Twit in a hangout and it was a female. Unless I was hearing somebody else, I wasn't really paying that close attention because it was a flat Earth hangout, so I was only half paying attention. So if I'm wrong about that, it's my faulty memory, not anything else.
Right, so I'm going to hit the sack, guys, but I'll leave it running if you want.
No, don't bother. Well, unless everybody else here wants it.
I mean, we could just go to Ed. There's
probably be as well if you want to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to leave your channel open to
abuse.
Adam might get in here,
and it makes the hangout kind of a more reasonable length anyway.
Yeah, that's true. All right, then. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Good on you, mate.
Night.
Thanks much.
Good convo, I thought. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming.
See you, Nick.